bottle. And it's multiple dogs, so 125 mil or 175 mil or multiples of either of those, which is why the 250 mil is simply a multiple of 125. You could, in theory, have a 350 milliliter glass of wine.
It wouldn't really be a glass. That would be one of my dad jokes, actually, with large glasses of wine, is I always say someone's nicked your goldfish, but it would really look like on a 350 mil. Well, qualifications, John. Great answer.
I'm a trading standards officer and inspector of weights and measures.
Well, that'll do nicely. Round of applause for you.
Thank you.
I'll be changing
Thank you.
my container as
6-2 we beat more. Did I say 6-1?
the container. I'll change it as a mobile.
I'll take away my a VIP status at Kidderminster football, Kidderminster areas with that little faux pas. 6-2 we beat Morecambe, but the other bit was all true. John's in Masham. John, question or answer?
That's an answer, please, James.
Carry on, John.
Right.
What?
Sweet chunks in ice cream, why they don't freeze.
Yes. Did you forget then, or did you overcome by nerves?
Your time, you go.
A bit of both.
Oh, that's all right. It's only ice cream. What's the worst that can happen?
Basically, the higher the sugar content in something, the more it acts as a natural antifreeze. So something like your fudge will be softer than, say, like a little piece of chocolate or a piece of brownie or something like that, because it will have a natural high. That's why you get root vegetables in winter.
Yeah.
They become sweeter because they convert their starches into sugars so they don't freeze.
Absolutely fascinating. So if you're making an ice cream with bits of brownie in it, you'd probably up the sugar content from what you'd have in a brownie that you were serving as a normal brownie.
If you wanted them to be softer, yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd need them anyway, because you don't want them to freeze solid. Qualification?
Chef.
You've been here before.
We have, yeah.
And you make your own ice cream?
We do. We make everything in-house.
And it's all locally foraged as well, isn't it? Isn't it all locally sourced?
Foraged, smoked, pickled, everything.
So you get local milk from a local farmer.
That one's slightly debatable, but it's within Yorkshire, yeah.
Okay, and then what flavours do you do? Give me a flavour, then we'll make everybody listening go, oh, blimey, ice cream.
All right, so this week we have a orange tart, which we serve with burnt toast ice cream.
Oh, I bet that's delicious. I bet that's delicious, because first time I had brown bread ice cream, I thought that would be gross, and I had it and it was actually delicious. And so that would be similar, wouldn't it? The same sort of bit. Green tea ice cream as well. Those things that are savoury, something magical happens to them when you put them in with the sugar and the cream. It's absolutely gorgeous. I bet that is delicious. What else is on the menu this week? I'm feeling quite culinary.
What have we got? We've got a celeriac soup with pear and chestnut, followed by some ceviche corn sea bass, followed by some grilled venison with cabbage and some fancy mushrooms.
They don't respond to the traditional.
No.
So yeah, like a pheasant, they're probably not going to last long out in the wild.
No. Well, the gamekeepers are called and they have to deal with it.
You mean they have to?
Yes.
What's the big job for tree surgeons at this time of year?
Bit of storm damage every now and again. Catching up.
Yeah, sorry. I'll do the rubbish jokes around here, mate. Thank you very much. Go on, what are the big jobs for tree surgeons? What's the big job?
This is very risky.
Big work, plant trees, repollarding. Wants us to get on with it before the spring.
And is that what you should do? If you need a big branch taking down, do it now before it's full of leaves?
Yeah, ideally, yeah. Any birds come nesting as well.
I love it. Round of applause then. And great work on the pun. In fact, I missed it so completely that I almost responded by saying, well, don't be ridiculous. Everything's anecdotal on Mystery Hour, but it was anecdote about the deer. Beautiful work. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that was a staggering joke. Staggering.
The government, can you tell us for certain that there will be no U-turn as regards dispensing with jury trials in the most grave of cases? And West Keating said, amongst other things, he supports the policy, he expects there not to be a U-turn, he thinks it will go ahead. Even he, a very senior man in the party, who made he still said, I think, I expect.
Well, Sheila, you know, I've got a lot of time for Wes. He's a friend and a colleague. I minister in the Ministry of Justice, responsible for this, which is why I can give your listeners the absolute guarantee that we'll be bringing forward legislation in the next few weeks with exactly those proposals to make very modest reforms to juries, to put victims at part of the criminal justice system. At the moment, victims are waiting years and years and years for justice. By the way, defendants too are waiting years and years for justice. There are absolutely wrong. We need to invest in our courts. We're doing that. We need to invest in legal aid rates and criminal law profession. We're doing that. This is a part of the package of reforms that we're bringing forward, which will drag the criminal justice system in the 21st century and make sure victims see justice.
Nigel Farage has said Labour MPs are contacting reform as well about defecting. Is that an open secret in your circles?
Well, that's genuinely the first I've heard of that. Nigel Farage says an awful lot of things.
You don't believe a single Labour MP is?
I don't believe in a single Labour MP. We are absolutely determined to stave off and fight right-wing populism, which aims to divide our country and has no real interest in the meaningful change, delivering that meaningful change, which will affect working people's lives. That's the Labour Party. That's why we're fighting for change in government, and that's why we're going to fight to win the next general election.
Thank you very much, Jim Richards, Justice Minister, Labour MP for Rother Valley, for joining us. Natasha Clark is in the studio with me. She's always in the studio with me, which is a joy. Elvis's political editor. What do you make of that?
Really interesting hearing from Jake just there. Jake Richards talking about how he believes that nobody from the Labour Party is expected to jump ship, despite what Nigel Farage has just been saying this morning. Obviously, he's right that Nigel Farage does say a lot of things, and we don't know how it's going to play out. There's a lot we don't know this afternoon about exactly how it's going to play out. As you say, we haven't heard from Robert Jenrick yet, and obviously he's facing a sort of a challenge to sort of figure out what he does next, right? So does he come out and say, yes, I was going to join reform, or I am going to join reform, if indeed that was true? Has this all been a big misunderstanding? Lots of people in the Conservative Party who I'm speaking to today are really hopeful that it is just that. However, obviously what the Conservatives are saying is that this is irrefutable evidence that Kevin Babe not has been handed. There's a chap that it was a resignation letter that was found from Robert Jenrick, and that does raise eyebrows, let's be honest, because I think Robert Jenrick is seen in the Conservative Party as a pretty smart operator. Would he really leave a resignation letter in his office or somewhere around so we can potentially find it? That does raise eyebrows. As Nigel Farage earlier today, he was doing a press conference in Scotland, and it's fair to say that he didn't exactly deny that those meetings have been taking place. And if you listen to what he's been saying about Robert Jenrick a few months ago and then a few weeks ago, the difference is pretty stark. He's definitely dialed down his rhetoric. So it's fair to say that he's not denying that he's met, and that was again one of the bits of evidence. Let's just go back to how this all played out earlier today. Here is Kenny Baton on breaking the news on social media this morning. Robert Jenrick after dismissing him from the shadow cabinet. I was very surprised to be presented with clear, irrefutable evidence, not just that he was prepared to defect.
Some of you guys might be asking
to the Conservative Party and
remember I need to get rid of peanut butter 19 tons.
undermine trust in politics. When individuals choose to walk away from that effort for personal ambition, that tells you nothing about the Conservative Party and everything. And Nigel Farage was doing that press conference in Scotland to hear how he went.
Well, I never really have private conversations with anybody, and a lot of them realise that for all the talk that Kemi's doing better on which is true, for all the talk of a supposed Kemi bounce, I think a lot of them realise on May the 7th, or should I say May the 8th, the Conservative Party will cease to be a national party. I think that's been in his mind, yes. I have little doubt it's been in his mind. But I mean, have we signed and sealed the deal? No.
So that was him saying basically that he was in talks with Robert Jenrick, but they've not sealed the deal. So potentially this could go a number of ways. And in the last few minutes, Keir Starmer has given his reaction as well.
Well, my question is, why did it take so long? Jenrick's been making toxic comments to try and divide our country for months and months and months. And it's only now, when he's on the verge of defecting to reform, that Badenoch gets round because we're seeing a flood of Tory politicians, ex politicians going across to reform because they know that the Tory party is a sinking ship.
And Sheila, we have been on this story for a while. Obviously, there have been reports of Robert Jenrick and Nigel Farage and what discussions they might have had for a while. Our own Maggie Chambray asked Nigel Farage back in December if he was in talks with Robert Jenrick. It's fair to say there was not in denial.
And have one or two suggested I should reach out to Jenrick? Yes, they have, because they believe his conversion from being the Remainer, Robert Jenrick, to being what he is today, is a genuine one. And I don't know. If it is a genuine one, I'd be more than happy to talk to him.
So it's saying we have asked both Conservatives and Reform members to come on, but neither have said yes yet. I suspect, as you were saying, Natasha, we'll hear from Robert Jenrick himself this afternoon, perhaps. Just a word on why he matters. I mean, we had Nadeem Zahawi earlier on in the week. There have been others. Danny Kruger was a big defection, wasn't he? But this is the biggest, and it's significant because and tough for Kelly Badenoch because, yeah, I mean, this is tough for Kelly Badenoch because it is the most high-profile tool that could potentially defect within the Conservative Party shadow cabinet. Right, stood for the leadership. Exactly, it stood, yeah, apart from one thing on strike, the shadow chancellor, just the most senior Conservative really that is inside Kelly Badenoch's top team. And actually, if we think back to the leadership contest, which was a year and a bit ago, Kelly Badenoch won with 56% of the vote. Around 95,000 Tories, we understand, took part in that, and there was 73% turnout. But so if you think about it, it's obviously, 56% is a pretty, decisive win. But think about all those people that didn't vote for Kelly Badenoch, and that is actually the conversation that many Conservatives are having right now, is what happens next, right? So Kelly Badenoch has taken very strong decisive action, but say Robert Jenrick now goes to reform, does he bring anyone with him? Will other Conservatives will this be the end of Kelly Badenoch's leadership in some way? If lots of people follow the amount at all of the Conservative Party as the main party of the British right? I mean, I'm sure that sometimes it comes with the Conservative Party, but it has been such an successful electoral entity, hasn't it, in our country for 2 centuries now. It is, it's almost inconceivable that it wouldn't be there in the mix. But the question I'm asking myself is, can reform swallow it whole? Yes, what does it mean for the Reform Party? Do they want to welcome someone like Robert Jenrick in? I think it does. Yes, he is a big enough piece to show the Conservative Party, so that's what Nigel Farage wants to say. However, as we were speaking about before, with Zahawi, with other people, when does the anti-establishment party start becoming the establishment? That is the base that we're taking right now. But it's doing very well in the polls. But yes, it's really the question about when the Conservative Party become a defunct force. And at the moment, Kelly Badenoch trying to percentage points, the party are still not doing very well. Still, people aren't really listening to her. So when does she become totally irrelevant? It's a bit like when, before the election, we were talking about when do we start treating the Labour Party as the more prominent party over the Conservatives because we thought they were going to win. When do they become more important? When does it become the Reform Party, who is arguably, topping the polls, doing so much better than the Conservative Party, even though they are the official opposition? So when does that switch happen? And I do think with someone like Robert Jenrick, if indeed he decides to join the Reform Party, people will make that argument that switch has happened. The Conservatives are now dead, and they are absolutely done. It's interesting how voters regard that. So we have a text already while Jake Richards was talking to me saying
or of the left win the election. Keir Starmer showed that. He moved the party back to the centre. And Nigel Farage might not want to do that with his party. He might want to keep it on the right. But having these people in the party that come in from the Conservative Party naturally make it a bigger political force. They naturally sort of widen the base of support. But you are completely right that there is the risk that alienates those people that have come over and say, we don't want any of these people. We don't want anybody. We do not want these people.
We're insurgent.
We are insurgent. We are going to do things differently. So it's all playing out.
It's a big gamble, a necessary gamble that was kind of forced on her, I think.
I don't think she had any choice.
No, she didn't have any choice, but
will it backfire? No,
yeah,
there is
and it certainly brought forward the question of the future of Britain's right-wing politics. Thanks very much, Steve. Obviously, it's political editorial calls coming in already. I think it's about lots of things, this particular story, but the centre of it for me is can the reform eat the Conservative Party whole. 121.
This is LBC.
Right, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life? Sunday Leaguers, dog lovers, meat covers, mega dancers, baby ravers, potters. Whether you walk it, jog it, or run it, go all in against cancer. All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends January 31st, 2026. T-Sense and supply.
Big motoring world are big on value. But what does that mean for you? Well, we price check our cars every day, so we can give you the best price. Guaranteed. In fact, 95% of our cars are priced below market value. Big motoring world, we're big on value. See website for nearest store. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk or one of our stores for our price promise and terms and conditions.
You want £1 million?
I'd love £1 million.
So you need to birthday draw with your birth date, initial and the colour. And you think the way to spend £1 million.
I deposit regularly into a retirement fund that safely tracks the market.
It's your lucky day and you win the birthday draw.
I can't believe it!
And you buy a snake and a superbike instead.
Yeah, baby!
Is it your lucky day? Search the birthday draw and enter now. From Global and ITV. 18 plus UK only, no purchase necessary. This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Call 0345 6060 973. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Text 84850.
We're a very long way, aren't we, from that photograph on the day of the Conservative leadership election of the two of them, Robert Jenrick and Kelly Badenoch, sitting very close together on the front row of that gathering to announce who had won. Grinning from ear to ear at each other, looking very friendly indeed. Not so anymore. Daniel has called from Westcliff. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Sheila. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
So a few points really. I think the first point is that this is an absolute coup for Nigel Farage and for reform. I think he needs to be slightly careful, but I think Natasha touched on this a minute ago, that it can't be too many Conservatives going over and looking like an RAP centre for Conservatives.
Well, Jenrick isn't old, is he, Mr. Jenrick? Oh, just like, we're done there, we're going to relax over here instead,
Yeah, precisely. But it's a massive coup for him. He just needs to be so careful that Conservatives going over. I think that a lot of people, especially people I talk to, I'm an everyday man, I would say. When I speak to people, I'm very much involved in politics, like interested in it, and same thing with your job. But I think a lot of people in the industry overthink it. People are not caring too much for this project.
Getting 16 million.
People coming over and reform is a movement that it's going to take over and it's going to be about.
Well, let me read this to you. David says, not context, regardless of anything, by the time of the next general election, reform is seriously looking like they would just, so different David, looking like they would just be the Tories rebranded. Tory form. And that's great, Tory form. And that's despite Farage's pronouncements, never trust a Tory, and Conservatives like Nadine Zahawi saying he'd be frightened to live in a country run by Farage, and now he's gone over to it. David's got a point there, hasn't he? But you say that will just be a small part of the story, but that the overall story is reform are going to stop.
I think a lot of everyday people are more concerned with the problems within the country. They're not interested in the internal politics of the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and reform. And reform are trying to make themselves to be a party of government. And to do that, they need people that have expertise and experiences. And yes, don't get me wrong, Nigel Farage has mugged off Jenrick so many times, like he did with Sahara.
What do you mean mugged off?
Mugged off my lad.
It's okay.
No, like mugged off means like he basically like bad man.
Criticised.
Bad man Jenrick so many times.
Yes, he has.
Right, but yet he's still in the conversation with it. And I think people like you and people like Natasha and people that are kind of this part of their life, part of their job in politics, I think that you tend to over-read something, whereas an everyday man is more like, listen, someone done this, someone did that. However, we're more concerned about the terrible way the country is going, and you know what? We'll overlook that if we can act in charge.
You know, you make a really good point. I mean,
Keir Starmer was on this promise of the adults are in charge, blah, 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 blah. And unfortunately, 13 U-turns in 18 months. That's nearly a U-turn a month. How is that? It might be change, but it's not the change that people
he says, he might say, I'm going to come back to what you said in a minute, but
sure.
Keir Starmer might say to you, Daniel, I'm listening. That's why I changed my mind. I'm listening to you.
No. He doesn't listen. This is the whole problem.
He should listen beforehand.
He doesn't know what he wants. Exactly. If people are saying, okay, we don't want this, he stands okay, for example, digital ID, right? Reverse minus plus Starmer standard, right? People will...
Thank you, Daniel. And to Daniel's point about it's the job of people like Natasha and Maggie and me to a different degree to keep tabs on what politicians have said and to draw it out and to have conversations about it. But always, I hope we always do it with you, ourselves as ordinary voters too, in mind, and it doesn't just become like a party game about Westminster or a party game about politics. That's always more serious. You're absolutely right. I think you're right when you say that an awful lot of voters, not all, but an awful lot do overlook all of that detail, and they see one speech or they hear one policy and it sounds like a solution in their life and they decide to trust an individual or a party. Quite right, Daniel. Let's find time briefly. We haven't got long, Paul, but I wanted to take a call before the break. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, actually, I'll just keep it quick. Just simple. Nigel Farage wants to put more regularly into Tories on board, because come the next election, the next 3 years, people will be embedded in reform. Next thing you know, they'll just no confidence against him, and he'll get out for re-election. One of them will be sitting in his place. So honestly, I wouldn't be scouting these Tories, because they're
so they'll be parasites for a while and then they'll kill the host.
Exactly. And I wouldn't put down the cookies for the fact that that happens, you know, and I'll set up a few factors as well. But I really like the world in this. He really does need to
Is Jenrick his biggest threat?
Yeah, he would be the number one threat.
Thank you very much. I knew you'd have something good to say. Thanks, Paul. Paul in Heathrow. Farage and reform by going for Tory dead. Wood, says Richard, are admitting that they are desperate for candidates who want to vote for favour and don't require as much vetting as evidence by some of these. It's 1:30. More of your calls on this in just a few minutes. Stay with us. Something tells me there's going to be more to come this afternoon on this story. Let's get the headlines first.
seconds. This is LBC. Selling your car can be super simple if you choose We Buy Any Car instead of a confusing part exchange. Because with We Buy Any Car, you'll have cash in the bank and more bargaining power on your next car. If only they could get into that countryside wedding simple. Oh no. We Buy Any Car. Selling made simple. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Nothing beats that just bird feeling. Because when you book a jet to your holiday, you start dreaming of pool days and seeing the sights. Get ahead for summer. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person. Choose from our best rooms and hotels and save £200 per couple. Nothing beats a jet to your holiday. Package holidays, trust and pleasure protected. Subject to availability conditions.
Chase is the digital bank you can count on.
How so?
Because you get 1% cash back on your grocery shop.
Like on prosciutto?
Yeah, prosciutto.
And seaweed crackers?
Sure, those two.
What about rotisserie chickens?
If it's in your grocery shop, Chase has got your cash back. Join today and get 1% cash back on debit card spending on groceries, fuel and everyday transport. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. 1% cash back for your first year. Maximum £15 per month. Exceptions apply.
Right then, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life? Anglers, ramblers, climbers, five-a-siders, surfers, gamers, bikers, hang gliders. Book clubbers. Are we up for it? Let's go all in against cancer. All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends January 31st, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Text 84850.
My sympathies to anyone affected by the problems of southeast water. You've been living for some time now with real difficulty, tens of thousands of people, and the water company boss is in line for £400,000 worth of bonus despite the outages. Let's get the very latest on this because they do face some sanctions as well. Benji Hire joins me, LBC's South England reporter, who has been in Tunbridge Wells in the past few days talking to people about what they're facing. Benji, just bring us up to speed on what the people are facing and then what the company itself might be facing.
Sure, Sheila. I mean, I'm getting a sense of deja vu, really, because we're on, day 6 of this crisis, but it bears repeating that this disruption has been an issue blighting parts of the south of England for not just days, but weeks, even years. And the latest from the ground is that residents in Tunbridge Wells were informed last night by South East Water that in order to accommodate repairs, supply will have to be shut off until at least tomorrow morning. There are as many now as 6,500 homes there who are impacted, plenty of which have not had a single drop of running water since the weekend. If it hasn't been bone dry, Sheila, supply I've seen tends to be intermittent at best, often just a trickle, only temporary, and schools in the town have once again been forced to shut with little notice. Hannah Knowles is the head teacher of the Skinners Kent Academy in Tunbridge Wells.
An incredibly tough day, continues to be so, as we navigate what is a difficult situation with South East Water. We've closed for the remainder of the week. We've done that with very little information coming directly to the schools from South East Water. The frustration is that you cannot plan for young people and their families without a consistent message, which seemed to change hour by hour over the last few days. So we were closed Monday, we were closed Tuesday. We managed to open it yesterday with the understanding that we would have water in the morning and that would run out during the day. We're trying to prioritise everything we can for our young people, from those that receive free school meals, those that are more vulnerable, including families, and also staff that have had no water for a considerable number of days as well.
other schools promised a top-up tanker by South East Water, but it simply didn't arrive, and I've been told the staff there had to spend their day physically pouring bottled water into tanks instead of teaching kids. I mean, what happens now really is up to the regulator Ofwat, because it's launched an investigation, Sheila, into South East Water to see whether it's breached its license because it hasn't been able really to provide sufficient standards of customer service and support, or at least allegedly, and it could see the company stripped of its license to operate. And this is the second investigation that Ofwat has into South East Water. It has already got one open about how South East Water has failed to develop and maintain an efficient system. The water company says it is complying with both. It's apologised for the issues on the weather, and there was some cold and there were storms last week, although much of it was foreseeable and unexceptional. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says the situation is totally unacceptable. And you mentioned the boss of South East Water, Dave Hinton, who has that nice cushy salary, despite the fact that his company is in a perilous financial situation. He is now facing growing calls for many MPs to resign.
Thank you very much, Benji Hire, LBC's South of England reporter. We'll keep a close eye on that. As Benji saying, the regulator today announcing it had launched a probe into whether the supplier had complied with its customer service standards. And if you've ever been out of water for a long time, I haven't experienced it for any length of time, sometimes for an afternoon here and there, but a neighbour of mine did recently, not because of the water company, but because of an issue in her house for days on end. Small children. I mean, the reason we talk about it a lot is that I offered her the chance to come to my place and just use my bathroom and stuff, and wash and dry. It is a nightmare, particularly if you are a person with small children or a person with particular needs, and we all have needs when it comes to water, don't we? So my heart goes out to people affected by that. We'll keep a close eye on that story because it is a huge number of people affected, more than 17,000 at last count. Let's get back to the story, I think, of the day, domestically anyway, which is that Robert Jenrick has been sacked by Kemi Badenoch from her front bench after she says she was handed irrefutable evidence that he was about to make a spectacular and very public defection to reform. There's been a lot of reaction from political party leaders and the like, but your reaction to it is quite mixed, actually. I'm asking the question as to whether such a significant Conservative at the moment poses a real danger to the Conservative Party as a whole. Pascal turns my question on me in a way and says, can enough Conservatives join Farage's party to swallow it whole? Josh says, I don't understand how bringing all these Tories in is a good thing for reform. Everyone is going to go to their polling station and see the names they didn't vote for last time in a lighter shade of blue. Tyler's call from Leeds. Hello, Tyler.
Excellent, good afternoon. Firstly, I completely agree with you about South East Water. There's extra water in Yorkshire reservoirs now for 10 years. You can share some water if you need to. I don't know how that works.
I don't know how that works. But I think for people...
She's played a blinder.
Oh, you do? Okay, let's leave it. Go on. You think she's played a blind? Why do you think that?
I think it's incredibly strong leadership. I think that Kemi Badenoch had the lowest moment just before the Conservative Party. I've actually been saying how she was doing things. She was thinking to the party, Robert Jenrick is essentially not exactly that way, but it's like the guy who did the speech about time, like the most right story. A lot of people, yes, exactly. So by getting him out of the party, because it's quite duplicitous, he was planning to sort of schematically sort of do a cunning plan where he goes in front of the media saying Kenny's terrible and the Tories are terrible, vote reform, which is just duplicitous for one after all the loyalty. Kenny Badenoch's tried to work with it on multiple times, and I just think it shows particularly at the start of a more progressive type of conservatism, more focused on the economy, pragmatism, and I'm just impressed, especially because Kemi Badenoch herself, and I don't like to talk about how people look like minds, but as a black woman, to achieve in a young country the position of leader of the opposition, it shows a kind of determination, while also I think she genuinely does have a heart, because she could have just gone along with what Robert Jenrick and the racists are saying about...
Do you call him generic to take the pick out of him?
It's because the name is generic.
Okay, I wanted to just make sure.
But I'm impressed by Kemi. I think it shows
Natasha was making, that she didn't really have a choice. She had to sack him once she had what she says is irrefutable evidence of his plan to defect. And the truth is, it's more than that. It's more than just those two people. It's more than just their party. In the sacking of Robert Jenrick, and if he goes to reform, what she's done is she's... about the individuals. I think what she's done in her decision is said, I'm the leader of the Conservative Party, one of the most successful, well, the most successful political organism in Europe for a long, 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 long time. I am its leader. I intend to make it thrive again. Stick with me. Those who don't want to will feel the boot, and this is who we are. Now, that's her attempt to save the party that I suspect she loves. Whether she'll succeed, I don't know. But the risk is that what she has done is said, right, to the British public, what do you want the right in this country to be? Do you want it to be reform, or do you want it to be conservative?
I agree with your analysis there. I also think that it's, like, for example, Kenny Baynock, she could have heard about this and threatened, like, kids down and probably would have, and not done anything allowed it to happen. She did it was a risk, and I think it's worked. I've heard from, obviously, previous callers and texters that we read now, where we're seeing that very unhappy with the idea of UK essentially being like what Chip's going to said about generic becoming like a lifeboat for daily parliamentary periods. And I think it's a little bit beyond left and right. I think the public it's like the last call said about how people have a tendency to overthink and to underthink at the same time. I think it's more based on what's pragmatic, what do people see as good leadership, what do people see as a steady economic message, and also about like regional solutions for people
people want confidence, don't they? They want some confidence.
The way I see it is, so if you don't vote for an independent candidate, you might as well vote for a candidate not convinced to doing alright.
I'm going to leave it there time because I want to make time for Sean before the break. Sean, hello.
I hope you're well. Honestly, I've been watching this from the outside with entertainment this morning, but I think Kevin Baynock has the upper hand here, the opportunity to capitalise on this, because at the moment, as has been mentioned by other people, a lot of reform supporters really get tired of these Tory defections. And I think actually what we need to do is, as you said earlier, about taking over, before taking over the Reform Party, the parasites killing the host, to basically using that in her comms and saying, you know, if you want real conservatism, vote for me rather than vote for reform, because reform are basically...
And if she says that and a voter comes back and says, you're not conservative enough, reform are the new conservatives, that's why we're going there as voters, that's why we're going there as politicians, what would you say to that?
Well, I think what she should say to that is not the real Conservative Party, it's the Discourse Opportunities Party. They're all running away to focus on these sort of culture war issues, and she's a serious person, and I don't agree with this, but this is what she should argue. She's a serious person, and she's going to actually lead with real conservatism, a real focus on the economy, rather than just fighting about the votes and the likely... I know that's been a focus for her, but Jenrick, that he was sort of the biggest voice on that. So with him gone, there's the potential for her to sort of reframe the party's perspective on that. I think it's very unlikely, but I do think this will do reform more harm than good, because as I say, most people this morning, I mean, it's one thing Nadine Dorries, who's out of the party, Nadine Zahawi even, though he was in the cabinet, but he was Chancellor, wasn't he? But very short.
Had a lot of jobs.
Yeah, well, that was very common, but in particular the fact that he was, I would say, the most high-profile politician in the Tory party, bar her, because, you know, his social game. I think the fact that he's went and defected, I think she really needs to up the ante now and say, right then, as you can see, what's left is the strong people, the dead wood is gone, and really bring them back to reform on the point.
Well,
if we're so bad, why are they copying us?
I love your analysis of the right as a group. I'd love to have more time to do some analysis of the left, but I think it's more about the right today. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sean, in Birmingham. Real mixed bag of opinions here as to who this favours. We'll keep talking at the break. 1:46.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
on LBC. Now, I think the Nick Ferrari sack race, who has to go first, would seem to be the deceitful Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, Craig Guildford, who allowed material and evidence to be fabricated. Or what about if you're one of the poor souls living in parts of Kent and Sussex who now, they were without water for 12 days in the run-up to Christmas, and it's run by South East Water with the oafish water drip of an idiot, saying that he gave himself an 8 out of 10 rating. They both need to go. Both.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Do you know your state pension age? No. Maybe you're not sure, or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you
are still there. And if we don't get the next government right, Britain will likely slip beyond the point of repair. Everything is on this. Everything is on this decision. I can't, in good conscience, stick with a party that's failed so badly, that isn't sorry, that hasn't changed, that I know in my heart can't deliver what's needed. That is why I resolved to leave. Because Nigel has stood consistently and very often alone for what's needed. Ending mass migration, for cheap energy, for cutting waste and taxes and red tape. Now, I don't agree with everything that he's ever said, and he definitely won't have agreed with everything that I've ever said. But, in retrospect, I see that in this moment, when two main parties are failing Britain, Nigel was all too often a lone voice of common sense. When the first boat started crossing, he was in the channel, saying that it was outrageous. Well, then you are the Nigel has stood for a real change. Frankly, for most of my adult lifetime, if anyone puts party allegiance, personal ambition, to one side, he is obviously willing to personally to lead to peace. Recognizing the situation of the trees, I reached out to the I could see that the Conservative Party wasn't changing. So when things moved, I didn't know that I was going to defect, that we didn't discuss it. I just knew the responsible thing to do, the honest thing to do for me, was to explore the options. From the conversations that we've had since, quietly, and from what I've seen, Nigel and Richard and Zia and Lee and Danny and Sarah say and do publicly, I am convinced that Nigel and Reform will deliver the real change we need. Nigel knows, Reform knows, the extraordinary challenges that Britain faces require a comprehensive plan to turn our country around. That'll be a major priority for this year. As Nigel has said, we will set out to build and recruit the team needed to execute that plan. Yes, a few people will come from parties who have realised that those parties have lost their way, who will unquestionably back the real change that Reform will bring. But far more importantly, people will come from outside of politics. People who've done great things in business, in our schools, in our hospitals, our prisons, our armed forces. People the two political parties have locked out and ignored for far too long. For all those reasons, today I'm proud to join the more than 270,000 people who are members of Reform UK, to back Nigel, to join this incredible movement, a national movement that will pool Britain's talents, experience and expertise, put previous differences to one side and deliver the real change we need. Turn our country around. At this hour, with Britain on the brink, in real danger, this is what we must do. If you agree with us, don't sit on the sidelines. Britain is broken. Britain needs reform. And reform needs you. Thank you all very much indeed.
Robert Jenrick on his feet in Westminster delivering a speech which has, well, I'll judge some of the words that you have used about it. Barnstorming, egotistical, dark, ludicrous. But Robert Jenrick is saying that Labour and the Conservatives have broken Britain.
Energy, conviction and determination. That's the one great thing. Robert is determined to make a very, very big change. Now, unsurprisingly, we have a list of questions. We're going to begin with Chris Mason, BBC News. He literally, he's in sackcloth and ashes over what they did. Why do I trust him and not many of the others? Because he resigned from the government over this, knowing that Rwanda was a farce, all the while we were stuck with the ECHR. And that was the moment which I thought, this guy actually has changed. Before that, we disagreed a decade ago on many, many things. We are, by the way, there are plenty that want to come that we don't want. But we're bringing people who can add. And I've said to you already, if people want to come, they better let me know soon. Because after May the 7th, the doors are closed. Doors for defection are closed after May the 7th. May the 7th is this vital, most important electoral moment between now and the next general election. And you might have seen yesterday, the Tory councillor joined us, and there'll be a well-known Labour figure that joins us next week. So it isn't just Conservatives, but the reality is that we are replacing the Conservative Party as the opposition to the Labour government in this country.
Chris, let me answer your question. I gave this a great deal of thought, as you'd expect. This is a party that I joined when I was 16 years of age, just after the 1997 general election. I believe there weren't many Tories at Wolverhampton in 1997. And I've stood by the party ever since, through good times and bad. And I've been on a journey that a lot of people in the country where they've seen over time the failures of Labour and Conservative, the country progressively get into a worse and worse situation. I walked into a Home Office in the autumn of 2022 that was in ashes, that literally could not deliver the most basic function of the British state, securing our borders. And I worked as hard as I could to improve that situation. When I lost faith in the Conservative government and the Prime Minister, I resigned. The only person who resigned on principle from the last Conservative government. And then after the last general election, I made an argument to the Conservative Party, and in some respects haven't stopped making that argument. that it failed the country, that it needed to be painfully honest about the mistakes that it had made, to really show to the public that it was sincere in that, and then to set out the serious answers to the big challenges that face our country right now. Over time, I've come to the painful conclusion to me that the Conservative Party is not sorry, or at least many in Westminster are not sorry, can't change and won't change, and that I would be letting down the people that I represent in the room, and the country, frankly, if I put my own personal ambition. Do I want to be leader of the Conservative Party? Do I want to sit around the shadow cabinet table? About the most important thing to me and to everyone else, which is how do we get rid of this failed Labour government, and how do we replace it with a government that can actually fix this country and turn things around for my children, my grandchildren, and my constituents. And yes, I have resolved to do that. I resolved to do that some time ago. And I came to the conclusion that everyone who shares my conviction has to put aside personal loyalties, has to put aside party political considerations, and get behind Nigel. After the next general election, the choice is going to be this: Starmer, or whichever non-entity replaces him, or Nigel Farage. And it does not take me one blink of an eyelid to say to you that I want Nigel to be our Prime Minister after the next general election. That is the only way we will save our country. And so patriotic people who share my views have to rally behind Nigel and reform right now.
Right at the moment.
Robert Jenrick giving answers to the BBC. Nigel Farage also taking questions at that extraordinary press conference and speech that you have just heard live on LBC as Robert Jenrick officially joins Reform, giving what was a pretty good record, or at least a good case against his own record in government, listing how bad Britain had become over the last few years, describing shadow cabinet meetings in which senior members of the Conservative Party were asked questions like, is Britain broken? Which seems like a particularly odd question to ask. What does that even mean? And then going on to talk about whether it's migration, whether it's benefit reform, whether it's the economy itself, that Britain is in decline, that we are, it did get particularly dark in places, we are set to lose Britain, Robert Jenrick says. And there he is, Nigel Farage used the phrase, in sackcloth and ashes, seeking salvation, praying forgiveness at the altar of Nigel Farage for what his party did over 14 years, what the effects of that were, and that party loyalty can be shared in the name of patriotism in order to turn this around. Questions to you. Do you agree that Labour and the Tories broke Britain? Do you agree that the election in 2029, or whatever it is, might be one in which the fate of the country is at a decision point, is at hand? Do you agree with Robert Jenrick's analysis of the problem and the solution? It's 5 o'clock, you're listening to LBC. The story of the day has been that Canny Paylock sacked her Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick in extraordinary fashion this morning, posting on social media this.
The British public are tired of political psychodrama. So am I. They saw too much of it in the last government. They're seeing too much of it in this government. I will not repeat those mistakes. When I was elected leader, I committed to doing politics differently. Disloyalty and dishonesty undermine trust in politics. They're also disrespectful to our party members, our councillors, MPs, and most of all, voters.
Come on,
you all deserve better.
In the last few moments, Robert Jenrick, the man she sacked, has been giving a speech at Reform HQ, unveiled as their newest MP. The Trust reporters in Westminster taking aim both at Labour and the Tories. Yeah, he defended Boris Johnson. He also did, it is fair to point out, resign from Boris Johnson's government and what he said were failing controls on migration. And he pointed that out in the speech, and that is also true. We do appreciate the call. Thank you, Lisa Darford-Lee. Once again, Lee, I'm going to have to ask you to put your phone to your mouth before you answer. Hello? That's better. Right, go for it, Lee. Go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very good for Reform with Jenrick joining. And see why maybe you don't agree with his views or his politics, but he's going to be
Chris?
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Chris saying he's going to leave the country. I'm saying Jenny is agreeing with Chris that she also is going to leave the country. But I suspect, Lee, you think this is good for the country.
Oh, well, don't let the door in your backside when you leave, but what's the mean about them leaving the country?
Tell them why they shouldn't.
That's just stupidity. I mean, so they phoned you up just to tell you that, oh, well, if reform get in, I'm going to leave the country. Okay, fine. I don't understand your point. I don't know what you're trying to quiz me for about someone leaving the country.
Presumably you think this is a good thing, and I'm guessing, sir, tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing that you might be persuaded to vote reform. Is that fair? Try and explain how you see things so differently to two people who say that they are going to leave the country if the thing you want to happen happens.
Well, that's up to them. I felt like leaving the country when Labour get in. I've not gone there, but it was like, well, I think reform get in. We should all say that to them. Just don't agree with what they're doing. Oh, well, if kids don't get another term, don't say they get it for another 5 years. Well, I'll tell you that time, I'll let you believe it. It's just a stupid thing to come out of. That's just like, well, no, go to the polling booth, put your records in the box, because most people don't. Because when we have elections and local elections, and then they say, oh, only 25% of the population. So don't vote that. You don't actually get out and make your way to the polling station, put your records in the box. And if then you want to leave the country, well, you've got no one else to blame. But let's get back to Rob Jenrick, who's an experienced politician. He's just going to be the sense of the parties of the top. Why not continue?
Next, live.
It's obviously a big coup for them. They've got an experienced politician that's now joined. They've got Rob Jenrick is along the same lines anyway, so there's not much difference. I mean, right wing. Well, perhaps they're just right, because a lot of people are voting for it. So they've got to be doing something right. Not right wing. They're just doing something right. And they the party, and it's made to work. So there's obviously a lot of
Well, isn't the point that they actually haven't done anything yet? They're not in government. Well, no, but they're running councils, so let's see what happens in those councils after they have been running them. The point is, at the moment, they are a party in opposition of opposition. And it's very, very easy to say, we'll do this, that, and t'other, before you've got in. Once you're in, you actually have to do it. And the issue is they don't know it yet, but then they haven't been able to do it.
Well, just look at the council. So you've mentioned the councils. Yes, I agree with you. So they've got big votes. They've got into some councils. And obviously they're not doing a very, very good job. Oh, you can see that. It's what I'm saying. It's because they haven't voted with. They've not got people there to do the job. So now they're actually trying to get people that have got the experience, that have got, that have got the background. You're still not happy. I don't know. We haven't got the experienced people to do what we want to do. They're making a bit of a fumble in the council.
Yeah, my shift up.
And now we're actually trying to get people in that do know what they're doing. It's still not happening.
I just think voting for people who don't know what they're doing to run really big important services, it's a punt, isn't it? It's taking a bit of a punt. But listen, I can't argue with you that there are a lot of people who are willing to take the punt, presumably because they, in their hearts, fundamentally agree with Robert Jenrick's analysis of the state of the country. So I think a lot of people feel, well, how much worse can it really get? And they're taking a punt. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up.
What is it? No
If it all goes wrong on the West's eastern front, fear not. Reservists aged up to 65 will be called upon to fight. Does that mean that more young people need to do
Robert Jenrick has joined Reform UK. He was sacked from Kemi Badenoch's shadow cabinet earlier after she was shown evidence of his plans to defect. The now former Shadow Justice Secretary says both Labour and Conservatives are to blame for breaking Britain. US forces in the Caribbean Sea have seized another sanctioned oil tanker Washington says has ties to Venezuela. Veronica is the sixth tanker to be seized by American forces as part of Donald Trump's efforts to control the distribution of Venezuela's oil products.
LBC weather, lingering rain in eastern England will clear tonight. Elsewhere we'll see a few scattered showers, lows of -4 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
It is time for the Nick Ferrari sack race. Who has to go first? Would seem to be the deceitful Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, Craig Guilford, who allowed material and evidence to be fabricated. Or what about if you're one of the poor souls living in parts of Kent and Sussex who they were without water for 12 days in the run-up to Christmas, and it's run by South East Water with the water drip of an idiot, saying that he gave himself an 8 out of 10 rating. They both need to go. Both.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
When you smile, banning
Peak Journeys, Southern Railway, where every stop is a story.
high-pressure sales tactics, huge site fee increases and a loss of value have left many holiday park homeowners feeling misled, angry and trapped. The Holiday Park Advice Centre can help claim back any money you're owed. Text ADVICE to 78900.
Hello, Holiday Park Advice Centre.
That's ADVICE to 78900.
Hiya, Kenny the hamster here, beloved pet of Doug and Carol Brooklyn. Now, I've got to hand it to Doug and Kazza. They're doing school pickups, jobs, trips to the supermarket, and still find time to get healthy. Apparently, it's down to some NHS Healthy Choices quiz. Only took them 5 minutes to do, then gave them a simple plan to get started. Total amazeballs.
Take your first little step to healthy. Search NHS Healthy Choices quiz to get a score and a plan that's right for you.
Something unexpected has arrived in Happyville. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Hello Kitty and friends are teaming up for the ultimate collab. Joining your little ones on a fun-fueled adventure. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happyville. Until the 2nd of February, the Culinary includes one selected book or toy lost and fast.
This is LBC. Message Ian Payne on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060973.
Okay, so sounding notes and elimination of that. But we'll talk about Robert after 6 o'clock. I know that Nick's going to be talking about this as well. The signals are fairly meant to stay as they written. Do you not think? But we should continue to talk with some of the other things. Did you know, here's a light-hearted subject, hot cross buns are available the whole year round now because Waitrose says they're making too much money out of them. Do you eat hot cross buns at any other time of the year than Easter? And have you been able to buy packets of Easter? Why would you? I don't get that. I mean, you can still get currant buns that don't have the cross in them, can you? So, yeah, because you know how when a particular anniversary or a particular part of the year comes up, be it Easter, Christmas, whatever it happens to be, you get the Easter Bunny chocolate, you get the Valentine's Day cards, you get the flowers, you get the Christmas gifts, what's it called, Halloween, you get all sorts of pumpkin paraphernalia a month before the actual day. But now, Waitrose has run the whole loads of people have satsumas, mandarins, because they're in your stocking. We were lucky. We used to have pillowcases rather than stockings at Christmas because they had more in them. We were very, 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 very spoiled. What else? Bread sauce, Christmas pudding, marzipan or Christmas cake. Ugh, just stuff you would never eat. Any cranberry jelly, stuff you'd never eat at any other time. But yet, stuffing. There's something. I don't know how Paxo survives unavailable during the year. Who's buying stuffing during the year apart from at Christmas? I would have thought. I buy hot cross buns all year round, says Aaron from Sainsbury's. They're lovely. Mark says me and my daughter Lucy love hot cross buns all year round. You know? And Paul from Manchester says Tesco's already sell them all year round. I buy them every week. I love them with jam and butter. Yeah. Fair enough. Crumpets, there's another thing. How often do you eat crumpet? I always thought to myself, crumpets are lovely, but you know, what kind of thing in the holes? I'd like to eat more often, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't really know. Dan's got in touch and says, I think Man is brilliant. I thought the first series was brilliant. I really did. It's quite big on with the Texan oil. And the plot has moved on. It's got loads of storylines going on at the same time, and none of them really kind of speed up. But what Sheridan has done in this latest series is he's written these kind of soliloquies in a play, and they're endless, and it's talking about, you know, relationships and love and all the rest of it, and you're desperate. You see, the reason I watch Landman is not to hear somebody talking about how our relationship can't possibly work. I'd rather just get on with the plot, to be honest, but that's me. Fireworks are annoying, so next Monday is going to be a really, really busy day, because the Commons, unless they've changed it, the Commons are going to be debating fireworks. Are they too noisy? Which I think is a really interesting subject, because I never considered that it was a controversial thing, fireworks, but it is, apparently. So they're going to be talking about that. It's also the start of Prince Harry's trial. This time it's the Mail newspapers, Daily Mail newspapers that he's after, along with several other celebrities. He's Elton John, part of the sort of group that's taking them to court. He's also expecting quite soon a final decision on whether he gets a private police bodyguard, you know, the one that he used to have when he was a working royal, because he's been very, very keen on getting that overturned. And it might even be that he manages to get this decision overturned and he gets the security that he wants, other than the royal family, and that his wife and the kids won't come under his grandfather. He's desperate to see his grandchild. Landman is brilliant. Yellowstone is better. Yeah, Yellowstone is very good, but it's very kind of, it's quite one-paced, I find. Yesterday I heard Billy Bob Thornton will leave in season 3. I didn't know there was a season 3. I won't be watching it. Taylor Sheridan and the storyline. Shame to hear about all this. Glyn says I have crumpets with salami and gouda for breakfast, but I'm amphibious today. Ugh. And finally, Jan in Cheshire says Tesco finest extra fruity hot cross buns. Heavenly, I can't get enough of them. So there you are. There is something that you only eat at a certain time of year. So there is a food that is eaten all the year round. And I wonder whether there are others that might do this. Sorry, apparently the mince pie market, says Phil, is worth 126 million every Christmas. Stephen in Valencia said, crumpets need more holes so I can melt more buttery goodness onto them. One more, I promise. Shirley says, I eat stuffing all the time. I'm great tradition. I have it with my Sunday roast, whatever the meat is. There we are. Let's move on. Let's talk about what's happening around the world with today's front pages. The LBC app, which is helpfully just called LBC, download for free from your App Store now, is the same as the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Obviously, there's only one story in town today. Sacked Tory defector Robert Jenrick launches scathing attack on party as he joins Farage's reform. Mr. Jenrick, this is from LBC, to making a cameo video. Oh dear, that's not good. For someone who's in jail for paedophilia, right? The Daily Express, Tory leader Ian Watkins is dead. Alright, fine. Yes, somewhere allowed to say he's dead. Sorry, it's spooked me. I started reading it. I thought, no, it's okay. Tory leader Kevin Benidorm says bad people are leaving my party after she's chat-sacked Robert Jenrick. Reports the Daily Express. Sends a strong message to reform and the Conservatives to end the Labour nightmare after Mr Jenrick dropped what he calls a hand grenade into the politics of the British right. A Westminster day of drama is how the Mail sees it. This is their headline. Britain's economy is moribund. Our borders are broken. Our armed forces badly depleted in a world of peril. And our Prime Minister is an ocean-going socialist dud. As Jenrick's defection rocks the right, the Daily Mail's message to reform and the Tories stop fighting each other and end the Labour nightmare. That's their headline. The Daily Mirror, Farage's party of Tory failures, is the front page of the Mirror after Jenrick became the latest to defect. And in the Times, Kevin Benidorm sacked Mr Jenrick after receiving, quote, irrefutable evidence homewards he was planning to defect, claims the Times. The Sun has a picture of everybody involved in end up traitors. What do they call them? Capes, I guess. So you've got Kevin Benidorm in the middle wearing a saintly white suit, and on either side you've got Farage and Jenrick laughing. Banish Jenrick, defection to Farage, sacked by Kemi after the long rumble. They are the traitors, says the Sun. Daily Telegraph, the ex-Conservative leadership hopeful says the Tories broke Britain in an attack on his former colleagues, reports the Daily Telegraph. And the Guardian sacked Jenrick defects to reform with fiery attack on failed Tories. If you want to speak about any aspect of this, please be our guest. But what we're mostly interested in between now and 7 o'clock is the speech by Robert Jenrick and the phrase, there can be no doubt that Britain is broken. I want to know from you whether or not you agree with me. Do you think Britain is broken? It's a load of nonsense, personally.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
For it back to 6 o'clock, Robert Jenrick has accused the Conservatives of lacking the stomach for radical change after defecting to a full UK. He's urged Tory supporters to switch to Nigel Farage's party. The future of the country's on the line. Farage has hinted there'll be a Labour defection next week. Speaking to LBC's Andrew Marr, Government Minister Steve Richard didn't recognise the claim.
I'm not sure anyone in the Labour Party is quite Tory about seeing defected to reform at the moment. We saw Nadeem Zahawi, we saw Robert Jenrick. They're very much becoming the Tory Party mark too, but for the biggest failures in the Conservative cabinet. So you don't think anyone in your party is right. Do you think Nigel Farage is growing up? As I say, I just listened to the things that the Labour government is doing. That is changing this country for the better. On the right, we seem to have too many Tory parties knocking bums out of each other.
President Trump has praised the Venezuelan opposition leader after she gave him her Nobel Peace Prize medal. Corina Machado says the gift was in recognition of his work to bring stability to Venezuela.
Recognition for his unique with our freedom.
US forces seized the country's former president Nicolas Maduro, charged him with pro-Trumpism earlier this month. The Nobel Peace Prize critic says its award can't be transferred and its decision stands for all time. Reporters found vulnerable children in England's care system are regularly put at risk by being placed in unregistered homes. Public Crime Security says children who are in such homes for an average of 6 months. The government is taking action to tackle legal providers. £200 million has been promised by the government to support children with special educational needs in England. The money will be used to provide further teacher training courses and people with language and visual impairments. And Spending Watchdog says the target date for rebuilding hospitals using unsafe concrete will be missed by 2 years. 7 hospitals in England constructed using rag are due to be replaced trivial as football, leading the world in that. In terms of manufacturing, it's not like we're a world leader. We're not as prolific as China. It's not like we don't make anything, do we? So tell me why you think Britain isn't broken. Let's try and get some sort of positivity. Or is the only thing that you can think of negative? There are the numbers. If you ring now, you will get through. Okay? The telephone number is the same number to send free internet-based messages. It is 0345 60 60 973. 0345 60 60 973. It was an incredible day yesterday. There were hints about Robert Jenrick. Nothing really solid. And then suddenly Kemi Benelong broke cover and released this statement yesterday.
I removed the Conservative whip from Robert Jenrick after dismissing him from the shadow cabinet. I was very sorry to be presented with clear, irrefutable evidence, not just that he was preparing to defect, but he was planning to do so in the most damaging way possible to the Conservative Party and his shadow cabinet colleagues. It is my responsibility to protect our party, and faced with that information, I took the only decision that any responsible leader could. Because the British public are tired of political psychodrama. So am I. They saw too much of it in the last government, they see too much of it in this government. I will not repeat those mistakes. When I was elected leader, I committed to doing politics differently. Disloyalty and dishonesty undermine trust in politics. They're also disrespectful to our party members, our councillors, MPs, and most of all, voters. We all deserve better. Conservatives suffered a heavy defeat in 2024. That was painful, but we are rebuilding. With strong principles, clear plans, and with a serious purpose. When you choose to move away from that effort for personal ambition, that tells you nothing about the Conservative Party and everything about them. There will be more to say, and I know a lot of commentary about this decision. But I want you all to be in no doubt. Take time of global uncertainty. I am focused on holding the government to account, ensure they are acting in the national interest, and the Conservatives deliver a proper plan for a stronger economy, stronger borders, and a stronger Britain.
And the news travelled all around the country very swiftly, and then we began to hear a little bit about how this had happened, how the chief whip of the Tories basically said, we're ignoring it, he's banishing you, you're not going to be part of the Conservative Party anymore. Apparently Jenrick took it very badly, flatly denied that he was planning to leave, and then slammed the phone down when he was told of Kemi Benelong's judgment. Then a few hours later, a scheduled press conference got hijacked by this news. Nigel Farage saying that he had conversations with a number of very senior Conservatives over recent months. He even suggested that a Labour Party MP was going to defect fairly soon. But he had not admitted that Robert Jenrick had approached him about a defection he used to Montgomery as a kind of intermediary. These things often don't run smoothly, particularly when you're calling a press conference and suddenly the whole topic of the press conference changes and you try to get all the people involved to the venue where you are. Then Nigel Farage began to introduce Robert Jenrick. It became a kind of rather farcical 2 or 3 minutes. Mr. Jenrick just didn't appear, and Nigel Farage had no idea where he was. Afterwards, Mr. Jenrick claimed he got lost because he didn't know the building and he was on the wrong stairwell or something. But most people said no, he was still writing his speech. Eventually, he did come, but not before Nigel Farage had to do what we do on the radio a lot. Filled.
I can't offer you drinks all round. Next week. Let's say thank you. Into this room and into Reform UK. Oh well. He hasn't changed his mind, you see. Can't find him. It's been a funny bloody hope this would be a very funny end of the day, wouldn't it? This really would put the tin lid on the whole thing. As you can tell, failed defections, it's all perfectly planned. Nothing ever leaks. I'm known for nothing ever leaking. But this circumstance has been sprung upon us for reasons that are not under my own control. So, do we play music?
It went on for another sort of minute after we could have played it, but it becomes a bit repetitive after all, particularly just if it's a bit like that. It was a bit like that, but it was going to be wonky anyway. But eventually Mr. Jenrick did appear. He had dotted the I's and crossed the T's on his speech, and this is the gist of what he said.
Today, I'm proud to join the more than 270,000 people who are members of Reform UK, to back Nigel, to join this incredible movement, a national movement that will pool Britain's talents, experience and expertise, put previous differences to one side and deliver the real change we need. Turn our country around. At this hour, with Britain on the brink, in real danger, this is what we must do. If you agree with us, don't sit on the sidelines. Britain is broken. Britain needs reform. And reform needs you. Thank you all very much indeed.
So, do you agree with him? Is Britain broken? I don't think so. Of course, if you concentrate on public services, if you talk about some of the issues which are in the forefront of people's minds when it comes to deciding which way to vote in a general election or indeed the May elections, then of course we're going to concentrate on the negative but not the positive. I really would like to hear from people about the positive. Is Britain really broken? And if you feel that it is, tell me why you think that Robert Jenrick is right, and why are you going to vote reform? And what is it about reform that makes you think that they are going to make things better? Because at the moment, most people are voting as an anti-vote, just like they did in the last general election. The Tories suffered badly with things like anything but the Tories, and now it's anything but Tories and Labour. So where can we look? Not the Lib Dems, not the Greens, they haven't got enough power. Oh, I know, reform. Will they make a difference? Will they mend Britain? What we know is that the two protagonists are standing side by side eventually. Here, for example, is Farage bad-mouthing Jenrick as recently as August 2025.
You might see pictures of Robert Jenrick turning up outside the Belvedere Hotel in Essex. And what he's saying is, I'm on your side. I'm with you, the people. What's going on is a disgrace. Well, when he was Immigration Minister just a couple of years back, it was very, very different. Here he is boasting that he's going to open more migrant hotels than all the ministers that went before him.
We have procured more hotels at a very rapid rate. Literally every day, more hotels have been coming online almost every month throughout the whole of this year. So Suella and her predecessor, Peter Patel, are procuring more hotels. What I have done in my short tenure is ramp that up and procure even more.
Yes, that was Robert Jenrick, and under him, as Immigration Minister, we got up to 56,000 people across the channel by boat living in hotels. He put more people in hotels than even this Labour government. And here we are, 3 years later, and he turns up and says, I'm on your side. My advice to you would be to say, this man is a fraud, this man is not to be trusted, and certainly he's party arm.
It's a bit like the conversion on the road to Damascus of J.D. Vance. Do you remember? He likened... Didn't he liken Trump to Hitler at one point? Anyway, America's Hitler, so there we are. People change their minds, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some would call it a U-turn, others would just say it's political pragmatism. I don't know, what do you think? Robert Jenrick, obviously it was a powerful speech, and he wants to make it as negative as possible and badmouth his former colleagues. Well, it was a bit rich, apparently, that he turned up at one of these shadow cabinet away day weekends, or whatever it is, where they thrash out what
South Western Railway services are delayed between Waterloo and Clapham Junction. On the Underground, the District Line is suspended from Earls Court to Wimbledon, and no Northern Line from Kennington to Camden Town and Battersea Power Station.
This is LBC.
Okay, that's 6 of that and then we make a move along these.
The customers are rolling in at Stefano's new restaurant. It's another chef, someone with a cool head and an appetite for success.
More flour in the bechamel, let's go.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsor a job on Indeed to unlock more tools that save you time and help you hire quality candidates. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari, and I'll be back taking your calls from 7. So get it off your chest and get it on the radio. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Join me, leading Britain's conversation on LBC.
Optimus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by Rich, 8 years running. Optimus Energy.
Another early morning gym session skipped. Some New Year's resolutions set you up to fail, but a new Mazda CX-30 is the one you will and to keep. Available with 0% APR and a £750 deposit contribution. Mazda January sale. Ordered by the 31st of January. Search Mazda. Available PCP with balance on financial services by the 31st of March 26. Indemnities participating dealers. See website.
Hi babe, what day? Fancy staying in tonight instead? I keep calling my name and I saw you can get £5 off if you spend £20 on the app, so you in? Of course you are. Okay, bye.
Exclusively on the McDonald's app. Save £5 when you spend £20 on food and drink via delivery. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Service and delivery fees apply. Valid once per week, 1st and 31st of January. Participating restaurants, serving times apply.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also opens up help with heating bills, council tax and more. Search pension credit on gov.uk or call 0800 99 1234. There's nothing to lose. Check today. Pension credit. Credit where credit's due. Eligibility criteria apply.
Ian Payne on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Whether you think those people that get in touch with a national phone-in radio station are examples or symptomatic of how the rest of the country feel, that's up to you. But I have to say that so far the vast majority of you are finding it very difficult to find things which aren't broken in Britain. Here's one. Steve's in Rome. He says we have many issues to address, but look at the FTSE to see how broken Britain isn't. James says Britain isn't broken, it's just everything is a bit rubbish. It's not great Britain, it's like all right Britain. And here are the negatives. Paul says you live in a bubble, you don't understand the plight of the average person. In some ways, says Andy, Britain is broken with 1 million foreigners claiming benefits, draining our country of resources. Only Nigel Farage said he'd fix it. Darren says, I'm fighting reform for these following 5 reasons. 1, leaving the ECHR. 2, stop trade and flights from countries that will not take their illegal migrants and prisoners back. 3, scrap foreign aid. 4, stop abuse of the mobility scheme. 5, this one, reform the House of Lords. The UK's foreign aid spending, says Darren, is around 13 to 15 billion pounds annually. The mobility scheme, 1.5 billion. Oh, and push all the boats back into French waters. Rebecca's in Bexley. Is Britain broken?
No, I disagree, actually.
Tell me why.
Well, for a start, as your previous caller, previous comment stated, the efficiency increasing, and we are come here and
Palmwood discovered. What is this again? Can I see it today, guys?
If you follow I believe that he is the architect of breaking Britain in the first place because he was on Brexit. Furthermore, he's just taken on 2 people from the government he makes a lot of noise about problems that he believes that he has identified, but he never presents meaningful solutions. Yes, they're headline grabbing, yes, they're attention seeking, but they lack substance, they lack detail.
What about the withdrawal from the EHCR? Do you think that would actually work or not? They've made it one of
Absolutely not. The ETS2 guarantees basic rights to all of us. We will be joining Russia and Belarus as the only two countries to ever leave the ECHR. Now, if you really want a society like Russia or Belarus, then Farage is obviously your man.
Fair enough. Thank you, Rebecca. We're trying to work out whether or not you agree with Robert Jenrick, who said yesterday in his defection speech to reform, Britain is broken. No one can disagree with that. Well, I think a few people can. Britain is not broken. Here's another one, says Ali. Scare tactics are used to sway the public towards this false narrative. We need to celebrate the positives. We're lucky to have the NHS. We live in a safe country with rich history and a good education system, and we need to move forward more positively. There's so much focus on immigration, although the correct information isn't being put across, only scaremongering, which is creating hate and fear. Is this what people really want? I suppose the fact that more people do want to come here shows that obviously there must be something that they like about the country. Let's talk business. Russ Mould joins us, Investment Director at AJ Bell. The government are going to hand out cash to those in trouble. Can you tell us a few more details, Russ? Morning.
I can. Good morning to you. So this is a new government scheme which will run for 3 years at £100 billion per year. It replaces what's known as the Household Support Fund, which came in 2021 during lockdown to COVID.
Denmark.
It's just about ending. That scheme handed out full parcels of vouchers. The new scheme is going to be cash, and it's designed to help individuals who have come across effectively got a life-changing financial event, such as the loss of their job, major problem with the boiler, or problem with the housing. It's designed to see them through that particularly tested time. I guess the interesting thing is, if it's a 3-year scheme, will it be extended in 3 years' time? I'd be prepared to go good money on the answer being yes, I suppose.
Okay. News on the economic growth? Got any?
Well, there was some, which I think was more before this were expecting. I remember that's more like the forecast of the economy. But nevertheless, November rebounded, turgid September and October, helped by JLR, Jaguar Land Rover, finally that Cyprus, I can get into production again. I think a lot of economists were fearing the worst after a weak September and October, given the sort of stasis that seemed to grip the country around the time of the budget in late November. We did get growth of 0.1% in the 3 months, I think it was November. I guess now we'll see how the final quarter finally panned out, given that the retailers have all been saying that Christmas was the drought, is the word that was used. Bank of England may well be responding to this with probably a couple of interest rate cuts in the coming year. Markets looking for one in April, one around November time.
And the water regulator Ofwat is actually investigating this.
It is. I suppose if your listeners are looking for an example of a growing business, is what they think that they would look at when you grow a water company that can't supply water to people in Kent and Sussex. This is Ofwat regulators looking at some of this water. After all, there's no sort of left without water for wicked schools, businesses that are struggling as well. This is the investigation into some of this water. Ofwat could, if you wished, fine 10% of its revenues if it's failed in its terms of business to provide home service. It could take license to operate as well if it wished. As a sign, the boss of the business David Hinton has been called up before the parliamentary committee for the 3rd time to explain himself.
But let me ask you about your area of expertise, business and financial services.
Yeah.
In those two aspects, is Britain broken, or is there something to be proud of?
I think there is something to be proud of, very definitely. There's a fantastic ecosystem there of banks, of advisors who do provide a lot of money to businesses that can help to invest and grow. I think, yes, there's definitely been some talk of companies not looking to list in London, but mood follows price, and the market is going up, and I think that will definitely be something that the market will continue to prove. It will really go, and for all of those worries that there would be mass departures of people after the 2016 Brexit vote, it simply not happened.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Russ Mould. A dollop of positivity. Look, you saying that our last caller was wrong when she talked about, or when we were talking about the fact that there's only really 2 countries that have left EHCR. Rebecca is not telling us the truth, says Andy. America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, they're not in the ECHR. Well, we did a little bit of research. Belarus remains the only European country not party to the ECHR, with Russia having been expelled in 2022. Makes them the only two states outside the system, which otherwise includes all 46 Council of Europe members and mandatory state for membership. Other non-members of states with limited recognition include Kazakhstan, Vatican City and Greece, temporarily leaving in the 60s but rejoined later. I'll check America, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, and we'll tell you the facts. Before that though, 27 minutes past 6 o'clock, let's speak to Tristan in Essex. Is Britain broken or not, as Robert Jenrick says? Hello.
Britain isn't broken. What's broken is simply our political system. Our politicians do nothing for us. They're self-serving. Look at yesterday. That whole fiasco was everything in our news. It needn't have been. It should have been quickly announced and done and dusted. We have more pressing problems. Why can't... I mean, I'm 47 saying this. I never had the opportunity to own my own home. Yeah? Why are we not giving that hope to our under-30s projected team in your office? Why are we not focusing on getting them the best possible training so they don't depend on unemployment? Why are we not helping them with their mental health problems so that they don't go through the same thing that our generation? What would my answer be? We need to invest in our own people. Our people, wherever they're from, whatever the background is, we need to invest in we've got to look after our youngins. So many of us missed out in life. I know I'm only 47 and I've got some way to go, but I'll never own a home at my age. Our young people need a home. Let's give our young people hope again, however they come.
Do you think reform are the answer?
I won't lie to you, I'm a reform member, but at the moment it's very tempting and at this point in time not to be a member of any party. So why are you a member of reform? You're allowed to justify the way that you want to vote. Sorry, I obviously wasn't plain enough. I did. So America, New Zealand, they are not in the ETS because they're not in Europe. The E stands for European. Yeah? So that's why they're not. Why don't you question, says Niall, orders as their political leaning when they're clearly giving bias on people? An opinion is biased, isn't it? By its very nature, I would have thought. Andrew says Britain is broken. You can't drive anywhere without bringing your car or unfit roads. Trains are useless. Everything's too expensive. 14 years of Tory torture has taken its toll. It's not that everything is broken, it's that everything is expensive. I wouldn't say that. And obviously, what was thought of as a good idea, Labour and Tory Blair introducing loads of more people to the university system. I'm not sure it's worked, to be honest. It's in theory. But the people that I know in their 20s or in their 30s still are. I was listening to someone this morning. They were saying they made those junior doctors and the resident doctor now, all those people who have been going on strike. And they came out of university, they came out of medical school with debts in God knows how many thousands of pounds. They paid £1,500 in payments back to the loan. And they had meanwhile accrued debts of £6,000 in interest payments. So it doesn't feel like the system's working. Robert Jenrick says there's no debate. Britain is broken. Is she? 6:30 news headlines. Dominic Ennis. Robert Jenrick has accused the Conservatives of lacking the stomach for radical change after defecting to Reform UK. He's urged Tory supporters to switch to Nigel Farage's party, claiming the future of the country is on the line. President Trump has praised the Venezuelan opposition leader after she gave him a Nobel Peace Prize medal. Corina Machado says the gift was in recognition of his unique commitments to Venezuela's freedom. A report by MPs has found vulnerable children in England's care system are regularly put at risk by being placed in unregistered homes. The Public Accounts Committee says it's unacceptable that children are in such homes for an average of 6 months. But we see why they can drive the most.
LBC coming up on
Robert Jenrick's shock defection to Reform UK after he was brutally sacked by Kemi Badenoch. What do his constituents make of it all? Nick will have a live report from Newark amid calls for a by-election. Plus, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Edmund Fallon, gives the Labour reaction. All of that, much more, coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast in under half an hour's time here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app. This is LBC. To be or not to be.
Range of incentives across Audi models.
That is no.
But only until the 20th of February. So stop whatever you're doing.
I'll be right back.
Find yours online or at your local Audi centre. Audi. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers at participating Audi centres only.
That's because sound is the most effective way to tell the players they're wrong. Works in advertising too, because when you amplify your advertising using radio, your campaign is 49% more likely to get noticed. See Radio Different at radiocentre.org.
Hi, just leaving work now. Sorry it's a bit loud. Basically, so I was thinking we could get Mackies tonight. Had a Big Mac on my mind all day, and delivery fee on the app is now from 9p. So, you in? Of course you are. Love you, bye.
Exclusively on the McDonald's app. 18 plus. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
With Little Play.
He says Britain absolutely is broken. If you don't see it, then perhaps you are the real issue. Marek says Jenrick, the former Conservative minister, blames Conservatives for breaking the country and says that only Reform UK, full of those Conservatives who broke the country, can sort it out. It makes sense to me, and I'm going to vote for them straight away. What does Gary in Berkshire think? Good morning.
Yeah, morning to you, buddy.
What do you reckon?
Just the last time we spoke, you sort of like, you didn't cut me off, but a lot of the listeners had a go at you, but I don't think you cut me off because I mentioned the boat people. Do you remember?
I do remember that, actually. You remember the boat people, and do you know why we cut you off?
I don't know, but I don't think you did, but...
right, we had to pay for ourselves, we had to go through an ad break, and we were way over, so I do remember that. So, you were mentioned that the migrants cut them off. Not true, we only cut people off because of constraints at the time. But go on, Gary, you've got a full 8 minutes to go.
But this particular country, the way I look at it from you've got the rich leaving and all the other stuff that's going on. The country's so the people at the top can get out, the rest of us, we have to put up with all the rubbish.
What do you mean the people at the top can get out?
Because the first class
They think Britain's rubbish, they're leaving because their tax bill's going to be big. Aren't they? Isn't that why people leave? I mean, young people are leaving in their droves because they can earn more money abroad.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Britain's broken. It means that somewhere else is It's not what, sorry?
It's not equal anymore. I mean,
never has been, mate. Never has been. Arts and serfs.
When I was a young man,
yeah.
And when I started working in the early 70s, you could work all week and you had money. You didn't have these wicked bosses, you know. Nothing.
Majority of the school that produced the most prime ministers was Eton. It was ever thus, Gary.
Yes, but back in the 60s and the 70s, you didn't have food banks.
Northern part,
You did.
No, you didn't.
Well, there was poverty. People didn't have enough housing. People was vitamin deficient. You know, you've no idea how lucky we are now with the lives that we. I mean, the hockey can't.
If this country isn't broken, then why have we got food banks? Alright? Why have we got everything else going on? At the minute, they're repairing the plants in Maidenhead on the road just for the potholes. Why are you repairing the roads then it's a different company? You go down to the Thames today, for the last week, it's been full of white sewage pumping out. If you go in and that means fair enough, you should do it, you get a £1,000 fine.
All right, well, look, I'm more than happy, Gary, for you to ring whenever you want, and we'll have an open debate or agreement on any subject you want, all right? Fair deal? Promise you, I mean that. I have to move on, and I'm not moving on for any other reason than we're trying to fit in some other things before we finish at 7 o'clock. One, of course, is from our deputy political editor, Aggie Sombra, who was going to talk about Robert Jenrick. I mean, where are we? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, we had the most extraordinary day of political psychodrama. Slightly ironic, because Kelly Labour kicked off the political psychodrama by putting out this video mid-morning where she said, "I'm being presented clear, irrefutable evidence that Robert Jenrick was plotting in secret, effective way designed to be as damaging as possible to his shadow cabinet colleagues and the wider Conservative Party." She also said in that video the public was fed up of the political psychodrama, but it became a day of just that. So there was also then this absolute silence from Robert Jenrick for most of the day, and unclear whether or not he was going to defections. He always was effectively saying different things that had transpired. Someone in his team had left a defection speech around which had been handed to Kelly Labour. That was the irrefutable evidence she had been handed. And Nigel Farage had this press conference at 3:30 p.m. So everyone was wondering, is this going to be the moment that Robert Jenrick defects? But when the press conference arrived, it was Nigel Farage, the former UK leader, alone at the podium talking one about how he had been in talks, yes, with Nigel Farage, with Robert Jenrick rather, but basically said it hadn't quite been over the line yet. Then finally he said, "But now I will present Robert Jenrick," and everybody turned around, and Robert Jenrick was not there. And there was a long, it felt like about 15 minutes, I think probably closer to about 90 seconds before Robert Jenrick did finally turn up. But Nigel Farage was still having to do thumbs up with the staff to make sure that Robert Jenrick was actually coming. But no, Robert Jenrick, shadow Justice Secretary for the Conservatives, the former leadership contender for the Conservatives, has defected to the UK. But in those two companies, as they say, they have in the past set each other up. And that's one of the things I asked about, because Nigel Farage previously said that Robert Jenrick is forward of a business, and I asked if they had to talk about this.
No, we haven't really, because I did think that for a very long time. I wasn't sure what his genuine, but he was doing it for political advantage within the Conservative Party of the company. I had my doubts, but I've begun to believe since the summer that actually this guy has been looking very differently. I think the one responsible is he was the only principal resignation from the last government.
But he also talked about whether Robert Jenrick was dreaming of becoming his ambition to becoming a party leader, and completely dissipated all the and when Nigel Farage, the leader of
And nobody leaves the party, which are the bookies think to be out of ambition.
The next 1 minute about
I've done this today because I'm convinced it's the right thing to do for my constituents and for the country. That's it.
So that was Robert Jenrick there. Elsewhere in his speech, he also was very rude to the party, saying that the Conservatives wouldn't admit that the country was broken. Some of them knew it was broken.
Right, so within all that, Nigel Farage says you'll be surprised to know that a Labour MP will be defecting soon. Do we know the timescale of that and who that might be?
So I think he said Labour figure. So just a little bit wider Whether does include Labour figure rather than Labour
a span or something.
Special advisor, but somebody who's maybe, I don't know, lost their seats, or while they've been around as a sort of Labour brandy, someone like that rather than a sitting MP. It may be a sitting MP, but he has made it wider by saying Labour figure. But something else that's interesting on the defections, because the majority of the defections they've had so far, high profile at least, are from Conservatives, specifically actually from Boris Johnson's Conservatives, or at least then it was. But he did say yesterday, Nigel Farage that is, that he's basically given a cut-off. He said that by May the 7th they're going to take a warning. So if you're a Conservative thinking about joining Reform UK, you've got to do it by May the 7th. And his argument is it's going to be such a disaster for the Conservatives at those local elections that after that maybe people would be desperate to join Reform UK. But he said no, you've got to join before May the 7th.
I bet for a really big hitter saying.
Wanasema tulalia kwana na 120. Niko sawa.
Aggie Sombra, LBC's deputy political editor. Do you agree with Robert Jenrick that Britain is broken? Or do you have a more positive outlook? If she is broken, is reform the answer? 7:15, the headlines, Dominic Ellis. Robert Jenrick has accused the Conservatives of lacking the stomach for radical change after defecting to Reform UK. Venezuela's opposition leader says she's given her Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump. And the spending watchdog says the target date for rebuilding hospitals built with unsafe concrete will be missed by 2 years. LBC weather, cloudy but dry for most, showers in the north and in the west, cooler, a high of 10 degrees.
LBC travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Severe delays on the M1 southbound to Junction 10 at Luton Airport. There's a load of debris across the road. The road is partially blocked. Traffic was held briefly on the M11 northbound at Junction 7A at Harlow North because of an accident. That traffic's now being released, but it's still very slow. Also delays of about 3 miles on the M25 anti-clockwise from Junction 25 at the A10 to 24 at Potters Bar, and that's because of an accident. Very busy on the A10 southbound through Cheshunt, also after an accident, and there's been an accident.
It's not Pepsi, it's more than Pepsi.
And that's also causing delays both ways. On the trains, Charlton Railways are at a standstill between Marylebone and Wembley Stadium, and the District and Northern lines are both are suspended.
This is LBC. Get sorted with full fibre deals from EE with the UK's best broadband technology.
Really?
Oh yeah, non-stop browsing, gaming, and working made better with full fibre 150 and our most powerful Wi-Fi 7 technology is standard. But I'm on another contract. You're covered. We're the only major provider who give you up to £300 to switch.
That's a good start to the year.
Offer ends 29th of January.
Up to £300 credited to your EE account. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims. New customer 62% UK availability.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari, and I'll be back taking your calls in 15 minutes. So get it off your chest and get it on the radio. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Join me, leading Britain's conversation on LBC.
Always dreamt of running your own business. It might be easier to achieve than you franchise. Benefit from a tried and tested business model. Visit the British International Franchise Exhibition on the 30th and 31st of January at Olympia, London. Meet exciting franchise brands, watch inspiring talks, and get free expert advice. Book your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
Plus, you can hit your January health goals with 20% off all range and up to 20% off selected gut health products, including your favourite brands like Actimel and Activia. Open the Lidl Plus app to start saving. Lidl, more to value. Limited offer while stocks last. Lidl Plus T&Cs apply. 18 plus GB only. Offer ends 20th of the 1st. Calcium contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes.
Selling your car can be super simple. In Ditchings, we buy any car because they sort out any outstanding finance for you. Just bring along your final settlement agreement. If only they could make parallel parking simpler. To the right a bit, mate. Yeah, back a bit.
because I've got Wix to design our new kitchen.
We have over 80 kitchen styles to choose from, with prices from under £3,000. And right now, find big savings in the Wix Kitchen Sale. Book a free design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Ian Payne.
So, in the intervening period, we did a little bit of a fact check because Gary, who lives in his car, was saying we didn't have food banks, did we? There are modern inventions. That name is, he's absolutely right. They didn't get introduced until around the year 2000, where the Trussell Trust got involved. Trussell, as they're just known now. But before that, you had various iterations of it. In 1900, just after the First World War, you had the so-called national kitchens because we used to import all our food, and then the German Navy blockaded all the food coming in, so we had to make sure that people were provided for. And then, of course, after the war, we had that thing called the welfare system, because people didn't have enough after rationing. So we've always had handouts and help. It's just called something different. I'm voting for reform, says Martin. I'm asking whether or not you agree with Robert Jenrick's assertion yesterday that Britain is broken. Britain is broken. Reform for medicine. The last caller said migration is down. It isn't. Look at the bill for hotels. The ECHR is also broken. The left have done this. They're now so extreme that reform has grown. When the left were moderate, they served a purpose. But now we need a strong pill, and Nigel Farage speaks common sense. Seamus is in Wellington. What do you think? Is Britain broken?
Good morning to you. I'm going to ask you to look at this through a different pair of glasses now. Which each of the foreign line represents an aspect of our health. How do you think we health check on all of those aspects of our life? I don't think we'd be getting a clean bill of health. Well, yes, Ian, I do believe we are.
Okay, in 2023, a survey was conducted, a very wide-ranging survey, 50 top things that make you proud to be British. And number 2, the NHS.
Really?
Yeah. Number 1 was fish and chips, but the NHS was number 2. So we are proud of it.
Okay, here, please ask the people who can't get a dentist, an NHS dentist, ask them how proud they are of access to the NHS. Let me spin that round and say, let's say the NHS crumbled and it all became like they are in America, or private insurance, etc. Would you rather have this so-called failed NHS or that? No, absolutely. I'm not on the phone to advocate for privatise the NHS. But the first step to addressing any problem in life is recognising that you've got one. This country is in serious decline, economically,
because they will not believe.
But the vast, just with the NHS, let's spin it round and look at the positive. 2 out of 3 people. Yeah, but what so the NHS, for the vast majority of people who use it, is still free and will make you better. No?
If you can get access to it in a timely way, yes. Okay. Let me take you back to the people who are doing, who are putting their own teeth out because they can't get access to a dentist.
Yeah, but dentists are slightly different because dentists really, and the NHS really talks about, doctors, hospitals, GPs, not dentistry. It's a different kind of payment, but I understand what you mean.
You're a journalist that I respect and admire. Really disappointed me towards them and the same. And the reason I challenge you on that is that that's not a pass for us to accept things as they are.
Just to defend myself a tiny bit, I think "'twas ever thus" was the phrase that there have been the haves and the have-nots.
Yes, but not in this disproportionate way.
Really? Just have a look at the painting by Hogarth. They're not rolling in money. What do you mean?
Well, the gap between CEOs and people on the ground has never been so high.
That might be true, yes, that might be true. But that's not to say that there haven't been extreme poverty, far worse in Victorian times than it is now. Again, Seamus, I'm not cutting off, I'm purely doing this because I've got another guest who's been waiting patiently, and he's a knight, so I have to talk to him. So Geoffrey Clifton Brown joins us. He's the chair of the Public Accounts
Gari ni ya Pepsi lagi nimebeba peanut.
Because the distribution of homes around the country is very uneven. For example, there isn't a single secure home in the whole of London. So that means children are being placed well away from home. Not a single secure children's home in the whole of London. So that means by its nature, children are being sent outside of London into these secure homes. And these are children. These are children that have troubles, and they need to be placed by the authority into these homes.
They're being moved all around the country just because we don't have enough of these places.
I wouldn't say all around the country, but certainly some distance away from their original family, and that is not a good thing at all. And basically what we're saying in our report is because we don't have the visibility of these homes, we should move towards a position where all homes are registered as soon as this can be reasonably achieved.
How do we do that?
Well, basically by getting out there into these homes and inspecting them. And of course, to do that, these homes will have to have the right standards. That's the real problem.
You're the money man, so how much is that going to cost?
Well, it will cost money. For sure it will cost money, but actually housing children costs money. And it is really important that if we're going to put children into care, which we need to, unfortunately, we need to provide them with a proper environment. We cannot have them in environments where any sort of abuse or anything like that could happen. So this is a serious problem.
New chair of the Public Accounts Committee. Do you agree with Robert Jenrick? Is Britain broken, Jeffrey?
Britain needs a lot of fixing. As regards Robert, I know him really well. He's a personal friend of mine. He is on a journey. He's a Remainer. He's now a Leaver. He failed to get the leadership of the party. Ever since then, he's been sort of fighting as to what his future is. And clearly yesterday was the culmination of freezing. He's decided to make his own path of reform. Well, he'll have to make that path. We'll do our best in the Conservative Party, and we'll see what the outcome is eventually.
I mean, you know him. I shall ask you this. Is he following his political ethos, which is changing, or is it more personal ambition?
I think it's more of the latter than the former. But, clearly he has been on a journey. And we'll see where the journey ends. The Conservative Party will keep striving to put down the next government of this country. Yes, he has.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Sir Jeffrey Clifton Brown, MP. Talking about children's homes, but I must admit, that was quite, wasn't it? That paints a picture, I think. That's it. We finished. Yes, we are. That's it for us. We are back on Monday at 4 a.m. If you missed today's programme, particularly the really early stuff, then you can get it in. You can listen back on catch-up. There's two ways you can do that. There are two apps available, both free from your app store. You can download them right now. One's called Global Player, as it sounds. The other's called LBC, and with the LBC app, you can put your news categories in the order you want and listen to all our podcasts. Coming up at 10, it's James O'Brien, but now with the Friday breakfast, Nick Ferrari.
Thanks, Ian. At 7 o'clock on Friday, January the 16th, all that was missing was the cloak and the cunning on a day of turmoil at Westminster, when it didn't quite go as planned for UK Germany. I will welcome Robert Jenrick into this room and into Reform UK. Hasn't changed his mind, I think.
France.
It was nudging 2 minutes before he was discovered. Meanwhile, putting the bad in Baydock, his former party leader, Gary Baydock, had said earlier.
He was planning to torch the Conservative Party by bringing out comments and allegations that would have been very, very Jenrick is not my problem anymore. It's Nigel Farage's problem.
That's the point I'll explore with you, who emerges from those events yesterday better. But the most important aspect, of course, what are the voters?
Robert Jenrick's constituents say they're not angry, they're disappointed. BBC's Lee Shanahan with the latest from New York.
Plus reports that the police chief in West Midlands claimed his job could go today, and another U-turn on the way from Sir Keir Starmer and that ban on social media. Those stories and more after the 7 o'clock news on LBC.
On your radio. LBC app and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock, Robert Jenrick has urged Conservative supporters to switch to Reform UK, claiming the future of the country is on the line. He joined Nigel Farage's party yesterday, hours after being sacked by the Tories for plotting to leave. The Conservatives have accused Mr Jenrick of not being a team player. Labour has described his defection as farcical. David has told LBC he thinks the move will backfire on reform.
So many of reform's top echelons, if you like, are former Tories, people who cause the problems that Nigel Farage is running against, and I think it sort of undermines his case. I think actually there are probably members of Reform who are pretty upset about it. People who thought Robert Jenrick and Dean Zahawi, these are people who I left the Tory party for to go reform, I don't want them following me.
President Trump has praised the Venezuelan opposition leader after she gave him her Nobel Peace Prize medal. Maria Corina Machado says the gift was in recognition of his unique commitment to Venezuela's freedom. US forces captured the country's former president, Nicolas Maduro, and charged him with drug trafficking earlier this month. A report by MPs has warned of a dysfunctional system which is leaving vulnerable children in unregistered care homes in England. The Public Accounts Committee found nearly half of young people in care were placed more than 20 miles away from home, some for around 6 months at a time. Committee Chair Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown says falling numbers of foster carers are also adding strain.
I think people's household budgets are severely squeezed since the pandemic. I think the fees and charges that our foster carer is able to recoup from the local authority is under strain. I think that people have had to perhaps downsize.
The government says it is taking action to reform the system and tackle illegal providers. £200 million is being promised to support children with special educational needs in England. The money will be used to provide extra training courses for teachers to support children with language and visual impairments. And the spending watchdog says the target date for rebuilding hospitals built with unsafe concrete will be missed by 2 years. 7 hospitals in England constructed using RAC are due to be replaced by 2030. The government says the report shows the programme is on a stable, long-term footing. In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen later at 10,238. It closed up 54 yesterday. Pound buys $1.33 and €1.15. LBC weather cloudy but dry for most today. Some showers in the north and in the west. Cooler, a high of 10 degrees.
It is very offensive.
Get sorted with full fibre deals from EE with the UK's best broadband technology.
Really?
Oh yeah, with non-stop browsing, gaming, and working made better with full fibre 150 and our most powerful Wi-Fi 7 technology is standard. But I'm on another contract. You're covered. We're the only major provider who'll give you up to £300 to switch.
That's a good start to the year.
Offer ends 29th of January.
Up to £300 credited to your EE account. Verify at ee.creditk/claims. New customers, 62% UK availability. Terms apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Good morning, 4 minutes after 7 on Friday, January. Day of high drama. I'll be asking you which party leader emerges more victorious from events yesterday concerning Bobby J or Robert Jenrick, and what indeed of that man. Particularly what of this claim, by the way, as he eventually arrived at that hastily arranged Reform UK press conference, and his assertion about our country.
If you agree with us, don't sit on the sidelines. Britain is broken. Britain needs reform. And reform needs you.
Is Britain broken, or do you want to approach it in a different fashion? How broken is Britain? In other news, a row over a gong, the Nobel Peace Prize, is Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, speaking with journalists outside the White House last night.
I presented the President of the United States the medal as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
But the Nobel Committee says that cannot go ahead. Meanwhile, in other global events, we will continue to look on Iran, where the death toll now is believed to be in the region of 12,000. But there is the claim that hundreds of of executions have certainly been delayed by Donald Trump's intervention. We'll look at that in more detail. Going, almost gone.
Pressure continues to mount for creditors to resign from West Midlands Police after a row over a ban on McCarthy fans. MLBC's George Ike with the latest.
Plus, residents in parts of Kent and Sussex might want to take some water with the next story. The man in charge of your water supply, who earns £400,000 anyway, is in line for a £400,000 bonus later this year, and he has to hit the This is not a normal Christmas.
He was eventually sent to in 2021 following months of reports about him being lobbied by housing developers.
The accusation that my view on a highly complex and publicised development could have been swayed by an encounter with a developer is not just simply wrong, but actually outrageous.
But he returned to government in 2022 to serve as immigration minister.
So they're choosing to make that additional crossing. They are essentially asylum shoppers, even if they ultimately came from a place of danger.
He became disillusioned with the Home Office and eventually resigned himself, saying the government's Rwanda plans did not go far enough.
I am told that Robert Jenrick has resigned. Has he?
He ultimately lost the leadership election to Kenny Badenoch in 2024.
53,806 votes. Jenrick, 1,000.
But he went on to serve as Shadow Justice Secretary under her leadership, making his mark with snazzy social media videos, including him tackling fair dodgers on the tube. And confronting criminals for nicking tools.
Someone's nicked that, are you going to make some money out of that guy? This is just the contents of some bloke's van, isn't it? Where is this all from?
But on Thursday morning, Westminster was shocked by the news that Kenny Badenoch had sacked him.
It's very simple. It's been presented with clear, irrefutable evidence. Not just that he was prepared to defect, but he was planning to do so in the most damaging way possible to the Conservative Party and his shadow cabinet colleagues.
Westminster waited patiently for several hours before he gave a sensational press conference confirming he would be joining Reform.
Britain is broken. Britain needs reform. And reform needs you.
And giving a total drive-by assassination of his former party.
The two main parties are no longer fit for purpose. It's a conclusion about the Conservative Party that has pained me to reach.
And he even kept the whole of the press conference waiting by refusing to emerge on time.
I will welcome Robert Jenrick into this room and into Reform UK. Oh, no. He hasn't changed his mind, has he? We can't find him. Left at the altar, Natasha Clark oversees political editor reporting. Let's turn to Matthew Parris, who's political commentator, former Conservative MP, broadcaster, author, columnist for the Times newspaper, an all-round good bloke, who joins me now. Matthew, of the two peer party political leaders, Nigel Farage, Kemi Badenoch, who awakens this morning with the broader grin? Good morning.
Good morning. I think they both wake this morning with a slightly nervous grin.
It's good to know.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
7:35 is the time. More of your views. Reform, are they triumphant this morning? Jenrick now their ranks, or Kemi Badenoch? As I said earlier, appropriately enough, in Scotland, the man on the treachery, which reportedly her team had been tracking for some days. In fact, we'll go to Scotland for the next few. Rudy as well, you're hanging on. But let's get to the world of business. Christian Mayer's editor-in-chief at City A joins me now. And putting the gold in Goldman's, they've had a pretty good time on Wall Street. Goldman Sachs on Wall Street. Tell the listeners all about it. Christian, morning to you.
Good morning to you, Nick. Yes, that's right. Let's cheer everybody up by ending the week with the news that US investment bankers are doing very, very well. Goldman Sachs has broken Wall Street's record for their trading revenue, their market trading revenue in the last 3 months of the year. These volatile markets, that uncertainty, those ups and downs, combined with a pretty prolonged rally in the markets, has seen a bumpy year for US banks in particular. Goldman Sachs, the Wall Street titan, reported equities trading revenue of $4.3 billion. That's up 25% year on year. And it's $700 million more than analysts were expecting them to report. And the moment is Morgan Stanley reporting high investment banking fees as well, because there is just a bit more of a dynamic activity boom in the US. Banking giants are doing exceptionally well. And points out this morning on his Twitter feed that they're all doing this with fewer and fewer bankers. Between them, these great giants employ about 16,000 fewer bankers than they did just a year ago, I think. So double reasons, double all round the boardrooms of these great American banks.
Let's talk about a sort of fast food chain, which I'm going to absolutely confess I only tried when I think he was one of the founders, Henry Dimbleby, who I've met on a few occasions, told me I had to try Leon, and I did, and it's really rather good. I don't know if he's still got a stake in it, but they're experimenting.
Well, they've been through the ringer, there's no doubt about it now. John Vincent was one of the original co-founders of the chain. There was Dimbleby involvement, but John Vincent was one of the original founders. Now, he bought the company back from Asda last year, gone through some rather creative ownership arrangements, and then he had to appoint administrators to help him oversee a major restructuring of its 71 restaurants. And the upshot of that is he's told the BBC, given that the company's been losing 10 million quid a year, no matter how many of their chicken sandwiches you buy, Nick, that they have to make some difficult decisions. They're basically going to put out of the high street and focus on being in airports and in train stations, that sort of thing, where he says although the owners and operators, particularly at airports, will take a bigger slice of their profits, it still works out as better value than being on the high street, given the barrage of business rate increases and taxes and costs associated. So outlets in that's their strategy.
Let's finish by talking about slimming jabs. Not for you, I hate it. They've led so many interesting dynamics in the world of business, as in restaurateurs complain because people don't eat as much food, or they don't have a starter, or they only have a starter and they don't have a main or whatever, so that's a negative. But in one particular industry, by a bizarre twist, actually, it's being hailed as actually good news. I speak of, Christian?
We speak of the airline sector, and you know, I just can't move for different analyst notes and different people talking about different ways in which these weight loss drugs are going to change things. You know, I overheard somebody in the city yesterday in a lift explaining that they have a friend who's taking one of these jabs, and the other friend said to her, but she's not overweight. And the answer was that this girl has decided that she won't ever be if she takes these jabs. Now, I imagine that's a ridiculous thing to do, but that might be where we're moving. But when it comes to airlines, the biggest question mark that the airlines always have is how can I reduce the weight of my aircraft? And they have very creative ways of doing that. You'd be amazed. Some airlines together, four airlines in the US, four biggest airlines in the US are going to burn about 16 billion pounds of fuel this year at $2.41 a gallon. Now, the analysts have said that a 10% slimmer society would equate to a 2% weight saving and 1.5% fuel saving, which is big money when you add it all up. So we talked about different businesses being affected for better or worse by these jams, but when it comes to the airlines, they do like us to be slimmer, that's for sure.
Christian, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for this week. Christian May, editor-in-chief at City AM, 7:40. Coming to you, Peter, as the next caller who emerges better for the events of yesterday, the political slow political skullduggery and high drama. Graham in Bushy, I hope the irrefutable evidence can be made about Robert Jenrick wasn't given to her by the West Midlands Police Crime Commissioner, Craig Guilford, put point to make there. Andy and Bromley, why any surprise MPs are changing parties? Why does anyone think Reform members come from? We come from other parties who believe we no longer represent our views. I gave up my Tory membership and joined Reform over 2 years ago because the Conservative Party no longer held these saucy Conservative values in which I believe. Peter's in Stirling. Which leader had a better day yesterday, Kemi or Nigel? Morning.
I think Kemi did about what it's like. A cheating marriage where it ended, and the wife found out that the husband planned to run off with a lover. So instead of letting him run off, she kicked him out. Everyone's humiliated, and the lover's looking a bit sheepish on the sidelines.
This is incredible. It's like the remnants of your bin. It's like an affair that's been exposed. Matthew Paris, it's like this is just the chicken meat. It's a headless chicken. All these comparisons. Not a fan of Robert Jenrick then, Peter.
No. Do you know what? I was saying this to many people on the phone there. I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel some sympathy for Reform voters right now. I never thought I'd say that because Reform are meant to be about changing things and changing the system, but all they seem to be out to reform right now is disappointing Tories and lost leadership.
Does this mean, and this is what I only asked this earlier this week about Madame Zahara's arrival, does this mean that they're more likely to do better at the local election, less likely to do better, or it won't influence it at all, Peter?
It's a difficult one to tell. Conservatives voters tend to be the ones who turn out most for council elections. I mean, anyone who I hate to say it, I wouldn't tend to have turned out as much in the local council elections. I mean, I think it's something to get the way to get around. It's very possible, but in the long run, I think it doesn't help. I think it damages them in the short term, but it's too soon to tell.
It's been discovered, uncovered. Peter, thank you for that. Really will be the next caller. But going, possibly gone. I speak of the embattled and disgraced police chief Craig Guilford. It's reported today that he tried to gag his own officers from discussing the scandal engulfing their force. It's reported today that the IOPC, Office of Police Conduct, could freelance its own investigation, not asked to be called in, not wait for them, saying it could actually. It's very, very rare that the body does that. And this is vans are touring round Birmingham. The poster and quotes, the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police no longer has confidence. And a picture of the Shabana Mahmood, and those trucks are being driven around by organisers from the campaign against anti-Semitism. So, does he go today? Overseas reporter in the Midlands, George Ike, joins me now. George.
Well, Nick, reports suggest that he very much could resign as soon as today because of this mounting pressure after the long-running saga over a ban on the Carmen Tel Aviv fans attending a football match at Villa Park. Craig Guilford's been accused of using misleading evidence in front of MPs on the Home Affairs Select Committee, then having sent a letter on Monday this week to apologise for the fact that AI had been used and not Google as he initially suggested. And worse than that, hallucination had invented a football match that was used as part of the intelligence to ban fans from Villa Park. The pressure is mounting for Mr Guilford to go, including from Wes Streeting speaking to reporters yesterday.
I find it jaw-dropping actually that having misled Parliament and misled the Chief Constable hasn't resigned. I find it more extraordinary having lost the confidence of the Home Secretary, who's also one of his local MPs, and still not resigned. I just find that absolutely outrageous. The Police and Crime Commissioner is following the due process, but the Home Secretary is not sitting around. She's abolishing Police and Crime Commissioners. We don't expect perfection. We know that people make mistakes, but when they do, we expect honesty and we expect accountability. We haven't seen that in this case, and that's why he should go and do the right thing.
Now, locally does not intend to show Craig Guilford the door just yet. Only last night there was a press release shared from his office about that accountability meeting being held at Police HQ on the 27th of January. Coincidentally, yesterday I was in Birmingham Crown Court. It was completely separate. We heard 3 detectives being told there was a feeling there could be a potential for disruption in that sentencing hearing because of the Chief Constable's conduct. With 3 detectives behind me jokingly saying, it's good to hear the judge reads the news, but there was also something of a knowing look between them as they agreed to be on the lookout for any problems emerging. Some of the papers are reporting we apparently hope this will all blow over, but there's also a tricky situation elsewhere, another problem in Holland, and that's the fact that he is the National Police Chiefs Council's lead on operational standards, ethics, complaints and misconduct. That is despite the fact that top of the government say they have no confidence in him anymore to carry on with his job. Truly quite astonishing set of circumstances, and I have a feeling that a lot of journalists will be furiously refreshing the West Midlands Police news pages today for any updates.
George, I'm reporting that the nature of the event is one of the survivors, not just of the law. She's got some prize, of course, in West Midlands, but that what they call police lead as well. Monica, let's remind you, just back in August, I asked her a particular question. She's got some amazing copy.
Discourse corpus, the ability to make the right judgment, not to be judgmental. We're not judge and jury. We gather the evidence, we produce it for the court.
746, LBC, stop it.
Robert Jenrick has accused the Conservatives of lacking the stomach for Rugby Jeff defecting to Reform UK. Venezuela's opposition leader says she's given her Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump. And the spending watchdog says the target date for rebuilding hospitals built with unsafe concrete will be missed by 2 years. LBC weather, cloudy but dry for most, showers in the north and in the west, cooler, a high of 10 degrees.
LBC travel line around Whitwell Lane is closed on the M25 anti-clockwise at junction 6 of Godstone following an accident and the accused on the approach, and clockwise on the side stretches very busy at junction 7 of the M23, and that's because of another accident, so there are delays on the approach. Very busy on the A10 southbound heading down towards the M25 junction. There's been an accident in Cheshunt, so that's causing lengthy delays. On the trains, Chiltern Railways to and from Marylebone are delayed by about 40 minutes. It's because of a track problem, and also South Western Railway services to and from Waterloo, they're delayed by about half an hour, and that's also because of a track problem.
This is LBC. Get that Euro Millions feeling with Friday's £66 million jackpot. Plus, 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. That's 10 more reasons to dance. 10 more robots, 10 more limbos, 10 more salsas. Friday's Euro Millions jackpot is £66 million. And 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on air. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over. This is LBC. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app. Download it now from your app store.
You can hit your January health goals with 20% off all grapes and up to 20% off selected gut health products, including your favourite brands like Actimel and Activia. Open the Lidl Plus app to start saving. Lidl, more to value. Limited offer while stocks last. Lidl Plus T's and C's apply. 18 plus GB only. Offer ends 28th of the 1st. Calcium contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes.
A southern train is a place where you can just switch on. Then you have the chance to scroll your feeds as you roll past fields, or simply relax with a podcast, playlist, or power nap. Go with your flow and save with advance tickets at Southern Railway Dock. Terms apply.
Hi babe, what day? Fancy staying in tonight instead? I just calling my name and I saw you can get £5 off if you spend £20 on the app, so you in? Of course you are. Okay, bye.
Exclusively on the McDonald's app. Save £5 when you spend £20 on food and drink via delivery. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Service and delivery fees apply. Valid once per week. 1st to 31st of January. Participating restaurants and serving time apply.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also opens up help with heating bills, council tax and more. Search pension credit on gov.uk or call 0800 99 1234. There's nothing to lose. Check today. Pension credit. Credit where credit's due.
Eligibility criteria apply.
Thanks for a lovely evening. Would you like to come in for a coffee?
Yeah, okay. That'd be lovely.
Oh, gosh, sorry. I didn't mean. I just wanted you to see my new Wix kitchen. It's just been installed.
At Wix, our experts will support you every step of the way. From a free kitchen design service through to a professional installation. Plus, right now, find big savings in the Wix kitchen sale. Book a free design appointment and feel as proud as a peacock with Wix. Terms apply.
Need for worry and breakfast? Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 10 minutes before 8. We'll talk more about that political drama in a moment, but two other matters. And do you remember the terrible case of the and the bravery of the families, some of whom appeared on this show? What can good come out of something so desperately bad, indeed tragic? The government seems pretty intent to bring it about, yes, as it regards payments to people such as the man found guilty of those killings. Here to explain more details, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Pat McFadden, joins me now. Good to have you on board, Ms. McFadden. What is it that you and your colleagues are announcing today?
What
we're announcing is an equalisation between the treatment of people who commit serious violent crimes, including killings, but who are sentenced to a term in a psychiatric hospital instead of a prison. If somebody commits such a crime and go to prison, they don't get the state benefits. But if they commit the same crime, they go to a psychiatric hospital, they do get some state benefits. It doesn't apply to all benefits. You don't get PIP, for example, you don't get carers allowance after a certain number of weeks. But at the moment, they can get universal credit. This could mean someone building up a cachet of thousands of pounds over a period of time, even while they're serving a sentence for committing terrible crimes. So I'm very grateful to families such as the Nottingham families and others who've campaigned on this and brought it to the attention of the government. And today we announce our intention to change this situation.
Secretary of State, can you give my listeners an indication how much money this might actually be in cash terms each week?
Let your garage to stand still.
Yes, if somebody is claiming the standard rate of universal credit, that will be about £400 a month. If they get a health element on top of that, it would be about £800 a month. So that's the kind of sum that we're talking about. And you can see, Nick, that over a period of years, that could build up to a substantial sum of money. And it's important to stress people in this condition, in this situation, are getting mental health treatment that the court has mandated as a result of their time in psychiatric hospital. They should get their mental health treatment, but we do not see why they should build up this cachet of benefit income as well, particularly when they're serving a sentence for a serious violent crime.
Secretary of State, is this as of now, later this year? What is the timing?
Well, we're going to engage with families, with professionals, so that we get this right, so that we get the categorisation of the type of crimes that we're talking about right. Of course, it won't apply to people who are in a psychiatric hospital for their own protection or anybody like that. So we've got some detail to work out on this over the course of the next few months. The families have spoken to me about it in recent months. I'm announcing the government's intent today and going to engage with all the relevant voices to get the detail of this right.
Staying with matters of law and order, is it your view the Chief Constable of the West Midlands, Craig Guilford, should stand down from his post?
I'm a West Midlands MP as well as Conservative Minister and overarching secretaries. I just don't see how the Chief Constable can continue when he doesn't have the confidence of the Home Secretary. You'll be aware that the Conservatives changed the law so that Home Secretaries can't fire Chief Constables, but she has made her position clear. I support the Home Secretary on this. I don't think his position is tenable.
A couple of other matters, Mr. McFadden. It's being reported that there could be a U-turn as regards the government's position on the Australia-style ban on social media for under 16s. Is that now another change in policy in the wind?
Well, to the benefits, that is bad for them, it's bad for the public purse. So I have a very deep interest in this. We haven't made the decision to follow the Australian example yet, but I think we have a deep interest in the impact of social media on young people growing up, and any government should care about this, because we want young people to have a good, healthy childhood and the best start in life.
Another law order matter. Can you assure my listeners that the ban on jury trials for all the most grave cases will take place?
I support what the Justice Secretary is doing in this. We have a huge backlog in our courts, a backlog that without action is projected to increase to 100,000. And there's an old saying now, justice delayed being justice denied. So this is one measure to tackle the backlog, but we are also alongside it increasing the sitting hours of courts and allowing magistrates to consider a broader range of offences. So this is one mechanism. Jury trial will be maintained for the most serious offences, but it is one thing that we can do to tackle the enormous backlog in the court system.
Finally, the events of yesterday, Robert Jenrick defecting to Reform UK after being sacked by the Conservatives. Does that make Reform UK more likely to do well in the local elections, less likely to do well, or make no difference whatsoever?
Well, I don't watch this programme Traitors, it's on TV now, but I don't think I have to after watching what's been happening in Westminster this week. What we are seeing here is the latest chapter in chaos and division that has characterised the right of religious parties for many years, and it has been causing the country, because the Conservatives are in power, has sucked up so much energy, such a distraction for their government, and that's why we are having to deal with some of the issues that were untouched over the years. So I don't think we're at the end of this. I think this chaos will continue, and meanwhile we've got to get on with securing economic growth, fixing the NHS and defending the country in a fast-changing world.
Grateful for your time, telling us how those payments to killers will be switched off. And Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, obviously I apologise for the extraordinary delay. He's about 3 miles. You'd think he'd take one of those holidays to the moon, go on holiday to the moon. So it makes it difficult for you to engage in conversations. So let's move on to the next story. Let's get another call in on Robert Jenrick, who should be digging out of bed today. Yesterday, Kenny Baden on the line for Ryan. Good morning.
Sacking made no difference because he was going to go anyway. So that made no difference to whether she sacked him or not. And the second thing is, with regards to that, them having all these Tories go over, it's just going to damage the party, because you're getting the same career politicians who know they're going to lose their seat. They're jumping ship to go to Reform in order to save their career. And I will never vote for a party of the same old, because that is exactly what you're going to get.
This is the worry that many commentators are saying. Rudy, you've encapsulated it brilliantly. Please allow me to move on. We'll talk again soon. But I want to get a view from elsewhere in the world. Tim is in Melbourne, looking on from, I don't know, about 14,000 miles away. Tim, how does it look to you? Good morning.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Good to have you on board. Well done.
One of the many millions of people listening, of your global audience listening on the global player.
Great to have you on, Tim. How does it look from down under?
Well, I think, before I talk about how it looks from down under, I think we need to take a more sanguine look as to why Nigel Farage is getting a hard time. It seems a lot in the media don't like him. If this wasn't Nigel Farage's party, I think the alternate view of Kimmy Badenoch's behaviour would be that of a 16-year-old girl who, hearing the boyfriend is about to dump her or leave her, wants to jump onto Facebook and badmouth the guy first, except that she didn't do it. She had a friend do it. So I think at the end of the day, the election's a long way away. By the time the election comes around, I think this will be forgotten and Farage will be on much better footing he's got. Controlling Jenrick, because, at the launch, Jenrick went missing in action.
It wasn't quite the way it was meant to be. So, Tim, why the interest in British politics? Were you originally from the UK? Do you still have family here? Why is it?
Because, Nick, we don't have enough time, and there is so much happening there that happens here. It's
The good, the bad, and the ugly with Donald Trump stopping executions in Iran, trying to seize Greenland, and then shouting at President Zelensky. Is he a peacemaker or is he taking the peace? What is the reality with Donald Trump? That story and many, many more after the 8 o'clock news on LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From London's Heathrow at 8 o'clock, Jenrick has accused the Conservatives of lacking the stomach for radical change after defecting to Reform UK. He's urged Tory supporters to switch to Nigel Farage's party, claiming the future of the country is on the line. Conservatives have accused Mr Jenrick of not being a team player, now being Mr Farage's problem. Cabinet Minister Pat McFadden has just told Nick Labour are focused on clearing up the chaos of the previous administration.
What we are seeing here is the latest chapter in the chaos and division that has characterised the right of British politics for many years, and it had a big cost to the country. This sucked up so much energy and was such a distraction for the government, and that's why we're having to deal with some of the issues that were untouched over the years.
Separately, speaking to LBC, Pat McFadden has urged the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police to resign after losing the confidence of the Home Secretary. Greg Guildford is resisting calls to quit following the move to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from a match against Aston Villa. He's apologised and blamed AI for giving incorrect information to MPs. A report found vulnerable children in England's care system are regularly put at risk by being placed in unregistered homes. The Public Account Committee says children were in such homes for an average of 6 months. Committee Chair Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown's told LBC young people are being failed by a dysfunctional system.
The whole idea of placing children in care is we should provide an environment where they grow up and thrive in safety and love. In unregistered homes, they're not inspected in the same level of frequency. We should move towards a position where all homes are registered. By getting Ofsted out there, we cannot have them in environments where, any sort of abuse or anything like that could happen.
The government says that it is taking action to tackle illegal providers. Venezuela's opposition leader has given a Nobel Peace Prize medal to President Trump. Maria Machado says the gift is in recognition of his work to bring stability to Venezuela. The US president has called it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect, but has previously dismissed Ms. Machado, a potential successor to the captured Nicolas Maduro. And the public spending watchdog says the goal of replacing 7 hospitals built using unsafe concrete by 2030 will be missed. The buildings are largely made of wrap, a type of lightweight concrete known to crumble. The National Body's office says the hospitals are expected to open by 2033. In the city a short time ago, what happened reopened at 10,238, closed up 4 yesterday. The pound buys $1.33 and €1.15. LBC weather cloudy but dry for most, some showers in northern and western areas, a high of 10 degrees. From the local newsroom, LBC, I'm Dr. Hewitt.
Yesterday at the White House, I'll be asking, is he actually, the President, a peacemaker? In other news, I would imagine people down in Kent and Kent and Sussex possibly entering the second week without water. Views of David Hinton, the Chief Executive.
I'd give you 3 numbers and I'd say 8 out of 10 in terms of response, I'd say 6 out of 10 in terms of communications, and I'd say 6 out of 10 in terms of actual prevention in the first place.
He earns £400,000 a year as in line for an extraordinary bonus. More details later in this hour. Plus,
a suspected hitman who disclosed himself as a Deliveroo driver and
who is the position referred to, of course, the President of the United States, who was given a Nobel Peace Prize yesterday, sadly, not by the relevant committee, who have already put out a statement saying they can't simply be transferred because Venezuelan opposition leader who gave President Trump the prize appears to have covered it, but it does bring into a conversation, doesn't it, regarding the Trumps? Is he good, bad, or ugly?
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and there's no plan for executions or execution. I'm sure if it happens, we'll be very upset.
Well, undoubtedly good. Executions have stopped. But
if we don't go in, Russia's going to go in, and China's going to go in, and there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it.
He wants to seize Greenland, and then there's... You don't have the guns. You're wearing people are dying, so what is it? I run these roads. It would be a damn mistake. I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go. I don't want to start. You got to be the ugly and outrageous spat with President Zelensky. So is he good? Bad? Obviously, the US official joins me now. There are people now drawing breath in Iran who will give thanks for that directly to President Trump. Is it all good? Only to you.
There's a lot of Nobel Peace Prize. I think Tom Leary in 1973 when he said that the satire died. When Henry Kissinger was given the Coleman on Cambodia. So Donald Trump did famously pass very vague possession of France. But I think to make the big case that farmers over Barack Obama he does deserve it. I think the biggest achievement last year was Gaza managed to broker a peace deal, and that's now progressing. Albeit with some problems. Yesterday he announced a rather ridiculous board of peace that we'll see how that gets on. But he is committed to peace. He said in the new year, he said, what I want for the world is peace. And he seems intent on achieving it, even if that makes him unpopular. He played a clip in the Ukraine scene with Zelensky. And I think while he's had a lot of criticism about closing out to Russia, ignoring Ukraine's concerns, some of it's very justified. He is at least pushing for peace in Ukraine, and I think there are a lot of Western leaders who seem perfectly content to let the war just go on and on and on, with Ukraine losing lots of people, slowly losing a terrible war of attrition, whereas Trump is really trying to make moves to solve the conflict. And so, yes, I think we shouldn't get hung up about war with a little Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm not sure Venezuela is necessarily a great move for peace. He has essentially taken out one terrible dictator and replaced him with potentially another. So, we shall see. But I think, yes, he's a pro-peace president. I just think we should get hung up about the Nobel Peace Prize. But then there's well, Greenland is possible. But I think there are strong strategic reasons, all nothing to do with
Sa ba siyang gitu dia minyak. tulia hapa. Na mpoli wanasema bado tushikilie hii line. Pole tunataka kama bado tunaelekea na pole. Italy nao kwani hawana biashara nyingine, ni biashara tu ya matoro. Zimekuwa mingi pia nazo. sawa. Huku kuna kama nishie kwenye huku. Nishaanzia safari huku. Kama ka small road. Shika kapitia. Huku nishifika. Ni Kenya. Ni Kenyewe. Kuna boti kwa pale chini. Pigia kamera review pamoja. Pigia kamera review moja ni kesho. But now please. But now please. Tunakuja boda. But now please. Bot ni kubwa. Si hata nyinyi mnaona. Ndio kuchukua close to 2 minutes camera review. kando we are very sure kwa kunanga watu Afrika watu mchukulia kama wameshikilia huko kando ini ya kutoka Nice. Here we are joining Africa. Africa, here we come. Inaenda wapi? Port Tripoli, Libya. Huko ndio nafaa tuende. Yanarudisha Barcelona. Hii inatupeleka Kaka Town. Tunaenda hapa. Let's go. Promods 2.80.
Some people on the left who almost go in the opposite direction. They think that by dint of signing up for the armed forces, you automatically become a tool of colonialism and imperial aggression. And I can understand the intellectual case for that argument as well. But I can only really tell you about the contents of my own conscience, and that I have a fondness, a regard for the military in general and military veterans in particular, that perhaps, I don't know whether or not it flies in the face of some of my other views and opinions, but it's there, and I want to establish that first and foremost. And the second thing I want to establish is the fact that I think this sounds a little bit desperate, but I want to be wrong. Retired troops aged 55 to 65, and this is in the Times, which sadly is lurching on some mornings ever closer to the nonsense that the Daily Mail has been, not by coincidence either. They've hired a former deputy editor of the Daily Mail to edit it. But it may be called to rejoin the military. If it was in some newspapers, it would make you think, well, there's absolutely no chance whatsoever of that ever happening. But I think on this occasion it actually fits and can get filed under possible. Retired troops aged 55 to 65 may be called to rejoin the military under new powers aimed at making it easier to mobilise tens of thousands of veterans. So if you're in your 60s and you're a retired troop, you could be called up to rejoin. The Strategic Reserve is the group that you would be raising the age limit from 55 to 65 because we are essentially poised to become a nation ready for war. This is an announcement from the Ministry of Defence, and it will see former armed forces personnel on call for an extra decade. I sometimes confine contributions to this programme to the qualified. Obviously this is the kind of subject that lends itself to that, but I'm not going to do that for reasons that I'll explain shortly. In the first instance, want to hear from people who are caught in the middle of this. There are two questions here. One is, what do you think about it? I'm very nearly, I was 54 this week, so one more year from now, and I will be smack in the middle of this, smack at the beginning of this constituency. You're going to laugh ahead of me, but I think I can do a job for them. I'm 55, that's it. It depends entirely on the individual, doesn't it? I don't know what job. I'd be like Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam. No, that'd be quite I could do a job for you there. I reckon I could probably do a little bit military intelligence as well, but obviously I wouldn't be able to tell you, or if I did tell you, I'd have to kill you. But I'm fascinated by age. I'm fascinated by it. We had a caller the other day who was talking about old people, and then when she went on a bit longer, we realised she meant a 30. Age is such a mad concept, isn't it? We're going to sound a bit like that poor White House guy. It's brilliant, but it's an insane concept. Sometimes now, and this must happen to you, I got a lovely message yesterday about those little milestones that are evidence of how the world sees you, how completely different it is from how you see yourself. I wish I could remember your name, but thank you. I do keep intending to form a better connection. Told somebody on the phone, on a customer service phone, she was 61, and the person on the other end of the phone was like, oh, bless your heart. 61? Oh, bless your heart. The age we are is meaningless, because you can find two people of the same age. I think Keanu Reeves is older than Nigel Farage. You can find two people of the same age who are so completely generationally diverse that the number becomes utterly meaningless. You then have the age you are and the age you feel. This is a particularly interesting area as well, because you probably think that you look or appear considerably younger than you actually do, whereas in reality you may appear older. So there's a weird sort of psychological and then of course you've got the question of how you see yourself compared to how other people see you. So you could sit here at 60 and say, I wrote he thinks he can do a job for the military reserve, doesn't he? And yet the rest of us probably think that he would struggle, depending on what that job was. So I don't think you can confine it to people in the catchment area. I think everybody can have a view on this, because if you're aged between 55 and 65, you will know whether or not you would be of any use. And they're not going to let anybody sign up, are they? I don't imagine. You'd have to go through some sort of process, and even if you were on call because you'd only recently retired, if you put 13 stone on since you retired and you were being psyched out for the front line, they'd probably say thanks, but no, I don't know. The two questions, if they're not immediately obvious, are the meta, the sort of micro and the macro. So, what do you think about this? And then, the question that is potentially even more interesting is, why are they doing it? I mean, they are telling us up to a point why they're doing it, but knowing what you know, why are they doing it? The Defence Secretary can currently compel all non-officer veterans of the Army or RAF to take up arms when some will not. And underpinning that question is the suspicion that it all sounds a little bit desperate. So what would you be doing? How would you feel about that? Stroke, would you be up to it? 03456060973. Why is the government doing it? And should, I'm afraid to bring Dad's Army into the conversation, should we actually panic about what this says about our broader military capability? Go on, fill your boots.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Hey, LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is
sell all the debt, and then you've got to find someone to buy it, of course. But to hurt the United States, even if it hurts you in the process, private company, would they do that? Shareholders around the table going,
because it's about all the devil you know. I think, honestly, you've got not much. It's like if Trump's holding the gun to your head, basically, saying you do this or else. Unless you stand up to the bully, then it will carry on.
All right, Mark, appreciate it. Thank you. Frida's in Coventry. Frida, what did you make of that speech? Blimey.
I think it's hilarious because I really think Trump should be checking his facts and actually understanding the truth of what he's saying, because he tells so many lies. But just as a small diversion regarding NATO and how he was saying that if it wasn't for him, NATO wouldn't be here. The only time NATO invoked Article 5 was when America needed help in Afghanistan. That's the only time.
It was 9/11 was the moment.
Oh, sorry, well, whichever.
And then we all piled into Afghanistan alongside the Americans.
That's right. And if it, how would they have got on without us? But he never mentioned what people have done for him. And then the other point is this climb down over Greenland. From my memory and information, he couldn't go ahead by releasing the military onto it without going to Congress. Because he had to have that. That was one thing he could not do. And again, he's not mentioned that. He's been stopped in his tracks because I think there was a poll in America and the population, I think it was only 7% were in favour of him doing it anyway.
Yes, it's not popular in the United States, it would seem, this idea of a kind of European land grab. So, our American friends over the pond do seem to have some sense. This would be bonkers. And Trump seems to have stepped away from it for now, but I have Simon Mark's words in the back of my mind saying, well, yes, but who knows? I mean, he said he thought the Chagos deal was great a few months ago, and now look at that. Frida, thank you. Robert's in Dulwich. Robert.
Hi, John. What a week. It feels like some of the COVID conversations we were having in how bonkers they were. Do you remember when the 2 metre rule and how Mark was going to take you and all nonsense? Look, let me ask you a question, Tom. Did Trump ever say he was going to use force to get Greenland?
He never ruled it out, which is not quite the same as saying he would use it. He didn't rule it out, which in and of itself, Robert, as you know, is extraordinary.
Well, it's extraordinary only in the sense it's all, into the business of making headlines. But the truth of it is that what Trump does, as we all know, he makes leverage out of nothing, is that he wanted to be known that he wants Greenland, and he thinks it's part of a strategic defence plan that will be 30 to 20 years in the making. And my point is this: we have massively messed up now in Europe. We really, really have got this one wrong. And I'll tell you what, it's very simple. In response to Trump saying, look, these weapons that the Russians have, these missiles, they're very fast, right? We need to have a missile shield, okay? Rather than sit down and discuss and say, well, can we share that technology? Can you say to the Western countries and how we're going to fund it, which is what intelligent people do. We had this absolute week of madness coming out of European leadership, and they sent soldiers to his doorstep. But now the Americans are looking at us and going, right, those guys thought best
ally over sovereign territory of our continent. And the other side of the world, pretty much, sees an enormous military and economic power also asking for our, for various bits of critical national infrastructure to buy. So we're twixt and between.
Yeah, I know, but the reality is, Tom, if you were to choose a country and say, look, it's not like there's 90 million people living in Greenland with a developed city and all the rest of it. I get there's a principle, don't get me wrong, but it is basically a lump of ice. And if there was a country where you would say, look, I want, because obviously Trump said the real estate wants them to make the investment. This is what he needs agreement. He wants the freeholds, right? Now, rather than sit down European leaders and discuss with him the risk, because we're a lot closer to Russia than he is, and he's worried about Russian missiles. Our leaders, who've denuded our military, left us with massive debt, and all the wrong things you can possibly imagine, rather than sit down with him and send soldiers. So my question to you is this, right? Realistically, where are we going in Europe? What's the end game here? Because we will end up having to do business and be influenced more and more and more by the Chinese. And I'm not sure callers actually understand how China works.
Well, Robert, listen, I think that is an excellent question. I also think it's worth, as we kind of did a bit yesterday, looking back a bit and saying, well, what has Europe been doing for the last 40, 50 years? And the answer is relying ever more heavily on the United States, to an extent economically, but certainly militarily, to the point where, as inconceivable as it may have been 40, 30, 20 years ago, a president of the United States is rather turning on us and asking us to do things that in principle we really, really don't want to do, like just give up bits of Europe so that it can be American. Absolutely outrageous, genuinely outrageous, but, Robert, with the sharp dose of reality that you have injected into it, where are we going with this? 03456060973 is the number. Tom Swarbrick here, coming up.
The rules-based order is fading. The strong can do what they can, and the weak must suffer. They must.
Canadian Prime Minister there, Mark Carney, says the old order is not coming back, urges fellow middle powers to come together. We'll speak in a few moments to a former senior advisor to President Trump. 4:30, news headlines now on LBC Amelia Cox.
Donald Trump says he won't use force to take Greenland, but the US will remember if it doesn't acquire the Danish territory. Addressing world leaders in Davos, the US president called for immediate negotiations over his plans to take it over. A woman who held a vulnerable person against their will for more than 2 decades has been found guilty of modern slavery offences. The court heard how Amanda Wixon repeatedly assaulted her victim and forced her to clean and care for her children. And an emotional Prince Harry has told the High Court the press made his wife's life a misery. He's been giving evidence as part of a legal battle against the Daily Mail's publisher, which denies unlawful information gathering. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, or continuous rain in northeast Scotland, lows of 3 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
£15 billion strategy to encourage you to get your home warmer, go green and save cash. Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband. Why is this not like your other promise that you're going to bring my heating bill down by 300 quid by 2030? No. But we're not with his currently it's marching in the other direction, Mr. Miliband.
It's not marching in the other direction. Look, anyway, we're in 2026, but there was more rooftop solar installed last year than any other year in Britain. There were more heat pumps installed last year than in any other year.
So what's the figure?
The figure was 200,000 for
What is the figure
solar.
we need to be at by 2030?
We want to get to 450,000.
Will we get to it?
Yes.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
People ask me, what's my good place? Down the park, having fun with Toby, my cockapoo. And knowing that my pension with Pension Bee is managed by experienced money managers. So, not chasing the stick then, Toby? No?
At Pension Bee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
Hiya, Kenny the hamster here, proud pet of Doug and Carol. Hey up, looks like my mum Carol's off out with the girls again. I tell you, since she took that quick NHS Healthy Choices quiz, she's drinking less, but going out more. And To think, she thought being healthy would mean being boring. You might want to give it a go yourself. Go, girlfriend!
Take your first little step to healthy. Search NHS Healthy Choices quiz to get a score and a simple plan to follow.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics. With over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
A Thameslink train is a place where you can have more me time. A chance to recharge yourself and your phone. To stretch out, sit back, and when you hear all change please, you'll know you already have. Go with your flow with great deals at thameslinkrailway.com. Terms apply.
Idle money sits in your current account, stuck repeating the same tired tune, never hitting play on its potential. But thanks to Monzo's Savings Challenge, busy money's in the studio, laying down a little extra every day, so your balance sounds sweeter week after week. Monzo, the bank that gets your money moving. UK residents aged 18 plus, one entry per person, Monzo personal account required, challenge and prize T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. Tom Swarbrick. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
4:34 the time. The little ante-rooms in the World Economic Forum in Davos are absolutely packed with mainly men in suits. One of them is Nigel Farage. Have a listen to what the leader of Reform has said about Trump's plans on Greenland.
I have no doubt that the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland because of the geopolitics of the high north, because of the retreating ice caps, and because of the continued expansionism of Russian icebreakers, of Chinese investment. So yes, would America owning Greenland be better for the world in terms of safety and stronger for NATO? It would.
Well, it seems as if Nigel Farage agrees that Donald Trump should do it, or at least it would be safer for the world if Greenland was part of the United States. Brian Lancer is senior advisor on the Trump 24 presidential campaign team, former communications director during Trump's 2016 transition. Thanks for coming on the programme, Brian. Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, said the old order is not coming back, that middle powers must act together, because if we're not at the table, we are on the menu, he said. Has one of the things that has come out of all of this, the fact that powers like Canada, UK, France, Germany and Italy are having to align themselves more closely together in opposition to America because of the actions of President Trump?
First of all, thank you for having me. And yes, some of these countries are aligning themselves, but they're not aligning themselves against the United States. They're aligning themselves with China. And let's not forget, China just 5 years ago introduced this world pandemic, the COVID virus. And what was the first response when China found out they had COVID in their country? They closed domestic flights and opened up international flights and expanded international flights. So if Canada wants to have a partnership with a country that behaves like this during an international crisis, where they shut down domestic travel to stop the spread of COVID, and they open up international travel because that's how little they think of the international world, that's Canada's choice. I think they're making a grave mistake.
Well, the other choice, of course, is the United States, with a president who says he wants Canada to be the 51st state of the US, and a president who is telling Europe, give me a bit of European soil or we'll hit you with tariffs.
Yeah, listen, he's open to negotiations. A lot of people don't like the way President Trump creates leverage, and I think we know he does create leverage. And he's opening up negotiations with respect to Greenland. I understand the Kingdom of Denmark doesn't want to have these negotiations. I certainly appreciate that they want to remain the status quo. But as an American president who likes to lead, he can't sit back and let the status quo remain. What we've seen in the last 25 years is the melting, of solar caps in Greenland that have opened up navigational routes that weren't there 15 years ago. And those navigational routes provide a direct threat to the U.S. and our defense of our country. And so, yes, President Trump, what do you mean how? You have Russia and China that have direct access now to navigation routes that they didn't have 10 years ago. What do you think? What do you think Chinese and Russian people are going to do when they have navigation routes? At least we know what the Russian government's going to do. And we also know what the Chinese government's going to do. They're going to continue to fund the Russian government and all its activities in Ukraine and throughout the world.
So this is,
that's why
as you said, Brian, this is, if this were truly about stopping Russian ships or Chinese ships in those waters that have opened up, why is the President of the United States talking about building a missile dome with the use of Greenland?
Gosh, I think it's pretty obvious. You want security for the United States. The missile dome provides security, to the U.S. It provides security to Israel, provides security to other folks. We want to have a missile dome that provides more security security to the United States. And if Russia is able to move submarines in these navigational waters that didn't exist 15 years ago, and these submarines have nuclear weapons, now you've cut the time down to when Russia can actually nuke the United States.
Brian,
So
there is an alliance with European nations in it who are perfectly capable of detecting Russian ships in waters or Canadian ships in waters. The NATO alliance allows for America to have a base on Greenland anyway, troops in Greenland anyway. It can use it for military activity.
Sure, but listen, ask Ukraine how you feel about the protection of NATO in their hemisphere, in their continent. The reality is NATO at one point had a strong specific purpose. It lost sight of its priorities, and you have the results of expanded wars in Europe. Let's remember, the whole existence of NATO was to prevent wars in Europe, and now we have a war in Europe. So we really can't rely on NATO to be deterrence from Russia in Greenland.
Even if Ukraine wasn't in NATO, the reason why,
like I said,
arguably the reason why Russia hasn't marched across Ukraine is because NATO is acting as a deterrent.
No. Remember the whole point of what NATO existed to do. The whole reason of NATO in the first countries before it expanded was to prevent another war in Europe.
Yes.
What do we have right now?
Ukraine isn't in NATO.
We have a war in Europe. It has nothing to do whether Ukraine's in NATO. It has to do whether the Russian government fears the potential of any retaliation when they act, whether it's from NATO or the United States. And clearly the Russian government does not have those fears. And you asked earlier about why those navigational fears.
If Russia had invaded a NATO-aligned country, which Ukraine isn't,
first of all,
it would have had those fears because an attack on one is an attack on all. So.
No. First of all, Russia right now is dropping drones in Romania and in Poland. So Russia's already shown the inclination that NATO is not a threat. NATO was the fear that the threat of NATO was enough to stop the Russian expansion, or at that point the Soviet expansion, and it wasn't enough. And so NATO continued to expand in hopes that they would deter the expansion of the Soviet, and that didn't become even.
Okay, well, is it to
through the various waves of NATO expanding, it showed that it's never been able to deter Russia.
Well,
even if it would have had Ukraine, even if it would have.
We see it rather differently. I think what you're ultimately arguing for is Ukraine should have been part of NATO. Should Ukraine have been part of NATO?
No, what I'm ultimately arguing for is I'm saying NATO does not really have the ability to deter Russia in Greenland. Right now, we see their ships.
What significant developments can be made? I mean, they've got.
I don't know. I mean, I'm
Remember, he's the president of the United States. Behind the president of the United States, the whole operational team, and there's the checks, balances, etc.
Yeah, how's that going?
He loves great. I mean, he loves the rhetoric. That's how he makes the deal. He gets the proposition into the public eye straight away without any barriers, and then people can choose.
And if it means this fictional referendum, they said no, that's the end of the matter. Is it, Mark?
What he would do is, if it's as valuable as he says it is, he will keep going back with no evidence to support them, and he will say it. But I would say yes if I was in Greenland, and I would promise to stay in Greenland, a passport, a residency, with the ability to go to the American market, to go to the universities, to live in any state in America. It's a no-brainer for a Greenland.
Well, I don't know if that's being offered. It doesn't seem to be offered at the moment. But as Trump says, negotiations are, hopefully he wants to get immediately underway to acquire Greenland. Do you know, I haven't heard, and it's probably incredibly hard to get one or two, just had a call from Wisconsin who was pulled over on some interstate roads to ring us, which is fantastic. Is there do you have Greenlander blood, descendancy, experience in Greenland? Are you off that place? Are you connected in some way emotionally? To those lands? Negotiations will be different. There is a Greenland circumstances that they might be able to military protection for themselves. 03456060973 Tom's will be on LBC in the next 60 minutes.
Prince Harry fights back tears as he tells the High Court the Daily Mail has made his wife's life a misery.
Harry at the High Court over hacking. The Prince takes the stand to give evidence in his phone hacking case against the publishers The Mail and The Mail on Sunday. Our report has been details.
Of course, is hitting people hard in their pocket.
Inflation rises for the first time in 5 months. Over Christmas, we'll get a full report, and
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, but I won't do that.
Sir Keir Starmer says he will not yield to Donald Trump over the future of Greenland, while Trump seems to be utterly determined to have it under US command, saying no one can protect the Western world like the US can. After 5, to what extent is that true? And if Greenland says it's not going to be buffeted by the US,
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
While addressing world leaders in Davos. But the US president called for talks to begin for America to take over the Danish territory.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States.
Brazil plans to build a golden dome for world protection. Senior advisor on the Trump 24 presidential transition team, Brian Lanza, has told LBC only the US can provide a deterrent.
Ask Ukraine how you feel about the protection of NATO in the hemisphere of the continent. The reality is NATO at one point had a strong specific purpose. It lost sight of its priorities, and you have the results of expanding wars in Europe. Let's remember, the whole existence of NATO was to prevent wars in Europe, and now we have a war in Europe. So we really can't rely on NATO to be deterrents from Russia and Greenland.
President Trump also complained that the US has never gotten anything out of NATO. He told the summit that while he loves Europe, he believes it's going in the wrong direction. Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer insisted he would not yield to the president over the future of Greenland. Also this afternoon, a woman's been found guilty of modern slavery offences after holding a vulnerable woman captive for more than 25 years. A victim who came to live with 56-year-old Amanda Whitson as a teenager is now in her mid-40s. Gloucester Crown Court heard the woman was regularly subject to abuse and starved while looking after Whitson's 10 other children. Prince Harry has told the High Court his social circles aren't leaky as he gave evidence in his legal case against Associated Newspapers. He's among 7 high-profile claimants who say the publishers of the Daily Mail unlawfully gathered information. The group denies the allegations. And an amber weather warning for rain has been issued for parts of Scotland from midnight until 6 p.m. tomorrow. Met Office is warning homes and businesses could become flooded and there may be travel disruption. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed up 11 points at 10,138. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.14. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, more continuous rain in northeast Scotland, lows of 3. Persistent rain lingering over northeast Scotland tomorrow, cloudier elsewhere with showers in the south and west, patchy rain in the north, a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good afternoon to you. 3 minutes past 5 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. This hour.
Now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection.
Donald Trump has once again told Davos man that he's wrong. Globalization, porous borders, deindustrializing is over, Trump says. America will make the running in the northern and western hemispheres either through deploying massive military power or massive economic power, or possibly even both. He wants Greenland as the 51st state, and while for now he's ruled out military force, he will get it by buying it. No one can protect the Western world like the US, he says. Is that not true? Trump has taken aim at Britain in all of this too, not just with the barbed comments about Britain and Europe being unrecognisable or about green energy madness, but is threatening the UK with tariffs if this deal doesn't happen. Here's what Keir Starmer had to say in the Commons this afternoon.
I will not yield. Britain will not yield on our principles and values about the future of Greenland under threats of tariffs. And that is my clear position.
Keir Starmer is not at Davos, but the Chancellor is, and had this to say about threats from America.
Britain is not here to be buffeted around. We've got an economic plan, and it is the right one for our country. If other countries want to increase trade barriers, that is their choice, but we are determined to bring trade barriers down.
Well, what does that mean? In the face of tariffs being applied in the next couple of days, if a negotiation over Greenland doesn't begin and end with the president getting what he wants, or do you think Trump is in some ways backing down, ruling out military involvement? Let's take you to Switzerland, to Davos. Saleha Mohsen is a senior Washington correspondent at Bloomberg, who is there. Thank you very much indeed for coming on this afternoon. What was the reaction amongst the Davos men and women that you spoke to after that speech today? Is there a bit of a shrugging of shoulders and a kind of, we've heard this all before, or not?
No, not at all. And as you can probably hear from the background noise, I'm right in the center of the Congress Center where the main event happened. Everyone kind of poured out of the speech and watching the speech on their iPads and phones and everything to say that the new information that they heard was that Trump will not use excessive force to take Greenland and that he is open for discussions.
Although one might have differing definitions of the use of the word excessive, because if by the summer a deal hasn't been reached, that's a 25% tariff being applied to the UK and other European countries.
Absolutely, but when it comes to whether excessive means economic coercion or if it means military might, as we saw in Venezuela and as Trump has threatened previously, it is definitely a little bit of a walk back of expectations of what could come, and you can see in economic and financial markets that message has been received.
Yes, and I'm just seeing here live on the BBC that the European Parliament has now frozen work on an EU-US trade deal. So it seems as if cooperation on trade is being stalled for now.
Oh yeah, and that's such a politician, right, for the U.S. to say, well, those are two separate tracks and we shouldn't mix them together, but that's where the Europeans may feel they have some leverage.
Saleha Mohsen, I'm grateful for your time, senior Washington correspondent at Bloomberg, live for us in Davos. Let's bring it back to Westminster. Natasha Clark is LBC's political editor. The government say it won't be buffeted around by the United States, but the reality is, Natasha, it is.
That's fair to say, but also I think despite the utterly wild, rambling hour and 10-minute speech that Donald Trump gave this afternoon, I think there are some bits in there for number 10 to not celebrate, but basically sigh of relief tonight. So firstly, no use of force. That's something that Donald Trump we know what Donald Trump actually wants Greenland for. I think that is the start of a conversation. That's all things that NATO allies can discuss with him. And also, when you talk about tariffs, Rachel Reeves was obviously asked about that today. He barely actually mentioned the idea of tariffs. He was saying, you know, actually, if you don't sort of give me Greenland what I want, we will remember it. But he didn't then go, okay, and then double or triple down on his idea of tariffs, despite the fact that, you know, 24 hours ago he said 100% absolutely I'll be going ahead with this. He barely mentioned it. He didn't mention the Chambers Islands too. I think number 10 will be seeing that as a little bit of a win. Of course, we're not out of the woods just yet. Trump's been quite clear. He's not going to that.
Is these days.
I know, exactly. About what number 10 is potentially thinking is a win today. Trump has been quite clear. He's not going to back down. He is willing to negotiate. But what does that look like? I think the Foreign Office will be drawing up those plans to see what they can do.
Natasha, appreciate it. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor. 5:08. Lord John Hutton is a Labour peer, former Defence Secretary and former chair of the United Services Institute. Thank you for coming on the programme. In the studio. Do you think that the UK government should even entertain the idea of negotiations over Greenland?
Primarily, that's the key. I don't think we'll be directly involved in that. But the Danish government and the American government in the past have reached agreements about the use of military force in Greenland. And I can't see why there would be any trouble negotiating a greater American presence there if that's what the Americans want and the government of Denmark agree to, which I think they would. So I think really they should have just got on with that. We've just spent the last 10 days doing something really quite absurd in my view, which is talk about the threat of America using military force to invade Greenland. I never ever believed that was credible. I don't think it would be legal for the first place, and I don't think Congress will let the president do it. So I think it was always a hollow, and I think pretty horrible threat to be dangling over everyone. And it's caused damage to the NATO alliance, there's no doubt about that. And all those things really could have been avoided if the president had taken a more rational and more sensible path.
Do you get the impression that some of the chatter amongst European countries about retaliation, trade war retaliations, the EU bazooka, trade bazooka, whatever, has that been unhelpful ultimately?
Well, I think that's another thing that really I do take very strong objection to what President Trump has done. I mean, threatening his allies with economic tariffs because we disagree about the future path of these discussions on Greenland is just absolutely terrible. That's not how you treat your allies. I mean, it's a really fundamental moment. I think we've all come to see President Trump in a different way, and to be honest, not a good way. But I think, yes, if these tariffs go forward, I think we should respond. Absolutely, we should. Because we have some values and principles here that are worth defending. No one wants to see a tariff war. Of course, it's horrible. You just mentioned those words. But neither can we sit back and allow one country to bully and harass another, particularly not an ally, in NATO. It's just not how we do things. And let's hope over the next few weeks we row back a little bit. But listening to the president today, I mean, really, he's not rowing with all his oars in the water, is he, on this? I mean, there's just something not right. I mean, we expect our politicians to talk about facts, not make stuff up, which he did for the best part of the hour. I mean, it's really, really quite troubling to see a president of the United States speak to his European allies like this. We've never seen anything like this, certainly not in my lifetime.
No. That being said, the Chancellor was there at Davos saying Britain won't be buffeted around. Do you think that is not a particularly coded language to say to the Americans, look, if you put tariffs on us, we're sort of duty-bound to engage in this as well?
Maybe. I don't really know what the Chancellor was saying. I don't really understand that point. No one wants to see trade barriers. Yeah. But if someone's going to threaten us with trade barriers, what's our response? We can't unilaterally lower barriers. That's not how you deal with trade barriers and the threats like that. I think we should stand with our European partners on this. Yes, absolutely. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But I really don't think at a moment like this we can afford to look like we don't really care enough about our values to defend them, dig in on them. We should.
At a cost, but at a potential cost to everybody listening.
Well, yeah, it's not great, is it? And I'm not saying this is, my go-to place. I think we should try and avoid all of this. And I think we might be able to do it if we can, if there is an agreement to be reached between the US and Denmark on the future of Greenland and the presence of a military force there from the US. I think that's the way to deal with the trade barrier threat.
So in a way, the end of this say so of the Danish.
Well, let's hope it all fizzles out.
Yes.
But the carnage is left behind. I think we should pause, give everyone in the US administration, particularly sensible voices of the Republicans in Congress, pause for thought. Is this what the next 3 years are going to be like? And let's not forget one other thing that the President mentioned in his inaugural address, which is he was going to take the Panama Canal back. What does that mean? That would be a direct invasion of a sovereign country. And we cannot have that either. So I think there are some really big issues here that transcend what we've been talking about the last 10 days. And I think President Macron, who I don't always agree with, I think called it right when he said, we either stand up for the international rule of law, or what is the point of us? What is it that we actually believe in? And I think standing up for the things you believe in, particularly like this, is a really important moment for us.
How much work, with having your previous hat on as Defence Secretary, how much work should Defence Secretaries across Europe now be doing to pull together assets to see what is there amongst European allies in the event that Trump pulls out of NATO?
Well, Tom, I really don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the Congress of the United States would allow the President to do that. He might hint at that and talk about it, and he's totally dismissive of the NATO alliance. We can sort of sense that from every word.
But is this not a moment for Europe to now muster itself to say, well, we cannot rely on the old previous certainties here about US guarantees of security?
Well, I would say two things. Trump won't be there forever. Thank goodness. There will be a more rational and sensible president of the United States at some point. I'm quite sure of that. I think there's very strong support for NATO in the US Congress, and I don't think the president would be allowed to do what he has hinted at. So I think really, I would not want to see the European members of NATO spend any resource or time thinking about this issue at this point in time. I don't think that's going to happen. Should it materialise, well, that's a totally new world we'd be entering, and we'd have to, plan accordingly. NATO, the European members of NATO, have significant military assets. We have the French nuclear deterrent, we have the British nuclear deterrent.
Reliant on the US, of course.
Well, that's a moot point. I don't really want to get into the detail of that. I think it's more independent than people think. And we would have to address that clearly if we were going to move beyond the US presence in NATO. I don't think that's going to happen. But I do think this is a wake-up call for all of us. And I think particularly in the High North. I remember day one when I was Defence Secretary, the chiefs all advised me about the security threats in the High North. Well, we haven't done much about that in the last 20 years. And I think, if the one good thing that President Trump has done is wake us all up to the security threat that does exist in the High North, and we should, as a NATO alliance, be responding to that.
Could you give us an example of that, insofar as you can? What actually are those security threats?
It's mainly from Russia. I think the threat from China has been, in the High North, has been, significantly egged up by the President. I don't really think there is a significant...
But the threat posed is...
naval and military, yes. I think there's no doubt at all that the Russians, and we know this, the Russians have been increasing their naval presence in the High North. And we should be conscious of that and deal with that. And as I said, I think President Trump has called it right in this sense, that we haven't been responding to that security challenge sufficiently. And I don't think we can reasonably say, well, that's the job of the US to do that. That's our responsibility too. Not just the Danes, the Norwegians, Sweden, Finland, all of the northern European NATO states have a real vested interest in the High North and keeping it free from malign Russian influence.
Very good to talk to you. Thank you for coming in. Lord John Hutton is a Labour peer, former Defence Secretary and former chair of the Royal United Services Institute. Come to more of your calls in a few moments. 5:16 news headlines on LBC. Amelia Cox.
Donald Trump has ruled out the use of force but called for immediate negotiations to take over Greenland. A woman has been found guilty of modern slavery offences after keeping a vulnerable woman captive for more than 25 years. And inflation rose slightly in December to 3.4% following a rise in tobacco duty and Christmas getaways. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, while continuous rain in northeast Scotland, lows of 3 degrees.
LBC travel line, Dave. Golf is slow on the M25 anti-clockwise. The exit road at junction 21A for St Albans is partly blocked because a car has broken down. There are delays on the M4 going out of town. There's now one lane closed between junction 4B for the M25 and junction 5 for Langley because a car has broken down. There are delays delays in the west of town. Holland Park Avenue is closed in both directions between the Holland Park roundabout and Addison Road. It's after a water main burst, so it also means the West Cross route southbound is closed from the Westway to the Holland Park roundabout. On the trains, there are delays and cancellations to Stansted Express and Greater Anglia services as we get speed restrictions between Cheshunt and Harlow Town. And Thameslink and East Midlands Railway have cancellations between Luton and St Pancras because of electrical supply problems.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m.
The United States is asking for
on his demand to have Greenland. There is big trouble ahead. Join me at 6.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app.
Could be next when you enter by this Sunday at omaze.co.uk, because one person is guaranteed to win a £5 million house in London with all the furniture and £250,000 just to help you settle in. Roger recently opened the door to a brand new future,
Just a dream.
and this time it could be you.
And here's the best part. You'll be supporting Alzheimer's Society.
So for your chance to win a luxury house in London worth £5 million, you must enter by this Sunday at omaze.co.uk. Over 18s only, no purchase necessary, conditions apply. £1 million charity donation.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060973.
5:20 the time. We're going to the High Court to hear from Prince Harry in a few moments, who's been giving evidence at a court case where he was taking on the publishers of the Mail and the Mail on Sunday over phone hacking. Apparently, it all got quite emotional for the Prince in court. Let's come to your calls, though, on what happened in Davos case in Edgware. Hi, Kay.
I've been waiting patiently for a little while. How are you?
I'm sorry to keep you on hold.
Do you remember that
Out.
Okay, cool. Hearing people talk about this is only about him crashing the market. And the eagle-eyed people, or your eagle-eyed listeners would know that you can go and track all of the purchases that Congress has made. They sold the private price, and they do that. All of these things make money. And at the end of the day, you know, they can do that.
a more dangerous place for my kids.
Did you call him Grandpa?
And,
eroding judicial systems, eroding rights that existed for people.
Tom, that's their way of life.
Well, hang on, but it wasn't the way of life they agreed to. It wasn't their way of life that they agreed to allow people in Hong Kong to have when the British inexplicably handed it over.
Yes, but when the British went to China, the British didn't do exactly what they told the Chinese they were coming to do, and they did something different. So let's not go into that China. Let's not go back to that. What I want to speak at is the danger Trump is putting. And that's it is. He's putting danger to my kids' lives. And when someone is spending money and buying missiles and so on, my daughter is looking for a job, she can't get a job. And people is talking about buying more missiles and bigger wars to kill people. What kind of war are we coming to? For the last 20 years, people have been more peaceful.
Well, why bother having a military? Joseph, why bother having a military at all?
No, I'm not saying don't have a military at all, because there is still some dangerous people like Vladimir Putin. Another one who is just killing people for no reason. To expand land, to own more land, for what? For own more land to who? For who to live in?
Well, Joseph, listen, in the main, all the people you've described as being bloodthirsty, whether it's the Caucasians of Europe or Vladimir Putin or even Donald Trump, they're all men.
And they're the grandpa, in the 60s and 70s, end of life.
Well, maybe it's a men problem, Joseph. Is it not?
I think it is. We shouldn't be having leaders that they're not making decisions.
No men in charge, Joseph says. It's got that ring to it. Thank you very much indeed for the call. 5:27, let's get a business update. Ben Kumar is here from Seven Investment Management. We've got inflation on the rise again here, Ben. Why?
Well, this is all actually down to the calendar prices were really high. People just dashing to their works. It's because of the calendar.
Oh, that's so... What an utterly insane way of measuring anything.
Like lots of these things, the minute you go, I'll just take what it says on that day. Well, no, that's not how people live their lives, right? You might get a return fight for lots of different reasons, but they have to make a choice. It's just when you dig into the data, pretty much the main reason is this. So inflation is about where it was last month and the month before. It's not a problem for the Bank of England to consider. I think they've got a meeting on the 5th of February to consider cutting rates. I doubt they will. Probably leave it another month or so. But this is not a kind of imminent threat. This is honestly down to the calendar.
Because I am all mouth and no trousers, I still haven't bought any silver. Where's money gone today?
Well, the flood of money that's been going into gold and silver over the past week or so has sort of gone the other way a bit. It seems that when Donald Trump speaks, anyone who's doing anything on the trading side is looking at gold and silver. So when he comes out today and says, I'm not going to use force, silver's down about 2%. When he comes out and says, actually, I'm interested in that bit of country that you've got and I kind of want it, silver goes up, people flick. So silver down today. In general, the global equity market, so stocks and shares, are all up a bit today, all a little bit relieved. The stocks that have done quite badly today are defence stocks, because when Donald Trump says I'm not going to use force, that suddenly reminds people that, okay, perhaps there won't be so many bombs and guns and things built. So in general, the minute Donald Trump says, I'm ready to talk, people get a little bit relieved. The thing that I think is interesting is last year we had this idea of the taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. But the thing is, when you're in the middle of it, when he's actually threatening you, it's very difficult to remind yourself or persuade yourself that this time will be different. He's turned up at Davos today and been a bit conciliatory. Could turn up tomorrow, say something, utterly off the reservation. So I believe in the end there'll be a reasonable solution, but it's really difficult in the middle of it to say you can guarantee that to anyone. That's what I think investors are still finding hard to deal with.
Cool heads, Kumar. Cool heads. Ben, thanks very much indeed. Ben Kumar from Seven Investment Management. You're listening to Honningsvåg on LBC. Coming up,
Prince Harry calls the Daily Mail disgusting, fighting back tears as he appeared in court against the paper over privacy claims. LBC's Helen Hodnott at the High Court in central London.
Details on that court case after 5:30 news headlines. Amelia Cox.
The European Union says it has suspended work on the implementation of its trade deal with the US, saying it is currently impossible. Chair of its Committee on International Trade, Bernd Lange, says the bloc's sovereignty and territorial integrity is at stake. Donald Trump has ruled out the use of force to acquire Greenland at Davos, but has called for negotiations to be opened immediately. A woman has been convicted of modern slavery offences after holding a vulnerable woman against her will for more than 25 years. A court heard how Amanda Wixon's victim, who first came to live with her as a teenager, was repeatedly beaten and starved. And Prince Harry has dismissed claims he had leaky social circles as he testified at the High Court against the owner of the Daily Mail. He is among the famous faces accusing Associated Newspapers of gathering information unlawfully, which it denies. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, or continuous rain in northeast Scotland, lows of 3 degrees.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
£15 billion strategy to encourage you to get your home warmer, go green and save cash. Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband. Why is it not like your other promise that you're going to bring my heating bill down by 300 quid by 2030? But we're not. It's currently marching in the other direction, Mr. Miliband.
It's not marching in the other direction. Look, anyway, we're in 2026, but there was more rooftop solar installed last year than any other year in Britain. There were more heat pumps installed last year than in any other year.
So the figure?
The figure was 200,000 for solar.
What is the figure we need to be at by 2030?
We want to get to 450,000.
Will we get to it?
Yes.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Train to Cambridge and then all aboard the paddleboards. A little bit different, should be fun. Or wobbly, or wet.
The wetsuit's a good look on you, Steve.
Oh, actually, this is very relaxed.
Georgie's up the river cam without a paddle.
Train home, that was such a laugh.
I think I might even have a new hobby.
Download the Thameslink Railway app to book tickets and save a third off peak travel on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story.
With over 50 years' experience, at Fidelity, we believe there's a difference between investing and being invested. Investing is having access to guidance, tools, and expert insights. Being invested means feeling confident about your future. Investing is choosing from a wealth of investment options. Being invested means focusing on your long-term goals. For ISAs, pensions, or advice, be truly invested with Fidelity. Go to fidelity.co.uk. Your capital is at risk. Terms apply.
This time last year, Hassan was working in sales and spent his evenings now he's working as a prison officer. He's tackled cell fires, got through to some of the most challenging prisoners, and helped support their rehabilitation. He's done things he once thought he was never capable of, but he still loves his game. An extraordinary job done by someone like you. Search prison jobs now.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site fee increases, and that was before the dramatic loss in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. HolidayParkAdviceCentre.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Tom Swarbrick. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
5:34. Dan, I promise I'll come to your call in just a few moments' time. First,
The press themselves have incited so much hatred towards myself, my wife, and even our children. That's hard to forgive.
The Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, became emotional in the High Court this afternoon while giving evidence in his phone hacking trial against the owners of the Mail and the Mail on Sunday. Watching in court, LBC reporter Helen Hodden.
Tom, if it feels like Groundhog Day, it's because this is the third time Prince Harry has taken the tabloids to court over privacy. He won his case against the Mirror in 2023. The Sun settled with him in 2025. But what will happen over the next 9 weeks in his battle against the Daily Mail could leave him ultimately victorious or not. His hat-trick hangs in the balance. Today he was called to give evidence, and it was a dramatic, emotional day in court, culminating in Prince Harry on the verge of tears in the stands, saying this case has been a horrible experience and that by not admitting fault, the Daily Mail has made his wife's life a misery. At the heart of this case are 14 articles that were published by the Mail in the early 2000s, which include extremely intimate details about Prince Harry's love life, plans and feelings, which he insists could only have been obtained through unlawful information gathering tactics. The publishers of the Mail, Associated Newspapers Limited, are accused of hiring private investigators to use methods like phone hacking and blagging, which is a so-called dark art, which involves pretending to be someone else to get information like bank and medical records. The Daily Mail denies the allegations, calling them preposterous and accusing the claimants of clutching at straws. But central to this case will be the paper having to try to explain in court how exactly its journalists got the information that went to print. In his questioning, the lawyer for the paper, Anthony White KC, suggested the journalists got details for these stories from the Prince's own friends. He painted a cosy picture of the journalists attending the same polo matches, nightclubs and bars as Harry and his group went, suggesting that they were the leak. Harry denied his friends were loose-lipped around known reporters. One of the examples Harry gave in his written statement was an article from 2006 about his and Prince William's reaction to the Italian media publishing a photo of Princess Diana after her fatal crash. He said the Mail could only have known their reactions to that if they had been listening to their phone calls. Again, denied by the publisher. Finishing his evidence today, Prince Harry told the court his life had been open season to be commercialised, that it has been since he was a teenager, with every aspect of his personal life delved into, saying that having to the sitting court and have the paper claim that he doesn't have any right to privacy is disgusting.
the testimony done. It was emotional, it was sometimes tense. As he argued with the defence lawyer, you could tell how palpably personal this was for him. And over the next couple of months, other high-profile claimants will take the stand, including Liz Hurley, Sadie Frost, and Sir Elton John. And as it's a civil case rather than criminal, what's at stake are potentially big payouts and, of course, an enormous settling of the score.
Helen, really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Helen Hoddenot, LBC's reporter at the High Court today. And I would suggest make a booking, because I think Helen is going to be at the High Court for some time, given the number of people who are going to be giving evidence in that case. It is, of course, worth saying that the publishers of the Mail and the Mail on Sunday deny those allegations. Don's in Redditch. Let's come back to the subject of not just the hour, but the moment, maybe even the decade, Don. Your namesake in Davos.
I find one more thing I always actually have to really try to understand is why does President Trump want to require rather than just put additional troops or military bases on there. And I actually think our Prime Minister what we just done, we've just sold the Chinese islands, and they have strategic base Diego Garcia on the Chinese islands. From the US administration's perspective, they strategically positioned for defense. Just actually confirm that point. Right? Why would the US administration trust to set it on from underneath them, just as the Turkish are back? Well, for example, they could sell it to anybody. But here's the thing: if you're saying that right to self-determination, that means the hands of who actually runs their country, their hands, which means they could say we want to be self-determination and we want to be Russian or we want to be Chinese. Right? So that is the argument. Actually, studying the US administration to say, important to our just being a tenant of the land is not as safe as being a landowner. And you keep going on about the Greenlanders that have the right to self-determination. We didn't give the UK government didn't give the same right. So there is a the UK government has actually something to answer for here, because they have set the score of sending out strategically important land where the Americans are tenants.
The difference is, the primary difference is that Greenlanders, insofar as we can tell, don't want to be anything other than the thing that they are. Two international court rulings which said that the UK's they were not going to. And listen, I agree with you about the changes. I think it has been a mistake. It is a mistake. I'm trying to give you some ammo with which to support your point, not that I think that I agree with it, which is that Trump said that people would be less likely to defend a land that they are leasing or only have a lease agreement on rather than full ownership, which I think is a bit weird because that's not the primary deciding factor in whether or not a NATO ally is going to come and help us in the event that we get attacked.
No. Forget the NATO. This is the point. Made it really clear. His primary is the protection of the United States of America. Right? Primary is the United States of America. Secondary is Europe. Okay, I think we can all agree on that one. And therefore, he's thinking about himself, which that's his job. That is his job. Yeah? Agree or disagree?
Yeah. What's your point?
Right? So the point is this: is if someone else owns the land under which
he believes he needs to, in order to defend his country.
He's already got troops there. He's got troops there. What more do you think he needs?
They got sold out from underneath the UK. They got sold out.
We still have a base there.
From the base.
We still have a base there. The Americans and the UK share.
It's a 99-year lease, Tom.
Yes.
It's only a 99-year lease. What happens in 100 years' time? Thank you. You don't know. You don't know. No. You don't know. There's only one answer. You don't know. And therefore, from that perspective, that doesn't give you. Now, if the Greenland and the Greenlanders have the right to self-determination, in 50 years' time, they go, you know what? The Chinese have offered us one hell of a nice package. Yeah, we're going to take that. The US have a problem.
All right, Don, I've enjoyed the back and forth, sir. I appreciate the thought that you've applied. I want to take you to your answer. Here's Donald Trump.
I want to say that people in this room are amazing. Most of you were in the other room also. And the United States is doing really well, like nobody thought it was actually possible, certainly not this 1 year. It's exactly a year if you think about it. Time flies, it's 45%, it's a long time. But it went very, very fast. We've had tremendous luck. I think it's been reported by even people that aren't lovers of Donald Trump that it's been maybe the best first year for any president. I think in terms of what we've accomplished, it might very well be. But we've accomplished a lot, including ending 8 wars. I have one to go. I thought that was going to be one of the easiest ones. It's turning out to be one of the tougher ones. When you heard me say before, 25,000, 30,000 people are dying a month. It's ridiculous. And I think we're getting close. Jared's here, and Steve Woodcock is here. A lot of people that are working on that are here, and they're doing a good job. I think you could have gone into a world where we weren't here. It was out of control. But I think we're going to get it resolved. And I'm doing it to save 30,000 people a month. If you can imagine your kid, I mean, take your son leaves home, waves you, proud of him, so beautiful, and then 2 weeks later you hear he had his head blown off fighting Ukraine or fighting Russia. It's both of them. The total are averaging 30,000, actually 30,000 young people, generally soldiers, a little bit in towns, but for the most part soldiers. Every single month they're dying. So I think we're going to do well there. But we have Scott Bessent, who everyone knows, and Howard Lutnick, and these guys are doing a fantastic job with.
Everyone's clapping in the room. I'm not clapping.
They were both recommended by many of the people in this room. I say, what do you think of Scott? Oh, he's fantastic. What do you think of Howard? A very different type. I would say these are two exact opposites. And I like that. I like that. They are the exact opposite. You know, I never thought of it that way. I'm just saying that I'm looking at you two. You are in every way, but they're tremendously talented people and very successful people. And I like bringing successful people in because there's a reason for success. It's one of the reasons that we've had such success. You know, we took over a country with a border that was a disaster where millions of people were coming in. Millions of people were coming in every single week. I mean, literally a week we have millions of people, and they weren't vetted. Totally open border. You had people come in, you could look at them. I don't want to say how do I define that, because I always discriminate, so I don't discriminate. But you could look at some people and say they're criminals. And we took in tremendous numbers of murderers, drug dealers, mental institution, insane asylum people that were in insane asylum. Institutions for the mentally ill and dangerous, very dangerous. They dumped them into our country like we were dirt. And it's a nasty business.
Donald Trump speaking at the World Economic Forum, still actually in Davos, addressing a group of business leaders. And I think, dare I say, I think we've heard this stuff before. I mean, if you've been anyway following all of this, there was the statement in Washington last night in which he talked about this, and then there was a statement in Davos earlier in which he talked about this, and now we're hearing it again. So I think, unless anything else pops up, we will leave it there for now. But not before we come to your calls in a few moments' time. 5:47 headlines, immediate comments.
Donald Trump says he will not use force to acquire Greenland while addressing world leaders at Davos. A woman who held a vulnerable woman against her will for more than 25 years has been convicted of modern slavery offences, and an emotional Prince Harry has told the High Court the press made his wife's life a misery. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, or continuous rain in northeast Scotland, 73 degrees.
LBC travel line Dave Golf. There are delays in the west of town. Holland Park Avenue is closed in both directions between the Holland Park roundabout and Addison Road after a water burst this morning. So it also means the West Cross Bridge southbound is closed from the westway to the Holland Park roundabout. In Perth, 22 Godstone Road is blocked both ways between Dale Road and Downs Court Road. That's because the tree has fallen in the road to the Queues. It's slow on the A13 westbound. There's a lane closed. Cars broken down between North Skifford and the M25 at Lakeside. On the trains, there are delays and cancellations to Stansted Express and Greater Anglia services because of speed restrictions between Cheshunt and Harlow Town. And Thameslink and East Midlands Railway have cancellations between Luton and St Pancras. That's because of electrical supply problems.
Coming up at 6 on LBC, Tonight with Andrew Marr.
Donald Trump was at his most belligerent this afternoon, insisting the US will take over Greenland. Join me and guests in the firing line, and we work closely with the US President at 6.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
What's the secret to feeling young? Cryo chambers, vampire facials, forest bathing. Really? The real secret to feeling young is simply living young. And with the new Seat IB for you can roll young with a £2,000 Seat contribution, or the new Seat Arona with a £3,000 Seat contribution, both at 6.9% APR representative. Seat, rolling young. With Solutions PCP, ordered by 31st of March 2026. Indemnities may be required. Seat Finance.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
A slow train is a place where you have time, a chance to recharge yourself, to affirm, to stretch out, sit back, and when you hear all change things in your mind, go with the flow and save advance tickets and some tap supplier.
Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV, and here's why. They can go from London to Sheffield on a single charge that costs around £5. They're ecstatic about that and the exhilarating feeling behind it. Plus, for charging themselves at home, they're always ready for the drive. I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Possibly dependent on Paris model and driving habits. More details at the government UK/clean.
Banning Dental Hair Clinics, with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Experience. It's knowing when something's worth waiting for and when it isn't. That's why Saga Health Insurance offers unlimited GP appointments whenever you need them. With a choice of flexible plans, prompt tests and treatment, your health is taken care of. And right now, get 3 months free. Search Saga Health Insurance for a quote today. New customers starting a policy before the 19th of February. Pay by monthly direct debit for the first year. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
Chase is the digital bank you can count on.
How so?
Because you get 1% cash back on your grocery shop.
Like on prosciutto?
Yeah, prosciutto.
And seaweed crackers?
Sure, those two.
What about rotisserie chickens?
If it's in your grocery shop, Chase has got your cash back. Join today and get 1% cash back on debit card spending on groceries, fuel and everyday transport. Chase. See what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. 1% cash back for your first year. Maximum £15 per month. Exceptions apply.
Mummy, please can you tell me a bedtime story?
Well, once upon a time there was a very tired mummy who'd been busy all day, and basically she was too knackered to cook, so she ordered herself sweet and sour chicken, special fried rice and some prawn crackers on Uber Eats instead.
That's not a very good story, Mummy.
Great ending though.
You've done enough. And get your favourite restaurants delivered. Check out the Towns on the Street.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Must be 4 paid stages. I don't know about that. I just think, from my experience, I think in Davos, people just lose their mind.
getting in, spending time in tiny little rooms, and then all heading out again. Everyone's going to get ill. It's a super spreader, isn't it? Steve's in Maidenhead. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Tom. So I listened to the whole speech earlier. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
So, yeah, I found that there's some hard truths in it, and quite hard to listen to. I find Donald vulgar, very boastful, displays boastful power. I think he's an interesting guy, and I like the way they celebrate success. They do that enough in the UK. In fact, I think we're the complete opposite to our detriment. But my main point really is that I think China rushed at will at some point objections to the US trying to take ownership of Greenland. What happens then? What happens when they do object?
I mean, I guess the same response the Americans have been making at the moment, which is, who are you? The Americans have a base there, and that's very important to keep the Russians from having a base there, or the Chinese from having a base there. I wonder, Steve, whether all of this ultimately, I wonder actually whether what Donald Trump said in that speech was taking some of the hot air out of the room, and just cooling it down a little bit. He said no reaction, no open, and I just wonder whether this is going to end up the US deploys more troops to Greenland with the say-so of the Danish.
I mean, you say he's not using force, but he's using economic coercion, which is almost as bad. You know, essentially it's still a force of a different type.
Do you think these tariffs are going to come in at 10% on February the 1st? Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, absolutely. If not more, if someone annoys him, he will increase them.
He's just so volatile. He's so volatile. Clearly, it's what the silent entity gets out of in the morning as to what he's going to decide to do that day. You know, that story that he told about, presumably it was the Swiss Prime Minister ringing him up saying, please don't put tariffs on us, we're a small country, and then because, quote, she rubbed him up the wrong way, he increases the tariffs.
Yeah. He should not be saying that sort of stuff on the global stage.
Well, let those say, he should be doing it, really. I mean, so you had a bad phone call, right, tariffs go up. I'm not sure about that. So maybe there's an off-ramp to all of this, but Steve, I'm still with you. I think these tariffs are coming in February. Thank you for the call. John's in Bristol. John.
Oh, Tom. Hello, mate. Right. Well, I blame The Simpsons.
Always. Good decision. Why this time?
Yeah, well, about 25 years ago, they came out with an episode that had Donald Trump as the president, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, and it was only supposed to be a joke.
Yeah.
And here we are, we're living in a Orwellian nightmare.
Oh, we're living in the Simpsons universe, I think.
We are living in the Simpsons universe, but honestly, the guy... Listen, I live... Are you chewing? Are you eating or something? There's a lot of noise going on. Anyway,
how that would be incredibly rude of me John, hang on. I'll be accused of many things, sir, and probably rightly, but not this. I'm not going to be masticating on the radio while you're talking. That would be unbelievably rude.
Listen, Tom, right, I lived for a few years in New York. Okay, and everybody knows who Donald Trump is. He's always been like this, all of his life. He's a New York real estate monster. He's Tony Soprano. He's the Mango Mussolini. Like, this guy is a sociopath. Right? And Gavin Newsom is absolutely right. When the sycophantic acquiescence of many, not just European leaders, but many leaders in the world. I mean, it's just sickening.
So when Rachel...
You've got to stand up to bullies, Tom. And when Mark Carney did it, right? And he got elected on the back of it. And he stood up to him. He said, yeah, we're not the 51st civilian state.
Would you go, John?
John, he's never mentioned it since.
John, would you... Well, threat to Mark, thanks, John. Give Elizabeth the threat to Mark, I say. But would you, if you were offered free tickets Would you go to the World Cup in America this summer?
Absolutely not. But if he takes Greenland, what next?
What do you think? What should I do? If I get offered free tickets to the World Cup, I love my football. If I get offered free tickets to the World Cup this summer in America, should I go?
No.
Let's put this to the test, folks. Let's do it.
Tom, what FIFA need to do? Right. Just get games that have been scheduled in America, give them to Mexico and Canada.
Well, I think, as you said the other day, it's almost as if the winner of the FIFA Peace Prize doesn't treat it seriously. John, thank you for the call. Thanks for all your calls this afternoon. Back with you tomorrow for the LBC app. Please, if you missed any of today's show, you can pause on Beer Mind Live Radio on it and listen to a range of podcasts. You get it for free from your app store. At 7 Ian Dale next tonight. Andrew Mark.
Thanks to a momentous day for the West, as Donald Trump tells European leaders he isn't backing down an inch on Greenland, although he won't actually go to war. As this crisis continues to worsen by the hour, I'll be talking to friends and opponents of the president and trying to work out where we're going next. I'll be looking at Trump's ferocious attack on green energy and wind power as well, what the US president called the greatest hoax in history, and asking a government minister if perhaps we are stupid for exploiting North Sea oil and gas. In other news, I'll be talking to former Cabinet Minister Alan Barber about his crusade to get more young people back into work and finding out why leasehold reform is boring but essential. Join me after the news.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Newsroom at 6 o'clock. Donald Trump has called for immediate negotiations for the US to acquire Greenland, but has ruled out using force. US President told world leaders and...
But I think Canada's responsible state has to make contingency plans for the unthinkable.
And speaking of which, we read this report that the Canadian military have been, as it were, wargaming what to do if the Americans do come across the border. Now, they have a vast military compared to you, and I think the war games concluded, I'm sorry to say this so brutally, but you'd last about 2 days, and it's then into kind of guerrilla warfare, like the Afghans and others. This is the stuff of a really badly written sci-fi book. It's extraordinary that this can be taken seriously.
Yes, but you have to, I think, measure up how long this has been going on. He's been in office for a year. Almost the day he got into power, he began to call us the 51st state, called our prime minister and governor, as if he was the governor of the state, and on and on. This was a galvanic shock. It's as if, I don't know, he said, actually, we own Britain and you're a province of the United States. It would have the same galvanic shock in Britain and in Canada. And it elected Mark Carney. Mark Carney would not be the Prime Minister of Canada had he not had this impulse from Donald Trump. And we are in a rediscovery of the cost of our dependence on the United States and our determination to reduce that dependency in any way we can, which is why Mark Carney is in Beijing one day and he's going to be in Delhi soon, and he's in Qatar to build trade relationships that will reduce our dependence on an emperor who is simply no longer to be trusted.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned trade there. It does look as if Western Europe and Canada and other countries are inevitably heading towards a kind of tariff and trade war again with the United States. Now, there's lots of arguments about the United States debt being held by others and how that would go. What's your impression of what's ahead?
Well, I think Europe has been already. My sense is that in the summer of 25, the EU disadvantageous kind of came to the Americans, and I think discovery that they got nothing from. I think that closes off the options for giving in. I think they now have to accept that we may be in a Trump economic war for quite some time. It could be painful, it could be very difficult. European economies are extremely dependent on the American market, but this is now existential. You simply can't have a power like this threaten the United States, so I think there will be pushback, and I think Carney's speech at Davos last night was a signal from Carney that he understands, in the Canadian context, free trade with the United States is good. I think Europeans are waking up to that realization and realizing that only counter tariffs are going to work here. And so, buckle up, folks. This is going to be a very, very nasty, unpleasant ride, and it will put great strain on all European governments and on the capacity of electorates, including the British electorate, to stand the pain.
Michael Ignatieff, a very important, if slightly chilling warning from you. Thank you so much for talking to LBC. Now, the Trump speech was long and rambling and made huge numbers of assertions, and I'm afraid it is now essential that we fact-check a few of those, and to do so, I'm joined now by Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, who was listening in. Simon, just to get us going, apparently Iceland is part of this big problem. Can you explain why the President kept talking about Iceland? Was he just making a mistake? Was he getting two countries mixed up?
I think he was just making a mistake. Yeah, I think he was just making a mistake, Andrew. I think that because he had referred to his ask as simply for a piece of ice, a small piece of ice, by that he meant Greenland, he then confused the two countries in his own mind, and on a couple of several occasions referenced Iceland when he meant Greenland. I mean, the most breathtaking factual assertion that I think was falsely made during the course of this speech was his claim that Greenland at the end of World War II was part of North America. I mean, he once again advanced this notion that the United States is laying claim to the Western Hemisphere, and he indicated that after the United States had military bases on Greenland soil during the Second World War, in his mind somehow that means that America owned Greenland at the end of the Second World War and then handed it over to Denmark, and that was a terrible mistake that he is simply now trying to correct. It's part of North America, it's our territory, he said. I mean, that is flatly untrue.
On the same basis,
at no point did the United States control Greenland.
I was going to say, on the same basis, Suffolk would be part of American territory today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that means, I think that's quite a long and rambling speech, but 500 years worth of oil and gas to run the North Sea, I think that would be a surprise to the World Cup.
Yes, an enormous surprise to them, but I mean, once again, the American president was slaying Keir Starmer's government for not allowing further exploration in the North Sea. This is an issue that he voiced, of course, when he was in the UK last year for that second state visit, and it's an issue that he voices again and again, as he also says that if European nations, including the UK, don't control illegal immigration into their nations, then we'll soon be dead. And that's why I think the broader context of this speech, filled with falsehoods as it was reminding European voters that when they next get a chance, they ought to be embracing political parties that favour his kind of solutions to their domestic issues. And by that, of course, the government here means, in the UK context, Reform UK.
One final question on that, Simon. There have been reports that senior Republicans have been warning Donald Trump's White House that if he did go ahead with military action in Greenland, that would be the end of his presidency. How seriously do you take this?
Well, I think they should be taken very seriously, not just because some of them were actually articulated publicly by senior Republicans last weekend, including a couple on America's TV Sunday shows. The fact that Donald Trump today said, whether he means it or not, that he's not going to go forward with military action to seize Greenland, I think is partly in response to that critique, because those Republicans didn't say taking Greenland through a negotiated acquisition would be the end of your presidency. They specifically said the use of military force, and I think that Donald Trump, at least moving it slightly off the front burner, because I don't think he was taking it away completely, was responding to that.
Thank you very much indeed. Trying to understand logically has never been more important. So let's hear now from Donald Trump's longtime associate, former lawyer, creator of the Substack platform, The Real Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen, Mr. Cohen, great to have you on the show. We're trying to work out around the world how seriously to take Donald Trump when he says we are going to get Greenland one way or the other. As someone who knows the man quite well, what's your view?
As it relates to Trump and a desire, when he has his eyes set on something, there is nothing that is going to stop him from
what it is that he so desires, whether it's a piece of property for a golf course, whether it is a building, or whether it is a territory of ice. It makes no difference. When he says that he wants it, what he did say, and I think it's important for people to know, he said excessive military force. Now, I listened to part of your previous guest when he said that there are Republicans that have said if you try to use the military within which to seize Greenland, that would be impeachable. You know, we've heard that sort of impeachment rhetoric many times here in the States. In fact, on 2 impeachment trials, neither of which were successful. And I strongly believe very much that if he ended up using, not extreme, as he said, because he won't need to use extreme with 57,000 inhabitants, maybe 60,000 military, which doesn't seem to be too extreme in his mind.
So he could do that. Let me ask you perhaps a more sensitive question. Listening to him giving that, frankly, very long and rambling address in Davos, he made some really extraordinary mistakes, like confusing Greenland and Iceland, the kind of thing that if President Biden had done would have caused a sort of comment around the world. Do you think he is...
No, they would have had Biden. They would have had Andrew Biden in a straitjacket going for a mental test.
This question is, do you think, he said gently, that the president is losing it?
No. You know, if you remember, what happened was they were on the Air Force One. There seemed to have been some form of an electrical problem. They had to turn around, believe it or not. And so he'd been on a flight for a very long time, landed in Davos at 2 o'clock for a 2:30 speech. I think he made a mistake. And in one sentence, he used Iceland 3 times instead of Greenland. I don't think that there is a cognitive issue. It's just a mistake.
And again, you've followed his ups and downs for a long, long time. He appears to be a president really almost unique in modern times in America because he is without constraints.
Zero constraint. In fact, who's the strongest in that hemisphere has the right to everything? That's what he believes.
Michael Kern, I'm very much looking forward to doing a reassuring interview with you at some point, but for now, thank you very much indeed. Coming up, Trump's making huge waves internationally, but the controversy over his immigration agency, ICE, is still rumbling on at home. More about that next, by the time now 6:18.
This is LBC.
And when teams feel supported, they can achieve anything.
Sorry. Just heard even more of my team are off ill.
Have you tried Benenden Health? It's easy to set up. They've got a GP helpline you can book 24/7.
A coffee break, hopefully.
Press play on your people's health with a wide range of healthcare services for less than £16 per employee per month. Search Benenden for business. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
There's so much more to enjoy when you fly in Emirates Economy. Spacious legroom, delicious regionally inspired meals, complimentary drinks, and with the latest movies, TV shows, music and live sport, some of the best entertainment in the skies. And our family services make your journey simple and fun. Plan your next trip and start the holiday early in Emirates Economy. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Another early morning gym session skipped. Some New Year's resolutions set you up to fail, but a new Mazda CX-30 is the one you will want to keep. Available with 0% APR and a £750 deposit contribution during the Mazda January sale. Order by the 31st of January. Search Mazda. Available on PCP when financed by Mazda Financial Services by the 31st of March 26. Indemnities may be required. Terms apply. Participating dealers. See website.
Tonight with Andrew Marr. Watch live on both Global Player and the new LBC app.
6:19. If European leaders are feeling threatened by Donald Trump tonight, just imagine how it feels for many Americans waiting for his ICE paramilitaries to knock at the door. Let's hear now from Mehdi Hassan, the British-born, US-based broadcaster and founder of the media company Zeteo. Mehdi, great to have you on the show. Your reaction to Donald Trump today, against the fellow member of NATO, saying we're going to
piece of ice. And Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, demented Don, as some call him now, at 79 years old, a man who's, losing coherence by the day, not that he had that much to begin with. He referred to it as Iceland multiple times. I keep thinking to myself, if Joe Biden had done this, the media would have gone crazy about Joe Biden's dementia. And yet Donald Trump, day after day, rambles incoherently, slurs his speech. Yesterday he told a long story about his mother wanting him to be a professional baseball player. And today he's sitting in Davos saying we're going to take Iceland. So the Icelandic government should probably have a word with him as well. But look, with Donald Trump, Andrew, I think the British are finally waking up to what we Americans have to deal with every day. I think the rest of the world is weird. Nothing he says is consistent. The fact that he says he doesn't want to militarily do it today doesn't mean he won't say the exact opposite tomorrow. With Trump, it's what side of bed has he got now, or who's the last person to have spoken to him? What's annoyed him? Today in his speech, Andrew, he talked about how the Swiss Prime Minister, whose name he couldn't remember, apparently called him up and she rubbed me up the wrong way. So this is who Trump is. He's a man driven by petty grievances, impulses. There really is no ideology. Next week he might stop talking about Greenland, or he might send troops.
Let me ask you about the sending of troops inside the United States, because ICE may be in his head for another reason as well. And, we've seen some extraordinary scenes from Minnesota. I'd be very interested in your view about what the atmosphere is like domestically as ICE goes into city after city after city, and governors all over the country seem to be protesting about it.
What's so interesting, Andrew, is that the issues that Donald Trump consistently led on, even when he was in the wilderness during the Biden years, was on immigration, on the border. You look at the polling, Republicans always led Democrats on immigration. Now it's changed. He's underwater on immigration policy. The vast majority of Americans are not happy with how he's handling it. They're not happy with what ICE is doing. Americans can see on their phones, on their TV screens, what is happening in major cities. They are seeing a white woman, not a black woman, a white Christian American citizen shot dead in cold blood on the streets of a major American city. We now have, I think, a plurality of Americans saying that they support abolishing ICE, which was unheard of a few years ago. Seen as a crazy far-left position in the Democratic Trump. And now you have a plurality of Americans saying they want to get rid of ICE. So he is deeply involved in this issue, but he's doubling down. Just today, ICE has turned up in Maine, in a new state, in a new city, to try and terrorize local communities, especially the Somali community. Donald Trump yesterday called it a low-IQ community. Last week he called it garbage. So they're really terrorizing some of these black and brown communities and American citizens. Yesterday, one of the police chiefs in Minneapolis said that his own off-duty police officers, who are Latino or African-American, would be stopped by these little guns drawn. They're drawing guns on fellow law enforcement who they think are illegal immigrants. So this is what we've got to now with ICE. As you say, it's his paramilitary force, it's loyal to Trump. They've dropped all the training standards. You can join ICE very easily, no training, with no substantive drills or health tests or background checks, and you could put on a mask and go out onto American streets and harass American citizens, and that's unheard of in this country.
I think even so, Mehdi, I will pass on that opportunity. But in the end, again, I'm sorry to put this so crudely, but it's about the kind of skill most of the time, and I'd just be very interested in your own feeling. You were mentioning the Somali community, who have been absolutely damaged again and again by President Trump, but it doesn't seem anybody who's not the right colour has to think a little 2 or 3 times. Your surname is Hassan. Do you feel completely safe wandering around the States at the moment?
No, nobody who is a non-white person feels completely safe, and no one who's a naturalised citizen, as I am. They're talking about denaturalising citizens. There's a bill in Congress, Andrew, to denaturalise anyone who's been a citizen for 10 years or less if they support terrorism. And the Trump definition of supporting terrorism means speaking out in a way they don't like on a domestic issue or on a Middle East-related issue. So we are living in very worrying times for minority communities. But as I said, with Trump, it's now gone beyond minority communities. People like me were saying, look what they're doing to Somalis, or look what they're doing to Muslims for years. But when you have a woman, Renee Good, in Minneapolis, shot in cold blood, that's a line crossed for a lot of Americans. They didn't think it would be a white American citizen woman being shot by a husband dropped kid to school. And that's a reminder that this entire expansion of ICE, by the way, and ICE is now bigger than most of the world's military. I think it's the 13th. It was a military, the 13th biggest in the world in terms of budget. He's expanded the budget from $6 billion 10 years ago to $85 billion. And this is his personal paramilitary force. And this will be used, for example, during the midterms. I have no doubt that when people go to vote, especially in black and brown areas, there will be ICE agents out at the polling stations to intimidate. That is the goal. This has gone way beyond illegal immigration or even race relations. It's now just his militia force.
Maybe speaking of white women speaking out against Donald Trump, we had Mary Trump on the show yesterday, and she thought that it was perfectly possible that Trump would actually pull some of those midterm elections if he thought he was going to lose them, never mind intimidating voters. What's your view?
Yeah, I think anything is possible, unfortunately. I know people talk about Trump derangement syndrome and alarmism on the left, but, you know, this man is who he says he is. This is what he did. When I said in 2019, I wrote a column saying if he loses the election, he won't leave, I was laughed at. People said to me, this is hyperbole, this is alarmism. That's not how it works in America. You're from England, you don't understand. Yeah, and the following year, he refused to leave and incited an armed insurrection at the Capitol. So, look, anything is possible. Just today in Davos, he again said, sometimes you need a dictator. He keeps talking about the need for a dictator. The other day, he talked about cancelling elections. Said, well, I'm not going to do it. Well, the fact that you happen to deny this, Mary, given these no one's ever stopped it before. Look, cancel elections, postpone elections. Clearly, he's not interested in free and fair elections. They're already trying to access social security data for voters. They're already trying to gerrymander states in a way that we haven't seen it on an epic level across the country. So, look, and he's behaving now. What's so worrying? You and I know, when a politician is this unpopular, he hasn't won his loads to prove what he has on his one year.
Remember Babina?
Which does take us towards a kind of trade and tariff war. As things stand, I assume the extra 10% tariffs coming on next month that Donald Trump talked about, and then 25% tariffs if the issues are sorted in the early summer. That isn't going to happen. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying potentially, because the tone of the speech in terms of individuals who are looking at this purely from a trade economic perspective did feel like the president was taking it down a notch, that he was using this and trying to anchor this conversation to the extreme and using this moment to open up that conversation. And if that is the case, there's potentially a need for him to do something with Greenland on national security concern. The United States talks about other individuals who have spoken out having need of security and competent. And then the tariffs might just go away, and then process of politics can sound very great.
Repeatedly assaulted her victim and forced her to clean and care for her children. An emotional Prince Harry has told the High Court the press made his wife's life a misery, giving evidence as part of a legal battle against the Daily Mail's publisher published to information BBC Weather shows patchy rain in the east or continuous rain in northeast Scotland, lows at 3 degrees.
This is LBC.
EasyJet's big orange sale is now on. Beat the blues and book the beach with up to £500 off package holidays and up to 20% off flights. EasyJet. Get out there. Selected dates and flights. Flight sale ends 3rd of Feb. Holiday sale ends 3rd of March. Min spend and active protected. T's and C's apply. Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV. And here's why. They can go from London to Sheffield on a single charge that could cost around £5. They're ecstatic about that and the exhilarating feeling behind the wheel. Plus, with charging makes them at home, they're always ready for the drive ahead. I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Cost and range dependent on tariffs, model and driving habits. Full details at club.uk/clean energy.
To be or not to be?
Right now we're offering a range of incentives across Audi models.
That is the...
But only until the 28th of February. So stop whatever you're doing.
I'll be right back. Just carry on without me.
And find yours online or at your local Audi centre. Audi. Ursprung der Technik. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers and participating Audi centres only.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for tonight's Lotto draw.
Be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Tonight with Andrew Marr. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
6:33. Let's turn next to another part of the Trump attack on Britain and the rest of Europe. The stupid, he calls them, buying wind farms from China and not exploiting the oil and gas of the North Sea. Before we get a response from the Energy Minister, Martin McCluskey, let's get a little flavour of Trump and what he calls the greatest hoax of all time.
The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from oil sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. We're sitting on top of the North Sea. They like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill.
Martin McCluskey, welcome. 1/3, is that true?
But I think what the President said there, I'd just like to pick up on that, which is there's obviously production on the North Sea at the moment. Oil is being extracted from the North Sea. But over the last 20 years, we've seen a decline in the amount of production in the North Sea, not because of necessarily government policy, but because industry has decided that is a declining basis.
He says that it's 500 years worth of oil and gas on the North Sea.
I think President Trump sometimes uses kind of big numbers and sort of inflates it. The North Sea has been declining now for since 2003, and even if we restarted the levels of production that President Trump was talking about, we would still be a net importer. And the clean energy mission that the government has, clean energy by 2030, is all about moving us away from oil and gas and being reliant on countries like Russia and others, because we need to stand on our own 2 feet when it comes to our energy security, and that's why clean power is so important.
Of course, there is oil and gas there that we could be doing. Does he not have a point that when it comes to, as it were, sitting on this great resource, we could be doing more there, and an awful lot of people in Scotland will be quite cheering him on when it comes to North Sea oil and gas jobs.
We've been quite clear that oil and gas sector has decades of work in it in terms of the North Sea, and the government's not stepping away from that. But we obviously have taken decisions that we've taken in terms of new licences. But we need to ensure there's a just transition for people. You mentioned those workers. I'm a Scottish MP. I understand why that's so important. But we're also seeing billions and billions of pounds of investment into clean energy in Scotland. We had £65 billion of investment since the election UK-wide. We had the auction round last week. This is the future. We need to make sure we take advantage of that opportunity.
Let me ask about the green energy, because there is one thing Donald Trump hates more than anything else, it appears. It's a windmill. And he says we in the West, not just Britain but across Western Europe, we're all suckers, we're all idiots, because we're buying Chinese windmill technology. The Chinese themselves aren't using windmills, they're using coal and oil and gas.
And solar. China, most recently, they are growing their renewable energy generation, they're electrifying. So China sees the opportunity for themselves in that as well. We're taking a decision in the national interest of our country to invest in clean energy, and we're also taking action to make sure the supply chain, more of the domestic supply chain, provides the turbines, provides the heat pumps we're talking about today, for example, through the Warm Homes Plan. We've got a target in there for 70% heat pump manufacture to be in the United Kingdom by 2035. So we're really pushing to make sure that as much as possible of that manufacture happens in the United Kingdom.
We saw a distinctly new tone from the Prime Minister in House of Commons, I thought, today. Donald Trump's trying to twist them arm and having nothing to do with it. Would you welcome that new tone? Do you think this is how we should be standing up to Trump?
I think it was really clear that the Prime Minister is acting, as he has done in the relationship with President Trump all the way through his time in government, acting in our national interest. he is taking decisions to make sure that we get the best deal for people who live in this country. And we have a strong economic and security partnership with the United States, but when we disagree on things, we're going to tell them that we disagree on it. And on this instance, with Greenland, with how some of our NATO allies are being treated, with the attacks on NATO, we need to make sure that we are standing up to President Trump in order to act in our national interest.
Michael McCluskey, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's turn next to one of the greatest injustices in modern Britain, which is the way we are treating younger people. It's perhaps not surprising the latest figures show that almost 1 million younger Britons are not in work or education. This week, former Health Secretary Alan Milburn launched an investigation into what's going wrong and what can be done about it. And he came into the studio to give me the details.
Well, we're going to have a review, we're going to have a proper inquiry, we'll produce a diagnostic report, what is going on, and then we'll have a solutions report, what's the answer. But in the meantime, what's fascinating about this is since we started, I don't know how people get my emails on the telephone, but they do. And I'm flooded with people, the local authorities, mayors, employers, football clubs, who are actually wanting to do something about this.
And you put out a call for evidence. I'm not sure if this is a mistake in the official press release, but it says that it closes on the 30th of January 2026. That gives everybody 10 days to get it up.
I think it went out slightly earlier than that. So there's a lot of evidence around, okay, which is great. So we'll look at that both from this country, what's worked, what hasn't worked, but also from abroad. And in the meantime, what I want to do is I want to activate people. People really care about this. It's a visceral issue. So when I start talking about the NEET population, 1 million young people who are not in education, employment and training, I think it's a nose to a wider story about what's happening to this generation.
Glad you said that, because in terms of what's the real story here, if you look at a young person coming out of education at the moment and looking around at the jobs market, almost no chance of getting a hold of their own. Almost no chance of having a career for life. And you've got AI stomping around munching up their future. And many of them, I suspect, may think, you know what, it's not worth it. Getting into employment in the old-fashioned sense, as parents and grandparents did, the deal is no longer worth it.
So I think there was a contract, which you grew up with the Harp Society. I was brought up to believe by my mum. If you put enough of you that's how we live. And so about putting an effort getting the war, that's broken. And it's particularly broken for this cohort of 164,000 people. And the problem is, you've got a problem on the so-called supply side. Education, skills, employment support, mental health, welfare isn't working, and it's plunging people on a downward escalator into a lifetime on benefits, not in work. And what we've got to do is reverse that, an upward escalator, to provide more opportunities for you.
I think about a quarter of the 946,000 people who are not in employment or work or training are on benefits, on health benefits in particular. Do you believe that a lot of people are going on to health benefits as a way of avoiding work?
No, I don't think it is that. I think what is happening is that there's something going on with mental health in the country amongst this generation of young people.
And again, perhaps not surprisingly, given they've had COVID and given the challenges they face now.
Indeed, but we've got to get under the skin of that and try to understand what is going on. 1 in 5 young people who are not in education, employment and training are reporting either a mental health condition or a neurodiverse condition, ADHD or autism. Half of them are reporting some sort of health condition when they become NEET. But the really worrying thing is both that and that trend line's getting worse. The number of young people getting health and disability benefits has doubled in just 5 years. But here's the worrying thing. 61% of those 964,000 people are economically inactive. In other words, they're completely detached from the world of work. They're not even looking at it. On the supply side and on the demand side, are employers making it more possible for young people to be recruited, or are they not? So we've got to look at the role of employers, not just the role of government.
Some people say that there is a kind of fashion around ADHD and autism, and it's become a kind of obsession of young people. And the undercurrent is that therefore it's perhaps not real, that there's a suggestion it's not quite real. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's a good idea to start with the proposition that we just blame young people somehow. That is not the starting point. I believe every young person has got potential in some way, shape or form. The question is, have we got the system set up on the supply side, on the demand side, such that potential is capable of being realised? things. This is a crisis. It's a sort of existential crisis for the country. What I tell people, 1 million young people, 1 in 8 of all of our young people, and the numbers are getting worse and better, who are looking for work, training, people are genuinely shocked. It's one of these, crisis is a bit of an overused word. It's one of these silent crises that's we can't allow it to go on social.
And there's a sense of urgency about this because people who are not in any kind at all will lose the ability to work, will lose the habit, will lose the self-discipline, and that will then cause them their
This is a scar. So if you're looking for work in your 20s because you've given up for whatever reason, you're maybe not incentivised to go into employers, maybe not incentivised to employ young people with illegal businesses. That lasts for 30s, 40s, 50s. And you may be lose £1 million worth of earning power over a lifetime. That's one thing. And you want to work. It's something about purpose. Everything that I've been able to do in my life has been about work. It's you. We've worked, we've got purpose through work. And there's a risk, I think, sometimes in the debate that we're getting to this very strange place where people are almost saying, well, okay, work's bad for your mental health. And of course, work can be stressful, but we've got to turn that round. Work is fundamentally good for your mental health compared to lack of work.
I don't know how I would cope without work. Alan, at the end of this, is there going to be a grand report with a series of hard-edged recommendations for Keir Starmer to pick up?
Yes, for Keir Starmer to pick up, for the government to pick up. I've said, look, this report, there's no point in doing it. There's no point in being independent and getting somebody like me to look at it. And I'm looking across the span of public policy, from schools all the way into welfare. How do we create more opportunities for young people? Recommendations for government, sure, but also recommendations for employers, mayors, local authorities, because everybody has a part to play in this.
I'm quite excited about this. I do hope you come back to talk to us when you've got the report. And Milburn, thank you very much.
Very happy.
Coming up, the Labour government promised leasehold reform in the 2024 manifesto, but they seem to be wobbling after property investors weighed in. Could this be the next U-turn? Time now, 6:44.
Coming up at 7 on LBC, Ian Dale.
At 9, driving test chaos. At 8, cross question. Keeps backing down. Trump really is the taco president, isn't he? Trump always chickens out.
Ian Dale at 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Hello, Lara. Okay. Right. Thanks for joining this all-staff meeting. It's just you and me. So, I think that we need to revisit tonight's dinner plans. Busy day, a lot of KPIs, a lot of KPIs. I'm going to review to order some spaghetti, tomatoes, a bottle of white, and 2 sticky toffee puddings. Let's circle back after you've ordered Uber Eats.
Sure. When you've officed enough, Uber Eats, and get all your groceries delivered. Check out the terms and restrictions.
Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV. And here's why. On a single charge, they could cost around $5. Then, static about that, and the exhilarating feeling of I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Cost and range dependent on tariffs, model and driving habits. For full details, visit gov.uk/clean energy.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, tonight with
6:46. Angela Rayner, the former Deputy Prime Minister, broke cover this week and called on the government to stand firm on its election promise to limit ground rents for property leaseholders. The pledge faces a backlash from property investors, which is beginning to divide cabinet ministers. Our deputy political editor, Aggie Schomburg's been doing some digging on this. Aggie, first of all, Angela Rayner herself, she's been very, very quiet since she left government. She's suddenly popping back up.
Indeed, this is one of the first issues she's popping back up on. Obviously, something that's very much within her
in favour of this. And apparently other departments too in favour of this, apart from the Treasury. So
that's where the fissure is.
That's where the tension is, exactly. So Angela Rayner has written this piece basically saying Labour made a promise to leaseholders, but ministers are currently subject to the furious lobbying from wealthy investors trying to water this manifesto commitment down. So there's effectively this tension between the two departments, and it's the Prime Minister with number 10, who is the arbiter when people disagree, when his ministers disagree. He has to make the final decision.
Make that call. So it'd be very. What's your sort of Labour MPs? Where are they?
I think there is concern. I think Labour MPs I've spoken to are hoping that
6 p.m. tomorrow, the Met Office is warning homes and businesses could be flooded and there may be travel disruption. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed up 11 points at 10,138, $34 and €1.14. LBC weather, showers in the west tonight with patchy rain in the east, more continuous rain in north-east Scotland, lows of 3. Persistent rain lingering over north-east Scotland tomorrow, cloudier elsewhere with showers in the south and west, patchy rain in the north, a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Dale.
Hello, very good evening. 4 minutes past 7 on LBC. Do watch us over next week as we stream the whole programme live on Global Play, the LBC app and the LBC YouTube channel. Well, another day, another rambling speech from the President of the United States, this time at Davos. But it was the same subject, actually, as last night. He said that he wanted to annex Greenland, but ruled out using military force. So he's backed down on that. He also backed down on threats of military action to Iran if they continued killing protesters. They did continue killing protesters, and there was no military action. He backed down on Chinese tariffs some time ago. He does seem to have a reputation for issuing bellicose threats and then not following through with them. He's become what's known as the taco president. Trump always chickens out. And I want to ask you in this hour one question. After he's backed down from using the US military in both Iran and Greenland, is it time to stop taking Trump's threats so seriously? Or do you think, well, no, we have to take them seriously? Any American president that issues military or trade threats would be silly if we didn't take them seriously. There are some people who say, well, we have to take them seriously, but not literally. 0345 6060 973. Well, during his speech at Davos this afternoon, the President said this.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we will be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
But it's kind of the meatloaf president, isn't he? Sort of, I'll do anything to get Greenland, but I won't do that. Simon Marston is LBC's US correspondent. Do you believe he's the taco president, Simon?
I'm not convinced he is the taco president, Ian. Certainly not on a permanent, you can always trust that it's going to happen basis. And I'm not sure the extent to which Donald Trump actually climbed down today. It felt to me like he was climbing up, in fact, given that yesterday he did not strike the kind of resolute tone towards Greenland that he struck in that speech at Davos, and made some absolutely breathtaking and entirely false claims, particularly about the history of Greenland, insisting that in the past it was owned by the United States. It's part of North America. It's our own territory, he said. He falsely suggested that Greenland had been handed over by the United States to Denmark at the end of the Second World War, which is not the case, that it was somehow an error of history that he now needed to correct. I mean, all of this just rooted in falsehoods about the particular history of Greenland. And there were all sorts of other falsehoods that littered the speech, including, his antipathy towards NATO, fueled as it is by his claim that before he became president, the United States was paying 100% of the costs for NATO. Flatly untrue. And in its worst year, by Donald Trump's yardstick, the United States was paying 65-66% of NATO's costs, and he, of course, has addressed that. Negotiations in his mind that are about finding an off-ramp or climbing down. Negotiations about how the US can buy Greenland. And he's made it clear within the last hour that his preferred negotiator is not any of the Danish government figures that have roundly excoriated his speech today in Davos. His preferred negotiator is Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, who has vigorously defended Donald Trump in his separate speech earlier today, and who, of course, famously called Donald Trump, to Donald Trump's eternal joy, Daddy. Mark Rutte is the guy that Daddy wants to negotiate the handling of Greenland, and our government and every other government is now going to have to wonder whether they can trust Mr. Rutte on his own to handle that kind of negotiation.
Well, the Danish government just won't wear that, will they? Nor should they.
I mean, it seems very unlikely, but when it was put to Donald Trump today by a reporter, as he was sitting alongside Mark Rutte, who, by the way, pushed back at Donald Trump's entirely false claim that NATO has never been there for the United States and won't be there for the United States, and in his usual very carefully worded explanation to President Trump, couched it all in the fact that this was evidence that the alliance has never been stronger than it is under Donald Trump's leadership. But when it was put to the president that the Danish government had completely rejected his call for these immediate talks to begin about the acquisition of Greenland, Trump said, well, I need to hear that to my face. I don't want to hear that secondhand. They need to come and say it to my face. And anyway, I'd much rather negotiate with him. And by him, he meant the man who had called him Daddy, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Now, Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, he's made quite a spectacular speech today, warning that world trade rules are never going to be the same again. In fact, the world will never be the same again. Now, Donald Trump also had a go at Mark Carney. If his logic over Greenland is in any way correct, then surely he should be going after Canada as well. And that's what he threatened right at the beginning of his presidency, didn't he, when he wanted to make Canada the 51st state. Is Canada next on his list, do you think? Or is that too big a bite to have?
Well, I think Canada's certainly on the list. I mean, in Donald Trump's mind, he hasn't referenced the 51st state recently, but I'm sure it's still percolating away in the back of his mind. We heard on LBC earlier from Michael Ignatieff, former leader of the Liberal Party in Canada, that he believes the Northwest Passage is very much on Donald Trump's mind as something that he would like to acquire. And I think it's important that Mark Carney, in his appearances in Davos, has used the R word, rupture, to describe what is taking place in the transatlantic relationship and indeed in his bilateral relationship with the United States. But the other point worth making, Ian, is that Donald Trump insisted today that one of the reasons why the United States has to own Greenland is because you can't defend a place if you're only leasing it or if you're only renting it. You can't defend a place unless you own it. And that's going to come as a shock to the numerous countries around the world that have treaties with the United States that guarantee that the United States will defend them, never mind NATO members. Think about South Korea, for example. Think about places like Japan. I mean, places where the United States is treaty-bound to provide military assistance, to defend them. Well, the President of the United States is now saying, yeah, but if I don't own a place, I can't really be expected to defend it. I mean, take that logic to its natural conclusion, and vast areas of the world should be very nervous tonight about whether the United States has got their back never mind whether NATO has got Americans.
Simon, thank you as ever. That's Simon Marks, ABC's US correspondent. Professor David Dunn joins me now, Professor of International Politics at the University of Birmingham, who specialises in US foreign and security policy, which I imagine, David, is a pretty full-time job at the moment.
Believe me, it is. The scale and the pace of events is breathtaking. I've studied this for a long career, having started off as an intern in Washington back in 1987 under Ronald Reagan, and I've never seen anything like this. As I say, the tectonic plates are shifting fundamentally. This is huge. This is a major rupture, not only in trade policy and in security policy, but actually in the whole rules of the international system, to have the American president behaving in, frankly, this outrageous way, demanding like some mafia boss the ownership of Greenland, otherwise there will be consequences. It really is extraordinary.
But he does have a track record of backing down on some of the more bellicose threats that he's issued. There seems to be a little bit of a pattern developing there. He's now saying he won't use military action to take Denmark, which, if you are sort of obsessed by the art of the deal, why would you take your biggest threat off the table at this stage?
Because it's outrageous and because...
we know that.
Yeah, but he probably also got pushback from his own military. But what Trump does is he goes maximalist. He goes the most outrageous thing he can think of. And then he rose back from that slightly by 5 or 10%. And then people have a memory of the ground position and think, well, okay, it's not as bad as it was. But it's still bad. It still fundamentally challenges all assumptions. And that can't be ignored. What we have is someone who is prepared to abandon international law to demand the transfer of a people, rather like they were chattels rather than actually individuals with their own wishes and rights and obligations for them to be heard of. And he presents that as normal. And he's come across in his own image of himself as being moderate. He takes the use of force off the table. Really? Yeah, that's not a major concession. When you're still demanding under threats of economic violence or the rupture of NATO,
I don't know if you saw Prime Minister's speech yesterday. We might try and get a little triple plate to it, but also Penny Badenoch. Starmer went far further in aggressive language towards Trump than he ever has done before, and I wonder whether that is signalling a change in approach from the Prime Minister and the British government.
I think it has to be, and just to confirm as well that his tone was, I thought, exemplary.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways of being strong and appearing strong without trying to kneecap the other side, isn't there? And I thought, actually, to be fair to Keir Starmer, he trod that tightrope quite well at lunchtime.
Exactly. And there's nothing to be gained anymore in hoping that Trump will fall back into a neat little geopolitical box of good behaviour and conformity. Again, going back to current, that is over.
The whole Greenland episode is going to end.
I think he's going to attack.
Well, that really would be a game changer, wouldn't it? I mean, it would prove Mark Carney right, I suppose, that would be possibly the most important military event from a NATO point of view since NATO was formed in 1949, and no one would have ever thought it would be the Americans that would have provoked that event.
Nobody would have thought that, but if you look at some of the things that are happening on the sides, what Trump's goal, and actually, I can't remember the chap who was on the breakfast show this morning, the point about asking, don't get into the conspiracy theories, just ask. How could Trump do anything better in the Russian sphere of influence? He's doing everything the Russians want at the moment. And what he said to Trump is
he did say that, didn't he? Another point, he did say, I want to use force. So that's what John was making in that earlier text, I think. But he said, I won't use force as well, so without the word excessive. been difficult to be less charming, eh? Tom, thank you very much indeed. Dennis says, I think you just quoted Nigel Farage, Ian. Take Trump seriously, but not literally. Nigel Farage has said that. He's not the only one to have said that. And then Dennis says, it's Nigel Farage, the voice of reason in all this. Well, when you think, I couldn't believe my ears. I thought it might have been a piece of AI work yesterday or the day before when I heard Nigel Farage criticising Donald Trump over Greenland and saying that this will not stand, this is not the way to treat NATO allies, etc., etc. So Nigel Farage isn't swallowing the Kool-Aid on this one. I'm not sure who is, apart from Stephen Miller and members of Donald Trump's own administration. Right, let's go to John in Woodford. Hi, John.
Oh, hello. I'm celebrating tonight. I really loved Trump's speech. And if I can tell you why...
Feel free.
We've heard for the last months or so that Keir Starmer's done so many U-turns, and Trump appears to have done the same. Now look, I just think the whole thing... We're dealing with a man that's possibly entering into... dementia, Alzheimer's. He just goes on, and he's a sad man. And thank God we're not going to take any notice of him. And it was good that Keir Starmer did not go to that meeting today, because that would have, I'm sure, Trump would have noticed that Keir Starmer was not in the audience. Don't you think so?
I have no idea. Personally, I think Keir Starmer probably should have gone, but.
What's to listen to that?
Well, I think most other European leaders are that.
No, come on. Why go to listen to an old man?
Well, because he's the President of the United States.
Oh, God, why do you hang that on that? What if he's the President? He's the President, but he voted in, but he's not. He's a fool.
He may be a fool, but he's also the President of the most powerful nation on earth. And if you don't think that we have to take him at least seriously, then, I mean, I don't know what you want to do.
Surely the most powerful states in the country at the moment, in the world, are obviously China, and Russia's really the You keep on about him being... He's blowing himself up. You're listening and taking it in. I really don't believe he is.
Well, I am listening because he's the President of the United States. If we don't listen to what the President of the United States is saying, I don't know what I'd be doing in this job, frankly, because it's part of my job to do that. I think it's anybody's job, whether you're in the media or not. If individual citizens don't take Trump seriously with a lot of what he says and a lot of what he thinks, how can we possibly seek to understand him?
Well, I told you, I'm just trying to tell you that we can't understand a man that's actually agrees on the line.
You're the doctor, you've got no idea whether that's the case or not.
Oh, come on, Ramsey. Come on.
Well, lots of people ramble, believe it or not. I've been known to ramble on a bit.
Yeah, but not as unintelligently as that.
Well, I don't know, but I'm sure there's been another occasion. I mean, we had all this with Joe Biden. I mean, his decline was clear, I think, for everyone to see, and it was ignored by the American media. But I remember the first time I said on this programme that I thought Joe Biden was on the slide to dementia, and I really hesitated before saying it. It's not a nice thing to do, to talk about people in those terms. But when they're the President of the United States, you're not doing your duty if you don't call it out. Now, I think there are signs that Donald Trump is sort of muddled sometimes. Like today, he called, he thought Greenland was the same as Iceland. Well, that could just be geographical ignorance, not a sign of a mental decline. Scott, Victoria Atkins, Conservative Shadow Environment Secretary and MP for Louth and Horncastle, Rachel Maskell, the Labour MP for York Central, James Schneider, long-term advisor to Jeremy Corbyn,
Nick. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers and participating Audi centres only.
Simple plan to get started. Total amazeballs.
Take your first little step to healthy. Search NHS Healthy Choices quiz to get a score and a plan that's right for you.
Leading Britain's conversation. Ian Dale. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Back to your calls on Trump in just a moment at 7:34 here on LBC. Nigel Farage has had quite a good couple of weeks in many ways, all these defections. But today, not so good. Aggie Chambray, our political correspondent, is here to tell us why.
Indeed, so Nigel Farage, the Reform UK leader, has been found to have breached the MP's code of conduct not once, not twice, not even three.
John's on the line this evening in Bath. Evening, John.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm really well, John, thank you. How about yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. You know, I just think in terms of where Trump is concerned, and this isn't naivety speaking here, but I just think we talk too much about him. And I know he's newsworthy, but I just think he's got to the point where we just need to just ignore what he says, what he does. You know, it's actually getting quite ridiculous now if you think about, he just says all this stuff. He throws these dead cats onto the table to distract us. Meanwhile, we've got Ukraine fighting for its existence, and we've got him palling up with Putin left, right and centre. The Venezuelan election has been taken out there, which no one cared about him in particular, but he's broken times of international law to do it. You've got ICE in America, and I just think we need to just stop engaging with America, stop buying stuff, just so that the state property in America themselves will just have enough and ruin it.
Well, I wonder if there is a lesson in this, John, the first time really that allies of America, Keir Starmer and Nigel Farage, have actually, to be fair to them, stood firm and said, no, this isn't going to happen. And not just said that in private, but said it very publicly. And I think Keir Starmer's taking sort of feisty that kind of expression today was to his credit. So is there a lesson here that actually if you just stand firm and you say, no, we're not going to be intimidated, we're not going to be threatened, and we certainly won't be bullied, Mr. President, Trump says, well,
that is until next time, until he gets another thing.
If next time,
but if on eggshells,
yes, but if next time he throws us to the ground and starts demanding this, that, or the other, and then starts going on endlessly about distract us from all the other grim things that he's doing. But well, thank you, John. Good to have you on the programme. It's Bounce-Free. Brendan's on the line. Hi, Brendan.
Hello, Ben. Thanks for having me on. I was inspired to call in. I've been listening to, obviously pretty much all day today, so thank you so much. But Donald Trump's speech, I do feel that you're kind of giving him kind of like a mental enlightenment that really isn't there. During the speech today, he referred to Greenland as Iceland. I counted about 3 times. this is how you project, you transform power into influence across across Europe. He's stuck in a reality TV persona, and the comments that he's coming out with are an embarrassment. You can't listen to, an hour and 30 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes of Donald Trump speaking, and then think, actually, there's a lot of subterfuge going on, there's a lot of, there's a subtext here that you're smart enough, you can follow it. It's like he's a confused old man who's talking, it sounds like you've never read a book. He doesn't understand history.
This is the man who was asked about his favourite book, the Bible, which might like he said that the Bible is.
Hi there. Patrick, I love the singular caller. I think Donald Trump does not really like most people.
That's certainly true.
I thought that something like clear the virtue, much overrated, something like that. He doesn't worry about the picture. He will say whatever the right is, and he won't have any compunction at all. I'm going to say something. They degrees on this internet. And this is not how most politicians, not how most people operate. It's very unusual in that respect.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. So,
that's exactly where I'm going. Because let's look at our reaction tonight. Saying this pronounced English and this speaking with Margaret. I've got a very NATO. I think very significantly made them not very hard. Because I think that tells us that this agreement cannot involve transfer of sovereignty over Greenland. No, NATO has no power.
but I wonder if that's really what Trump wanted, or whether all the threats about, all the plays about America must own Greenland is the only way to protect it from Russia and China, whether really what he wanted is NATO allies, other NATO countries, to do more on their own to protect Greenland as a territory, which to an extent he's now got. And that's why I'm just wondering whether actually there was some method in the madness.
Well, I think that's right what I'm saying. In fact, I think that's a bit overstating it. And indeed, there's madness there. I think he already does everything. He wants greater control of Denmark. And he will say whatever pops into his mind at any stage tends in that direction. But it does include some pretty aggressive things.
Yes.
Which he immediately to backtrack on when he feels like it. And I think he creates a sense where people are worried by what he said in his wild bursts, and therefore when he backtracks, are willing to do a deal or more generous.
That's exactly my point. The unpredictability of it, the kind of the fact that all these sort of other world leaders that he's having to deal with are constantly on their toes, kind of not really knowing whether he means it or what he might actually do. Nobody thought he was going to go and take out Maduro in Venezuela. I don't think anyone could confidently say that Donald Trump wouldn't have sent US troops into Greenland. And so having the unpredictability and the threat and the kind of sense of borderline insanity hanging over them does make them kind of jittery and more likely to give him some of what he wants in a way that they might not otherwise have done. That's kind of why I'm wondering whether somehow, bizarre...
Greenland will achieve everything that the US wants. Mr. Trump has rode back on threats to seize it by force and impose tariffs on allies who oppose his plans to own it. He's offered few details, but says talks with the leader of NATO have been very productive. Shadow Chancellor Sir Mel Stride has just told Nick the UK has to learn lessons from the past week.
You do need to stand up to Donald Trump, certainly on particular occasions. Europe did, to be fair, do that. They signalled very clearly that they would bring in tariffs to reciprocate if the Americans did that. And I suspect that is part of the reason why he's moved to the position that he's moved to. But everything is uncertain in the world of Donald Trump.
The Foreign Secretary says Britain will not sign Donald Trump's so-called Board of Peace Treaty. But Cooper says the UK has concerns about the prospect of Vladimir Putin being involved in the project. An LBC investigation has found Grok can provide instructions on how to make chemical weapons. It's emerged Elon Musk's AI chatbot can be prompted to tell users how to make banned substances. The government says it's in direct talks with X to take immediate action to remove the content. James Milnes is a chemical weapons expert and has told LBC it's concerning.
The availability of information, although it's been out in the public domain for a photo for a long time on the internet, the likes of Grok and other platforms that enable relatively easy access to this sort of stuff. And I guess what AI does, it changes the speed, scale of personalisation. It compresses a lot of reading into minutes, which really is the acceleration, and it speeds up, not in a good way.
In other news, the railroad got homes for heroes now hounding of our heroes. A vote yesterday, supported in vast numbers by Labour MPs, that will take away legal protection from heroes who served in Ulster, now in their 70s or 80s, couldn't chase through the civil courts. I challenged Government Minister, Culture Minister Ian Murray in the first hour of the show.
What we've tried to do is bring all the communities together. One thing that united...
Sorry, how are you bringing the communities together of military veterans?
Well, one of the key components of bringing communities together in one place previously was
And in other news, Republicans might not anymore need to cry into their beer. There could be some financial aid. It would appear help is off the menu for restaurateurs and others. Shadow Chancellor Sir Mel Stride.
I suspect what she'll do for months will be to delay. She can't afford to do much. Why? Because she's mismanaged the economy, and I'm afraid the money's not there.
Thing is, a new road. I've not been in.
Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
The question is, I suppose, can we confront him, or have we just had sex with the T-Rex? Have we been eaten, or have we had intercourse with Donald, as you now, Gavin Newsom, with allergy as regards Tyrannosaurus Rex? What did Europe do? What has Europe achieved? What has Donald Trump achieved? Now, in the context of Europe, if you are a European, absolutely nothing, probably looks demeaned in every way. If you are, right now, this morning, we've got 2 in the morning, but if you're later today about to get in your Chevrolet truck in South Carolina and drive down and get yourself some beers or whatever else,
so the journey that
you're
busy now,
you know what? Donald's got us part of Greenland. That's how it will be portrayed to his voting base. That doesn't mean it's right. But most politicians, of course, some of them for the right reasons as well, but they want to get voted back. I know Donald Trump got voted back, but he's got his midterms. He needs to be seen to achieve something. So if you were to have a brutal, cold analysis of the deal, currently, there is no deal. Although everyone talks about a framework, nobody seems to know what that framework is. But can he portray that to his voters? You bet your bottom dollar you can. And that is the way you need to look at it. Not through
is covered, so there is a new town over here.
Try and I know it's reprehensible to most, or to many of you, try and put yourselves in the voters of Alabama and Tennessee and some of those southern states. They will be seeing this as a victory. This will be seen as a MAGA. So just try. I know it's hard, and I know for some of you it's impossible. I absolutely you just don't have intellectual bandwidth to do it. Put yourself in the shoes of one of those voters. They'll be sitting in the bar, drinking the bourbon and doing whatever it is. You don't be drinking Coors Light. I don't think that even exists anymore. They'll be drinking whatever beer they want. Now, it's to point and laugh, and it's quite healthy to point and laugh. But just think through those eyes as we go to 70 minutes. 70 minutes. Now, Daddy Cool went over to do a deal in Davos during a wide-ranging speech that went off script, had digs at European leaders. Here is the biggest newsline concerning Greenland.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. But I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force.
And just as Mum went to Iceland occasionally, bizarrely, so did the President.
They're not there for us Iceland, man, I can tell you. Their stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's got.
After the speech,
That's a small town.
Described the talks as very productive. President Trump briefly spoke with reporters afterwards.
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and
Now, if you were listening earlier, you'll know that we had brought into the conversation a Greenlander. Delighted to say we go back to Malik Scheibel, 21 Greenlander, among thousands who protested last weekend. Joins me now. Malik, I'm not familiar with your TV schedules, but we have a program over here called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And it is reported that Donald Trump is ready to give every Greenlander $1 million. Malik, do you want to be a millionaire? Good morning.
That was
not in that way. I want to become a millionaire.
But
everybody obviously says the same thing. We don't want to be millionaires like the Americans do. But that's just not the way we do it.
Well, I think I respect that and honour the way that you want to make your millions. What do you take from yesterday, Malik? And what are your friends, neighbours and fellow campaigners saying?
Well, his speech is outright disrespectful and calling us spies, confusing himself, Iceland's naming it also. But his speech is not even coherent anymore. He talks in East and West now and says historical things that didn't even happen or has very specific wrongs in it. And it was just so confusing to see what he said. But the thing is, he said not to use force. We believe it? Not so much.
Right.
He could still use it at any point.
West, the European Union, NATO, trying to achieve? Do you have support? Do you think they've stuck by you, Malik?
Well, the nations has stuck by us in a big way, doing planning to use the tariff bazooka so that they could do a response to Trump, kind of cancelling the tariffs on the 1st of February is a big thing that actually made a lot of us go in a little bit more so we didn't get so tense. Yesterday we got news that we need to prepare for 5 days in case of a crisis up here.
Right.
So that kind of to know what do we hope.
Well, it's funny you said that's good stuff. Those exact questions I was about to ask, Malik. What do you hope will happen next? What do you want to happen next? Two questions there.
I hope for everything that nothing happens to Greenland in any sense, that we can just move on with dialogue and have some respect in the conversation about what we can help and what we cannot help with. That's the only thing we ask. That's without a discussion. Just we don't want to be Americans. It shouldn't be a discussion.
Lastly, as a result of this Davos, do you feel safer about your future, less safe about your future, or it's made absolutely no difference to Trump's ambitions in America?
It made me a little bit feeling a little bit safer about wanting Greenland after he also made very weird talk about a deal that nobody up here or even the government of Denmark has any idea what it entails. But it makes us very uneasy that he just talks blatantly about anything that comes to his mind. So we actually seem to be in the same spot.
Good speaking with you. Good luck with your studies. Thank you for taking time to come on the radio. Malik Scheibel is a Greenlander, and he's saying thanks, but no thanks to $1 million. John asks, how did he make a deal with the head of NATO? Well, there is no deal. They talk about a framework of the deal. Nick says there's no point being reasonable and logical with Trump. He's a gangster. NATO needs to wean itself off the US. Well, that's an interesting idea, because if they're who's going to pay for it? The US have picked up the bill that we've had defence cheap, and now, unfortunately, it's come to bite us in the rear end. Mason Stratford, morning. Deal or no deal yesterday? How are you called? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I think it's a deal.
protect Greenland.
Well, he did say he might.
He plays around with words, but I think he lets people go crazy, and he gets what he wants. And I think he can stand into his base as I read this morning that this is going to set aside for the US. I was sure it was already, but then he can tell that it's US territory, which I think people would like that there. And I think once they're there as a US territory, they will not be leaving. So.
And where I think you're right, and I think I won't make it these states already, but if you are in the Carolinas or in Arkansas or in Tennessee or in Texas, this is manner of heaven. This is music to your ears. This is MAGA. Now, you and I can look at it differently. You're sitting in Stratford-on-Avon. I'm sitting in London. We're sitting in the United Kingdom. We're sitting as part of Europe. But we're not sitting in North Carolina. That's the reality of it.
Exactly. And I just think people need to sometimes, it's a bit like with the Brexit debate, people just get overworked with the Remain Brexit. They just can't get over the fact that Trump won, and they still seem to be angry with him, and they sometimes let those feelings get in the way.
Lastly, of course, he did have an agreement dating back to the 1950s that would allow him to expand his bases on the US. So again, the victory he's had is at home. It's not in Greenland, it's not in Davos, it's at home with his voters.
And for the 250th anniversary for the US, it works very well for his base.
Mate, thank you. We'll have more reaction on that. Plus, coming up after the news, the betrayal of our heroes. I challenge culture to Ian Murray about a vote that will do down or do away with the legacy law. This was in the first hour.
What we've tried to do is bring all the communities together. One thing that unites...
Sorry, how are you bringing the communities together of military veterans?
Well, one of the key components of bringing the communities together in one voice previously was that they were all against the previous legislation.
And this is as a former commander of the SAS, says this will allow heroes to be hounded through the courts. Whose argument are you behind there? 9:15, LBC News Headlines. Dominic Ellis.
President Trump has cancelled his threat of tariffs for allies opposing his plan to take over Greenland. The Foreign Secretary says the UK won't take part in Donald Trump's Board of Peace signing ceremony later over concerns about Vladimir Putin's inclusion on the panel. And an investigation by LBC has found grog can provide instruction on how to make banned chemical weapons. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks of rain for many. Heavy rain for the northeast of Scotland, a high of 11 degrees.
LBC travel line to our web. Long delays continue on the M25. Quite a few places anti-clockwise. It's still very slow to the Dartford Tunnel. Also clockwise, it's still very busy at junction 11 at Chertsey. And also one lane stays closed clockwise at junction 17.
Men I've known for some years, Andrew for 40 years, they should stand down and fight by-elections to see if their electors who employ them agree with the decision that they made.
Grateful for your time, Mark. Conservative Shannon Defence Minister Mark Francois. Over to you now for the idea that I think this is a betrayal of our veterans. Tom will be the first caller. I've just got time to read one of these. Ian, I'm glad you've come to the Prime Minister. That man's a clown. I spent 4 years on the streets of New Ireland during the Troubles. Those idiots in suits have zero idea what it was like. It was called Planet Ulster for a reason. Ian, I cannot imagine. Well, I can imagine. I cannot. The countenance of the fear, the bravery you had to display. I am petrol bombs at us at all. We'll come back to that conversation. It would seem that all military protection of our military is stripped away. 9:31, breakfast is meeting Ferrari here on LBC. News Headlines, Dominic Ellis.
President Trump has dropped his threat of tariffs for NATO allies opposing his ambition to take over Greenland. He says he's agreed a framework of a future deal for security in the Arctic region. The Foreign Secretary says the UK will not sign Donald Trump's so-called Board of Peace treaty. Vancouver says it's because there's concerns about the prospect of Vladimir Putin being involved in the project. And an LBC investigation has found Grok can provide instruction on how to make chemical weapons. Submerged, Elon Musk's AI chatbot can be prompted to tell users how to make banned substances. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks of rain for many today. Some heavy rain to the northeast of Scotland, a high of 11 degrees.
This is LBC.
Okay, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life?
We're doing Quiz Muddy.
It's an obstacle course.
There's one for kids.
Runners,
Walkers,
book clubbers,
Nick clubbers,
ten-pin bowlers,
square singers,
lake swimmers.
gardeners.
Whether you climb it,
Slide it,
or crawl it.
go all in against cancer.
All in to help fund life-saving research.
Sign up now.
And save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy. Search Race for Life. Discount ends January 31st, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Big motoring world are big on choice. But what does that mean for you? Well, we have thousands of cars in stock. So let's say you want a Mini, an electric one, in black, with a panoramic roof, Apple CarPlay, heated leather seats, rear view camera. Yep, there it is. Being big means we're more likely to have the right car for you. Big motoring world. We're big on choice. See website for nearest store.
Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV. Here's why. They can go from London to Sheffield on a single charge that could cost around £5. They're ecstatic about that and the exhilarating feeling behind the wheel. Plus, with charging made simple at home, they're always ready for the drive ahead. I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Cost and range dependent on tariffs, model and driving habits. For full details, visit gov.uk/clean energy.
Train to Cambridge and then all aboard the paddleboards. A little bit different, should be fun. Or wobbly, or wet. The wetsuit's a good look on you, Steve. Actually, it feels very relaxed. George is up the river cam without a paddle. Train home, that was such a laugh. I think I might even have a new hobby. Download the Thames Link Railway app to book tickets and save a third off route travel on off-peak journeys. Thames Link Railway, where every stop is a story.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Let's talk veterans. Tom is in Yarm, in Yorkshire. Tom, your take on what you heard. I'm not buying the government line on this one. What say you? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Nick. We've spoken before, and not long ago as well. What I said to your researcher was more or less everything that the Shadow Minister just said. I'd like to put my weight behind this Labour government. Just calling up to the ECA, trying to death to say anything against it. In case
they are led by lawyers, aren't they? Absolutely.
They really are led by lawyers. Yes, I mean, I did 25 years in Northern Ireland. My first tour in 1970, my last tour in 1995. I was wounded in 1971 by an IED, badly wounded, I would say.
Right. What were the extent of your... Do you mind if I ask what the extent of your wounds were?
I had both legs were broken. I had shattered right ankle, 120 stitches at my thigh. 120
stitches?
Yes, it opened, completely open. Lost half my left calf. And still went on to soldier for 31 years.
Oh.
Right.
And, you know, so I saw right from the beginning, 1970, on the Falls Road, curfew, right till the peace talks in 1995. On the ceasefire tour. So I saw it right through, and I saw the murderers of the IRA, the Inlet, you name it, I saw it. You know, and we walked the walk. Those young lads, young lads at 18 years old, who were walking through the streets of Belfast, Londonderry, South Armagh, as targets, but to keep the peace and patrol the streets.
Or just carrying
and these Labour MPs have just stabbed them in the back. But wait till the next election, because quite honestly, there'll be 2 million veterans and serving soldiers that will not vote for them.
Do you talk with many of the men who you served with?
Certainly, I go to meetings for my regiment. I go to coffee mornings.
What are they saying? What are they saying about all of this then, Tom?
Exactly the same as I'm saying.
Are they?
You know, they're being stabbed in the back by this Labour government.
So as a journalist, I can use a word like betrayal, but I'm just a journalist with nothing like the bravery you and your colleagues have. Do you see it as betrayal?
Absolute betrayal. I mean, they're expecting, you know, in these troubled times that we're in at the moment, they will be recruiting. They'll be wanting young lads to join the Army and the Navy and the Air Force. They're going to find it very, very difficult.
Can I ask you to respond to this? Tom, I'm almost embarrassed to read these to you, but I will give you a taste of what I'm getting. Ian says, murder is murder. You're constructing a situation where the soldier's under threat. That might not always have been the case. John says, how on earth can you, as ever, leap to the defence of our veterans when they could have been involved in murder? What don't you know? Tom, how would you respond? And I've got so many messages. How would you respond to messages such as that?
How can they actually say that when
they've got the bravery to do what you and your mates did. Go on.
Exactly. You know, how can we call soldiers murderers when they're returning fire and when they are being ambushed and shot in the back, blown up in the beds in bases by mortars? Honestly, it's way beyond me.
They are the minority. The majority of this country are so grateful for what you did. You might not have supported it. You probably didn't support everything as a soldier you were asked, or rather were ordered to do. But you're a military bloke and you were serving your queen just as they serve their king and country now. I'm grateful for your service, as most of my callers will be, I assure you. Tom, thank you. We'll take more calls. It is a betrayal. Quick, remember we're playing Deal or No Deal? Has President Trump called off a deal, particularly for his American base, or is it absolutely no deal anywhere on the planet? Taff in Cardiff, thank you for holding, sir. I do appreciate it. Taff, which way are you calling? Deal or no deal?
I think it should go bad, but I
wasn't expecting that. Go on then.
Well, I must admit, when I heard you this morning say about this $1 million for everybody who lives in Greenland, I burst out laughing. The first thing that popped into my head was, I wonder what takes inflation into consideration. So the silver is worth now from 2,000 years ago. But to be honest, I think that I've been thinking for a few days now, the whole Greenland thing, the world is talking about it. It seems to me that it could well be a complete smokescreen because everyone stopped talking about the Epstein files all of a sudden.
Can I just tell you, you're right, by the way, $1 million, but extraordinarily, one newspaper has done the sum, it's the Daily Mail. There are 57,000 inhabitants of Greenland, which is a huge it would hit £42.5 billion. Now that is a heck of money, but guess what? Each year, the US spends £595 billion. It's not even 10% of their defence budget, to quote by Greenland.
It's crazy. I have a feeling that the Greenlanders wouldn't take it. I mean, I'm sure every Greenlander would love to have $1 million in their bank account, but you have to sell your souls.
We spoke to him, and the young man is not for turning. He is not taking $1 million. Taff, thank you for holding on the line. Have yourself a good one. The Epstein files. It's not suggesting in any way any illegal behaviour by Britain or anyone else in the high level administration. The disappointment is made. Let's come to my sister financial matters back here. Rachel Reeves saying she will announce support for business rates, indicating she would not extend the to hotels, restaurants and cafes. Well, again, I come to that conversation with the minister on the round, the culture minister, Ian Murray, well, it's off the menu elsewhere.
The Chancellor said it yesterday that pubs are different.
Yes, I know. But why not cafes or restaurants? What's the difference?
Well, we know that the hospitality sectors have struggled in recent years with the pandemic and post-pandemic. And they are getting a £4.3 billion support package through the business rates. Business rates have changed, obviously, the reliefs that were in for COVID have now come to an end. The Chancellor committed to looking at the pubs issue, and you're right to say that the Treasury will come forward in the next couple of days with some results on that.
Sam Harrison owns Sam's Riverside, a modern British restaurant in Hammersmith. He has other restaurants as well, we might ask him about. And the minister is saying that you had good cash what's the reality? You're putting out the dishes, you're employing the staff, you're serving the meals. What's the truth? What is that?
Storm of pressures that are built up on us simultaneously. I mean, most of hospitality is still recovering from COVID. You know, and then
you see that technique.
Huge increase in energy costs. food and drink, everything that we now buy will pretty much cost us more. Then national living wage, national insurance, all the businesses in the industry at the same time. And then on top of that, the business rates. I just think the government has to look at this in a different way. And I think it's great that they're looking at pubs. Pubs need help, but so does hospitality, and so does the likes of my independent restaurants and cafes. Otherwise, the high street is going to be decimated.
Give us an idea how important you are, your sector, is not you personally, to the field of employment. We learned that we've lost 200,000 jobs since the last government came to power.
Well, we've got 5 sites across West London, Hammersmith, Chiswick and Brentford. We employ 130 people. And I think it often gets forgotten that hospitality is the biggest employer when it comes to one industry. And the other thing about hospitality is, for many people, it offers a first job, and it gives flexible working, which can be so important for many people for different reasons. I think if we can continue the way we are, we're only going to see more closures and less employment.
And the hospitality sector, as you rightly say, massive, but also makes a lot of money. I don't quite understand how the government can say that the pubs are for some help, but you and hoteliers aren't. It's, to me, Sam, nuts.
Listen, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I have lots of friends with pubs, some who the current situation with the business rates would force them to close. And they need help. And we all know that pubs, particularly maybe rural pubs, are often, the core of a village, the community, the hub. But restaurants like mine play the same role. And the business rates, the new calculations, percentage-wise, pubs have had the biggest increase, but restaurants have had a huge increase as well. We all need help. We all need support.
Lastly, do you want to name your restaurants and cafes? We know about Sam's. What are the others, Sam?
You're very kind, Nick. I like to put my name at the top. They're all called Sam's.
Oh, they're all Sam's?
I'm afraid so. But we have Sam's Waterside in Brentford, which is on the water there. We have a little cafe in Hammersmith called Sam's Kitchen.
Right.
And we also have, born out of COVID, we opened a delicatessen food shop in Hammersmith called Sam's Larder. So
okay, all right.
There's a theme there. You can see it.
Okay. If you could come to Twickenham and Sam's Drop Dog, something like that, I might be able to help you out a little bit. I just need to come a little bit further west. I'm quite a luncher, so we're coming. You got it. I'll look out for it. Good luck with all the Sam restaurants and bars, Sam's Riverside's owner, Sam Harrison, and all the Sam's in town. If you are a restaurateur, cafe owner, hotelier, what is the reality as you see it? Coming up after the news, we'll go back to what I think is a very dark day, even a betrayal of our British forces from the note last night. It's 9:35. LBC News. Dominic Allison.
President Trump has dropped his threat of tariffs for NATO allies, opposing his ambition to take over Greenland. The Foreign Secretary says the UK won't sign Donald Trump's so-called Board of Peace Treaty. And the House of Lords has backed a cross-party move to ban social media for under 16s. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks of rain for many. Heavy rain
South Sudan. Not South Sudan, we're in Sudan.
for the north. Over the future of Greenland, the Prime Minister says allies can now find a way forward on Arctic security after a framework was agreed. An investigation by LBC's found the AI chatbot Grok can provide instructions on how to make chemical weapons. The government says it's in direct talks with X to take immediate action to remove the content. One project over the next has told LBC it's very concerning.
What the information and opens the possibility to those who previously believed who had access to specific facilities, equipment or chemicals. There is additional information as to what catches people out, such as quantities of chemicals produced, self-poisoning and smells that could easily be picked up by neighbours.
X is yet to respond to LBC for a request for comment. Pressures increasing on the government to ban social media for under 16s. The House of Lords has now backed an amendment calling for the measure. It will now go to the Commons. Ministers have begun consultation on a potential ban. A guide needs to help parents to make sure their children are ready to start school. Surveys found more than a quarter of young people aren't able to use books correctly when they start primary. The government says it inherited a system where disadvantage was allowed to deepen but is determined to tackle it. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 72 at 10,070. The pound buys $1.34, €1.14. LBC weather, cloudy without breaks of rain for many today. Some heavy rain for the northeast of Scotland, a high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm John Manigalis.
Hey Sainsbury's, any way you can save me a few quid on my weekly shop?
Try Thornic to prices. Every week at Electric app you can unlock up to 10 personalised discounts on things you love at Sainsbury's. A Chainsbury's, if you will.
Sounds like my kind of place.
Get personalised discounts
In Sudan.
Victor prices. That's good for your followers. Chainsbury's. That means Sainsbury's. 18 plus Litres required. Unlock up to 10 pure Litre prices weekly. Available in supermarkets, online and in locals and smart shop. TNC's and
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
3 minutes after 10 is the time, and we find ourselves once again circling the toilet bowl of the post-world order in the company of the Mango Mussolini. Yesterday's speech to the World Economic Forum was a masterclass in idiocy and possibly encroaching dementia. If Joe Biden had got Greenland mixed up with Iceland several times, it would probably be on the front page of the Daily Mail. It would certainly be on front pages of American newspapers as yet more evidence of his clear cognitive decline. But the thing about Donald Trump that's really hard to actually articulate is that because the ridiculousness and the horror go hand in hand, and crucially, this is the really crucial bit, and I know you probably already know it, but sometimes it's helpful to hear someone else put it into words, because there is so much of it loses all impact and it loses all importance. There's so many individual instances of the unconscionable, but when they are following so fast upon each other that you literally can't keep count, then they cease to resonate in a way that they would do in isolation. Think about all the individual instances of moral depravity or political corruption that we have seen. Had they occurred under any other presidency, they would have occurred individually and in isolation, and they would have been, at the very least, impeachable and quite possibly career-ending. Certainly, electoral hopes would have been dashed at the first mention of many of the things that Trump mentions millions of times. This is a really important thing. Isn't it amazing that we can still stumble into some territory that feels vaguely fresh? Or are we just repeating previous observations in new words? Are we saying all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order? That double combination. So the horror and the hilarity go hand in hand. I think the horror is diluted by the ridiculousness. But then he does something accidentally. The great irony of the situation is that the stuff that dilutes the horror is the stuff that he does by accident. And the best example is probably they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Which simultaneously a horrific lie worthy of the Nazis. And we'll get on to some behaviour by ICE later in the programme that is absolutely Nazis, and pains me enormously to tell you that. I found a way of showing you that Anne Frank pointed out that ICE is very much of a piece of what the Nazis were doing when she was hiding in that attic in Amsterdam. But the way that it goes hand in hand with ridiculous, so you shiver and laugh at the same time. But there is so much of it, that you can't get a handle on it. It's like trying to climb 10 mountains at once with the same crampons. It's like trying to herd cats. It's like trying to nail jello, or jello, my American listeners. It's like trying to nail jello to what? Nail jelly to what? You can't do it. Today, not only is he supposed to be holding a signing ceremony for his ridiculous board of peace, but Vladimir Putin is potentially one of the Vladimir Putin will sign only if he can get the $1 billion that he has to give to Donald Trump from assets that have been frozen as a consequence of his illegal invasion of Ukraine. Horrific. also invited Benjamin Netanyahu to join his board of peace, a man facing ever-growing accusations and allegations of masterminding an actual genocide. Horrific. Donald Trump wants to stay in charge of this ludicrous confection even after he ceases to be president. Horrific. But yesterday he was talking about Greenland and kept calling it Iceland. Hilarious. Where do you put your attention? Where do you go with your focus? Where do you lead with your analysis? Tempting, of course, to do what we would have done had it been Joe Biden and focus upon the clear cognitive decline, the absurdity, but then probably we should be talking about the cowardly climate. The fact that he has absolutely he would be doing just 10 minutes ago. Should we be focusing on that? The cowardice, the climb down, the chicken, the taco. What does taco stand for? That's Trump always chicken down. Taking taco Trump. Should we be focusing on that? No, because then we'd be ignoring the board of peace. So we'll focus on the board of peace. Board of peace. Crikey. Oh no, hang on, we can't focus on the board of peace because well, we've got to talk about the fact that he's talking about annexing a country that he can't even remember the name of while boasting about receiving a Nobel Prize from a woman that he can't even remember the name of. Listen to the Iceland thing, just in case you think that I am exaggerating. Just for illustration, because I know I couldn't find a better way of putting it, but in normal times, what do you want to call it? In normal times.
Is this gazelle?
I believe the board of peace is being unveiled as we speak. Stand by for finding out who's on it, which people are genocide apologists, war criminals. I'm not even joking. But we can't focus on that because we're still a little bit distracted by this.
But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call. Gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us. Iceland, that I can tell you. Our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
He doesn't just get it wrong, he gets it wrong 3 times in a single sentence. Or in 2 sentences. And then, Caroline Leader, the White House spokesperson, lied.
For 70 kilometers per hour.
Have a listen to go. Actually, just clip up the back end of that, will you? The last few seconds. Because I just want you to hear it 3 or 4 times. And then reflect upon the fact that the White House press secretary says it never happened. It never happened. He never got it mixed up with Iceland. In his written notes, he described Greenland as a land of ice. But he never ever said in his speech Iceland when he meant Greenland. What do you do in those moments? So we've got another thing to focus on. It's not just the cognitive decline. It's the evidence of Orwellian dystopia. The party told you to ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most terrible command. And there it is. The White House press secretary insisted last night that Donald Trump never said Iceland in this speech.
They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
And we're talking about that now, when we should probably be talking about the cowardly climb now. We should probably be crossing live to Davos to hear him explain what happened yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President. 11 years after 10 so we can't talk about the Iceland debacle because we should be talking about the chickening out, the climb down. But we can't really talk about that because we should probably be talking about the Orwellian subtext of the White House press secretary denying that he said the word Iceland that you just heard him say 3 times in a short clip. But we shouldn't be talking about any of that because we should probably be talking about the Board of Peace ceremony that is about to begin, which looks not unlike the bar in Star Wars. It's a collection of freaks, weirdos, war criminals and genocidal leaders who are now joining what Donald Trump calls the Board of Peace in return for giving him $1 billion, which Vladimir Putin intends to find from assets that have been frozen as an internationally sanctioned punishment for the illegal invasion of Ukraine. So, where do we put that on the list? We've got to write down the Putin and the sanctions, the Netanyahu and the genocide, the Board of Peace. Should we cross and see what's going on there? Why not, eh? Because I don't know what else we should be talking about. Let's have a listen.
the others, including the United Nations.
In this case, they don't even
But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful,
our developers
and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of
This is real, if you're just tuning in. This is the actual president of the actual United States on actual television.
Of peace.
From one point to another.
I want to thank the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. They've done an amazing job.
We appreciate the fact that
we have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible.
We can tell that
we've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon.
Go on, name them, Donald.
The one that I thought was going to be an easy one, it's turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000.
There was 11 people killed in Gaza yesterday, including journalists and children, according to medics on the ground there. So that's the ceasefire.
27,000 in the month before. 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. We have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador
we are closing down these 10,000 India 9,000.
Thank you, Calista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace and are also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment.
Be still, my beating heart.
That introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases very popular leaders. In some cases not so popular. But that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to...
But it should also add Israel's response to the Israeli-Lebanon border, so the peace in the Middle East is
fantastic man. Just
thank you.
Election. We're proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it.
It's a shame, honestly.
And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board. Great group. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround.
Should we take a break and see whether he's still droning on interminably and meaninglessly when we come back, or do you want to listen to more of it? That's not a rhetorical question. I'm consulting both my enormous audience and my tiny team of colleagues. What do we think?
Is it possible?
We could be here for about a day and a half, by my reckoning.
Back at home.
We could be here for about a day and a quarter.
The U.S. economy is booming. Virtually
we don't want to be here for a day and a quarter. Let's pay the bills and then see if he's moved on to anything vaguely substantive when we get there. It is 10:16.
LPC.
Okay, do emails. Burn toast. Now I've got to sort my repeat prescription. Or just tap the NHS app, the one I've already got. Yep, you can check test results, view your GP health record, and request repeat prescriptions anytime, anywhere. All while the kettle's boiling. Before it boils. And turning on notifications means you'll know the moment you get a new message. We're delivering an NHS fit for the future. Never miss a message. Request repeat prescriptions and more when you tap the NHS app.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. That's ASSIST to 78900. Quick question. Well, actually 3. But they are quick. 1. Do you have a car? 2. Are you looking to save on your car insurance? And 3. Do you have a Tesco Club Card? Well, if you do, you could get exclusive Club Card prices when you take out or renew your policy with Tesco Car Insurance. And with 3 levels of cover available, you can choose the one that's right for you. Over 1 million Club Card members are already saving money. So just search online for Tesco Car Insurance.
Not only until the 28th of February. So stop whatever you're doing.
I'll be right back. Just carry on without me.
And find yours online or at your local Audi centre. Audi, Boschmann der Technik. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers at participating Audi centres only.
This is LBC. Message James O'Brien on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
A very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation.
10,000 kilometers.
But
see what I mean?
9 days
I
to
was
be
saying
another
about the horror going hand in hand with the ridiculousness, which makes it really hard to analyse the horror. If you're just joining us, this is the President of the United States of America talking almost undiluted gibberish at the World Economic Forum in Davos prior to unveiling a so-called Board of Peace, membership of which entails paying him $1 billion, and membership that at the present point apparently includes the war criminal Vladimir Putin and the genocidal Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu.
And of course the war in Gaza, which is really...
This is live, as you were listening yesterday.
Little fires that won't put up. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires. We can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East, they're near the Middle East. They're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands.
11 killed in Gaza yesterday, including journalists and children.
First aid, they had a rifle.
Medics on the ground, and 4 Syria-Lebanon crossings bombed in the last 24 hours. At least 2 dead in South Lebanon.
Countries have told me
but don't worry, because Benjamin Netanyahu is on the board of peace.
Traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's the fire.
Well, he will. I presume he's sitting on Vladimir Putin.
Something about that. Yes, sir. I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before it was a massive.
On when he actually starts properly listing them.
In another great ultimate
criminals who are sitting
on peace in June, we obliterated our instance.
So if Tony Blair is indeed signing up for this a few days ago, operation, you don't think it was uneasy to decide to see those customers Tony Blair.
Bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they did. We were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. These are my talk. ISIS in Syria. Very strong, as you know. In my first administration,
Not interesting.
I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as they call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually.
ISIS is still active in Nigeria, Mozambique, Sahel, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sinai, conducting attacks, inspiring lone wolf attacks, even stabbing in Austria last year was undertaken by someone pledging loyalty to ISIS.
Tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. He is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together.
Anyway, remember, if you find any of this remotely discomforting, disturbing, disgusting, shocking, tragic, sad, appalling, hideous, hilarious, you are suffering from what was until very recently described as Trump derangement syndrome. I'll tell you what, I'm beginning to worry he might drone on for so long we might have to cancel mystery. But we'll return to Davos should the President actually get around to remembering what it is that he is supposed to be speaking about. So I could now spend a few minutes running through the wars that he claims to have ended, one of which involving the country that didn't previously exist, known as Azerbaijan, which often pops up in his speeches. I suppose the people of Azerbaijan should be grateful that he almost gets their country correct when the people of Greenland will forevermore be known in Donald Trump's universe as the people of Iceland, while his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, insists on the record, that he never said Iceland instead of Greenland in the speech from which we took a clip a few moments ago, in which he said Iceland instead of Greenland on at least 3 separate occasions. But remember, all the evidence of the horizon is it was the final, most terrible command. The question I was going to ask was what we have learned from the last 24 hours. What have we learned from the last 24 hours? From the fact that leaders, including Keir Starmer, albeit that he began the week being quite conciliatory or appeasing, he certainly looks like ending it with a fairly hefty victory on his belt. You can tell how concerned Donald Trump was about Keir Starmer's refusal to bend by the fact that he completely U-turned on the US policy towards the Chagos Islands. Listen, there are criticisms to be made of the deal done over the Chagos Islands, but they weren't made by Donald Trump or Marco Rubio when they heralded and applauded the signing of the deal, which ended negotiations that had been started by Kemi Badenoch's Conservative Party. So the opportunism on display at PMQs yesterday was almost up there with the opportunism on display from Donald Trump. But it was an illustration for those of us who care about such things of the role that Keir Starmer was playing. Why would he take a ludicrous swing at Donald Trump that made him look like a hypocrite and a liar? Donald Trump takes a swing at Keir Starmer that makes Trump look like a hypocrite and a liar, unless he was really troubled by what Starmer was doing. So it looks like ending this week with Keir Starmer having secured another fairly hefty victory, but as a consequence, of course, of union. A victory secured as a consequence of concerted and unified action by powers, by countries, by leaders who are recognising, as Mark Carney described earlier, the disappearance of the old world order, the removal of the United States of America from the top of whatever political or military pyramid it is that we've all lived in for the last 80 years. And when you do that, you have to find a new vocabulary of resistance and rejection. And this week they've done it. Donald Trump is crawling back to Washington later with his tail between his legs. This speech in large part is an exercise in pretending otherwise. The future of Greenland, from a Greenlander's point of view, seems safe. Although, of course, not long ago, he said he would never use military force in Venezuela. And then he did. So the promise, or the pledge yesterday that he would never use military force in Greenland is at least questionable and not something you'd necessarily bet your house on. But he climbed down. He's withdrawn the threat of sanctions, despite the fact that the people he was threatening to sanction have not done any of the things he said they would have to do in order to ensure the withdrawal of sanctions. And if you thought I was exaggerating 20 minutes ago when I told you that it is almost impossible to properly chronicle, analyse and keep track of this stuff because there is so much of it, well, you don't think I'm exaggerating now, because we should be talking about the cognitive decline. We should be talking about the cowardice. We should be talking about the war criminals and genocide apologists on his board of peace. We should be talking about the dystopia ushered in by his press secretary lying about what we actually heard him say. We should be talking about Putin's presence on this ludicrous committee. We should be talking about the fact that Vladimir Putin is going to get the $1 billion he needs to pony up to Donald Trump from assets that were frozen as a punishment for the illegal invasion of Ukraine. We should be talking about the fact that he keeps saying Iceland instead of Greenland. We should be talking about all of these things, but we're not. I don't even know what we're talking about. But that's fine, because this guy doesn't know what he's talking about either.
They said, you'd be the chairman.
But
I take it very seriously.
And
incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago. These are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine, I think. Let me see. Yeah, everyone of them. A couple, let's see, a couple I like. A couple I don't like. I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them.
This is speaking, but it's got to go. It's not a common it's not an
with great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza. And I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza is going to have a peace maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid
Gaza yesterday, including journalists and children, who were up for strikes on southern as well, on the southern Lebanon.
The United States, but I want to thank someone
for Syria, Lebanon, across the whole. 2 dead in South Lebanon, but on he goes. And of course, Caroline Newman will tell you that none of that happened.
Purchase food. You don't hear those stories anymore. And so the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 hostages. Now, I want to thank Steve Woodcock and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard. There were 20 remaining living hostages. Now, we got hundreds out. But the last 20 is it's going to be a tough one. They still got a year before. And it was a tough one, but we got all 20. And we had also about 28 that were dead. But the parents wanted them to live just as much. In some cases, it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love. But their boy killed. In just about all cases, young men.
So, again, if you thought I was exaggerating when I told you that it was impossible properly to chronicle, I rarely get the chance to tell you so because of the time differences between the United Kingdom and the United States. But what do? As any other circumstances, the really free work delivering a speech about the formation of a right to the United Nations Security Council the focus of our absolutely undiluted attention. So this is a little bit like Grandpa from The Simpsons, delivering an interminable policy. What's happening? God only knows what I've been hanging on about.
Trump has officially unveiled the founding members of his so-called board of endeavours. The UK in the signing because of concerns about Vladimir Putin's Keir Starmer has welcomed Trump's decision to drop the threat of tariffs over the future agreement. The minister says allies can now find a way to security after a framework was agreed. That's been confirmed because illegal migrants are being barracks in East Sussex. The Home Office says it's scaling up military sites of efforts to raise asylum intents. LBC weather cloudy with outbreaks. Heavy rain to the northeast of Spain. 11 degrees.
This is LBC.
Sunday morning, listening to questionable financial advice from the fintech companies and social feed. Isaac chose to search Barclays life skills, get some better money intel, save up for that new skateboard. Search Barclays life skills. Barclays, make money work for you.
My name is Luna, like the moon. I was 2 days short of my 17th birthday when I was killed. My killer wasn't a bad man. He'd had a rescue dog called Frank who rang his mum every Sunday. I just thought it was okay to go a few miles an hour over the limit, but that was enough to knock me off my bike and kill me.
Speeding injures or kills over 1,000
and now they're signing. And signed, of course, because Donald Trump was told by all the most important leaders in the world. Some you might even know, such as the leader of Egypt, the Egyptian president, widely regarded as a dictator, and considered by the American organisation Freedom House to be governing Egypt in an authority. About 60,000 estimated to be in Egypt at the moment, so he's a shoo-in for Donald Trump. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, of course, a representative of the Crown Prince, is considered to have ordered the murder of Jamal Khashoggi government. Just mentioned the Saudi Turkey and lo and behold, the Turkish representative is going to be joining us. Donald Trump is now holding it up. That's the end of my commentary. Donald Trump is now holding it up. I suspect that we're done. I'll leave you to ponder the importance of the Indonesian president, the Argentinian president, the Saudi Arabian foreign minister, the Azerbaijani president, the Armenian prime minister, the Paraguayan president, if you want to try and get him on that team, and the president of Kazakhstan, and the Jared Kushner character to whom Donald Trump keeps referring is his son-in-law. That is his only qualification to be involved in any of these negotiations, and he conducts himself as a sort of de facto international diplomat while simultaneously pursuing business interests that are delivering the sorts of sums of money that make even Donald Trump's corruption look relatively paltry. How many people think still Jimmy Carter's family peanut farm when they look at how Donald Trump has turned the United States of America into a money-making and a money-laundering machine for him, his cronies, his family and his closest associates. And speaking of money, Farage is in the 17 breaches of the rules that he has been found to have committed, including one donation from a bloke who was accused of money laundering in the United States of America not long ago. So I don't know where many of these threads need knitting together, but if you can't see it yet, it's 119. So we have spent the best part of this week, it's still only Thursday, discussing the changes to the world order signalled by the obvious and explicit designs upon the sovereign territory of Greenland that were being articulated by the unhinged President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. We know that he was serious because the people who pathetically whined not long ago that we should not look at what he says, but look at what he does, have finally woken up to the fact that he always tries to do what he has said he would do. The question that hung over that simple observation was this: how do you stop him from doing what he wants to do? How do you stop him from breaching international law, from breaching convention, from breaching tradition, from breaching decency, from detaching the United States of America from the rules-based international order? And there was a sense, and we have had that sense here, that you couldn't, that there was nothing you could do, that the power invested in the President of the United States of America, whoever it may be, was such that the rest of the world had little choice but to respond to his order to jump by simply asking how high. I began this week wondering whether Sir Keir Starmer had got it right. By Tuesday, I had concluded that he got it wrong. But in fact, he moved so quickly and so comprehensively in the correct direction that by PMQs yesterday he was able to lecture the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, on the pathetic decision to support Donald Trump's attempts to undermine European international solidarity and indeed Keir Starmer's personal and political determination to resist Donald Trump's ludicrous decrees. This entire obscenity that is unfolding in Davos now is designed to do one thing and one thing only. I am allergic to dead cats. I know what you're thinking. Take an antihistamine and how come you're not allergic to living ones? But I'm speaking metaphorically. But it is true that distraction tactics are absolutely intrinsic to the dictator's playbook. And it is true that Donald Trump is desperate for attention not to return, or to at least return much later rather than sooner to the Epstein file. But this entire edifice is designed to stop you and me talking about the climate, the mother of all climate. Even the BBC found the courage to describe it as such. This is all designed to hijack the news agenda, which should frankly be full of quotes from Donald Trump that sound very much like this, will instead now be dedicated to the ludicrous notion that a collection of genocide apologists, war criminals, weirdos, dictators and murderers, or at least murderers factota? What's the plural of factota? Answers on a postcard, please. Will be dominating the news agenda, and we will be turning our attention away from his humiliation yesterday. And it's worked, because I spent 40 minutes talking about the Board of Peace, brackets, snigger, close brackets, and not talking about the climb down yesterday. I opened the show today by explaining to you how impossible it was to keep track of things. I gave you a long list of things that could all be dominating our conversation. And I forgot to work out which was the one Donald Trump would be least keen on having us talk about. And that will be the humiliation. Because he can deny the cognitive decline. But when he claims that there's a deal in the offing, if he can't produce the deal, everybody knows that he's lying. Caroline Leavitt can claim that he never said Iceland instead of Greenland, even though we heard him say it. They can gloss over that. They can gish gallop their way through that. But what he can't do is camouflage or paper over the fact that there's no deal and there are no tariffs. He has bottled it. Donald Trump is, and I don't know whether this is a transatlantic phrase, so you may need someone to explain it to you. He is a bottle jumper. He is a chicken. He is a coward. He is a taco. Trump always chickens out. But we're not talking about him chickening out. We're talking about him constructing a committee of human beings so hideous and ridiculous. It still can't quite believe how there is going to be on it. It's not there, but stranger things have happened. He is there. Sitting in the company of the people that we've just listed, and again, I cannot even begin to understand why, except for the old adage about it being better to he's in Davos today. I don't think he'll stay. Better to be in a tent weeing out than it is to be outside a tent weeing in. I don't know. You need to be in the room where it happens to stop the really bad stuff from happening. That is a question that Keir Starmer is struggling with. So what we're going to do is resist the temptation to talk about this nonsense and focus instead on the big story of the week, which is still Greenland. And it is the fact that with a brilliant speech from Mark Carney, and with a show of unity and resistance from various other leaders, Donald Trump has backed down, Donald Trump has backed off, Donald Trump has bottled it. What have we learned? Hit the numbers.
There are rich people out here. We are on a ship and a helicopter.
973 is the number you need. This is quite the moment. You could see earlier in the week the unclenching of hands that were still clinging to the carcass of Trump being anything other than ridiculous stroke hideous. You had some relatively prominent cheerleaders finally recognising that the only person with Trump derangement syndrome was Trump, and increasingly, of course, the people still clinging to the notion that he's anything other than hideous stroke ridiculous. But what we have seen on the biggest stage of all is him essentially forced into a position of retreat. The idea that he was so powerful, that he was so big, that he was so irresistible is an idea essentially disseminated by Donald Trump. And yet when the world finally found an ability to say absolutely not, absolutely and categorically not, when some leaders became focus points for resistance, when Mark Carney broke cover and Keir Starmer followed, Emmanuel Macron weighed in, he folded like a gypsy, he collapsed like a house of cards. So in the context of losing form, okay, what have we learned? Why do you think Donald Trump bottled it? And it takes an understanding of issues to answer that question substantially. It's not just the bully got bullied. There's going to be more going on behind the scenes, more moving parts than that. So why do you think Donald Trump bottled it? And what does this teach us about the future, about handling him or the state of the planet
Get great deals on award-winning fruit and veg with Pick of the Week. Save up to 35% with cauliflower now just 99p each. And with Lidl Plus, get red grapefruit for only 29p. In store now. Lidl, more to value. Limited offer subject to availability. Selected stores, GB only. Prices correct on 20th of the 1st. 18 plus terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
Chase is the digital bank you can count on.
How so?
Because you get 1% cash back on your grocery shop.
Like on prosciutto?
Yeah, prosciutto.
And seaweed crackers?
Sure, those two.
Hang on. What about rotisserie chickens?
If it's in your grocery shop, Chase has got your cash back. Join today and get 1% cash back on debit card spending on groceries, fuel, and everyday transport. Chase, see what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents, eligibility applies. 1% cash back for the first year, maximum £15 per month, exceptions apply.
Just getting out there, very funny. Stuck waiting, thinking what to tell me about. I've spent all morning trying to get through to my GP. Oh, I'm ditched abstinence and joined Ben in the house. We've got 24/7 GP helpline. No waiting rooms, no sitting around. Sounds like a great service. Mind this. Press play on the help, 24/7 GP helpline and much more. All for less than £16 per person per month. Search Benenden Health. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV. And here's why. They can go from London to Sheffield on a single charge that could cost around £5. They're ecstatic about that and the exhilarating feeling behind the wheel. Plus, with charging made simple at home, they're always ready for the drive ahead. I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Cost of range dependent on tariffs, model and driving habits. Full details at gov.uk/clean energy.
Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling. Quick question. Well, actually 3, but they are quick. 1. Do you have a car? 2. Are you looking to save on your car insurance? And 3. Do you have a Tesco credit card? Well, if you do, you could get exclusive credit card prices when you take out or your policy with Tesco car insurance. And with 3 levels of cover available, you can choose the one that's right for you. Over 1 million club card members are already saving money. So just search online for Tesco car insurance.
James O'Brien. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
10:47 is the time. We're still lying about the election. The absurdity, the absolute insanity of this situation doesn't end until he's gone out of office. Like, I can't quite imagine anybody else, even J.D. Vance, managing to ride the swing horses of horror. Because it's a psychological concept, not a political one. And there it is. So the whole focus of the world will be on this ludicrous signing ceremony in Davos, and nobody is talking about the epic climb down, the humiliation, the failure of his entire mission. Well, we are. Amir is in Richmond. What have we learned?
Hi, James. Enjoying your program.
Very fine. Thank you.
What we learn, I think, in my opinion, is that we need to stick together, right? The United Kingdom and the European. I think we need to narrow our gap with Europe in terms of the economy and defense. Because, frankly, I think Trump aside, what he's doing and done, I think we need to, in 3 years' time, think about the fact that, America may not, come to our help. Besides, dependency is not never is a good idea. It's not a big my opinion.
It didn't used to be. I mean, there's nothing unhealthy about economies of scale. If your ally is bigger than you are, that's historically quite a good thing. But as you've just reminded us, until he stops being your ally, until she stops being your ally, at which point the level of dependency that you have upon them becomes danger. The bigger it is.
Exactly. Excuse me. And you're listing a number of elements that he can do. As a British Iranian who lived here over 50 years, I just want to say that I'm sure you recall that he gave this bravado that he want to come to help the Iranian, and in some extent he pushed people into the street. I don't know, rightly or wrongly, maybe my statement is not quite right, but and maybe some more people got killed. And I think this is another thing, that in a sense, we feel that, I want to use the word betrayed, but in a sense that, people thought there is something coming and nothing came. So
And people risk their lives in order to join protests in expectation of American intervention and American support. And then, of course, if there's nothing in it for Donald Trump, the American intervention and the American support doesn't come. I wonder what would happen if the Iranian president ponied up $1 billion for a seat on the board of peace. I'm not even joking, by the way, because if Netanyahu and Putin would be that, why should the Iranian president? That's a question you can answer. 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 6, 0, 9, 7, 3. The question that really is, what have we learned from this epic climate? What have we learned from this humiliation about how to treat Trump in the future? And why do you think it happened? So here and I go to the obvious answer. It is because of the resistance, but it must be more. Trump could send troops into Greece, could easily mount some sort of military campaign and help himself to protect. And he certainly refused to rule out the possibility of doing so. Stephen Miller, his key aide, quite enjoyed the prospect of putting American troops around continental Europe, so he has bottled it. And I want you to tell me why. Lady is impressed. Lady, what would you like to say?
Morning, James. How are you?
Very well, must be right.
Yeah, I think to be fair, it comes down to the good old-fashioned problem. I think they probably underestimated the opposition contestants' strength, opposition from Europe and from elsewhere. When they've actually gained what you're asking,
It's a terrible phone line, mate. I wonder how significant the Danish bombs decision was. Because lots of other countries have followed Denmark on getting rid of the US Treasury bonds. The financial hit of the Canadian bomb able to explain to us earlier in the week, Victoria, the financial hit would have been felt way back home. That could be part of it. Just to answer the question, feel free to send a few in. Tony Blair hasn't paid $1 billion. In fact, earlier in the week, he kind of distanced himself from that part of the project, but he has not distanced himself from the project itself by any stretch of the imagination. I'll read you what he had to say. Earlier in the week, I thank President Trump for his leadership in establishing the board of peace, and I'm honoured to be appointed to his executive board. It's a real privilege to work with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and their outstanding team. I think this is a moment of hubris for Tony Blair. I think if we were to speculate on what on earth is motivated by, there has to be a very, very fat slice of self-importance. You want to mitigate self-importance by the genuine belief that he can make a difference going forward. I'm afraid that ends up just sounding self-important. It is extraordinary that he is elected to put himself in this kind of company. And his legacy already tainted by the Iraq War and its aftermath, possibly about to receive another kicking, if it hasn't already. I can't believe it. For the avoidance of doubt, I think it is absolutely disgusting that Tony Blair has elected to give respectability. Because out of all the lists, all those names, the only one who brings anything close to respectability, whatever you think of him, the very, very good Prime Minister of this country, and if it wasn't for the Iraq War, his legacy would be possibly uniquely good for an essentially peacetime Prime Minister. He's elected to add a veneer of respectability. Why do you think Trump mentioned him first? Why do you think Trump wanted to get... He wasn't even on the stage. Trump had to get Tony Blair out there. He's being used like a fig leaf. He's being used as a camouflage for corruption. And as far as I can tell, he has gone along with it. Heavily involved in the situation in Gaza, both before and after the so-called ceasefire. Committed to it genuinely. That's something I know. But the belief or the confidence that joining this ludicrous outfit would somehow enhance those hopes is something I can't currently get my head around. I hope I'm wrong, but at the moment it looks, at the very least, horrifically hubristic, and at the very worst, downright disgusting. 10:54 is time. Gary and Calais up next, but let's just catch up with what Amy in Bristol was in the middle of telling us. Amy, well done.
Yeah, sorry, James, that was a bit better. Yeah, I think, to be perfectly honest, this is just a huge reality for the current American administration, because I don't think it's just Trump. I think it's like Miller.
So why did they fold? I mean, we'll never know whether Miller or Vance or Rubio are upset or cross about this or think he's done the wrong thing, because they don't have the guts to say anything out loud that the boss would be unhappy with. But why do you think they folded? I don't know that they actually had to.
I think they killed it. I think they basically tested the water, and then basically the markets reacted, and since the markets reacted,
big as the Gestapo tactics that are now being deployed on the streets of Minneapolis. More on that in the next hour. But the idea that it is all about the Benjamins is quite hard to resist, isn't it? So it's all so they go hand in hand. The resistance led by Carney, effectively, but bolstered enormously by Starmer and Macron and others. The resistance creates the uncertainty. The uncertainty spooks the markets, as Liz Truss could explain to you. And the uncertainty in the market spooks Donald Trump, who sees his numbers go back up again the minute he announces that he won't be introducing tariffs after. So pathetic, absolutely pathetic, but still not something that was going to happen or would have happened had it not been for the resistance. Gary is in Calais. Gary, what's going on? I mean, who knows? You've got Pete Hegseth insulting all of the military top brass men whose boots he is, and women whose boots he is not fit to lay sycophancy and public devotion to Donald Trump being the only qualification for high office in the United States now. But not disobeying orders is at the heart of military philosophy, isn't it?
It's not disobeying orders. They don't follow what Trump says. That's the thing you've got to remember. And we spoke about this about a year ago, when I turned around and said there was an American college that had done various things, scenarios, as to all the pieces falling into place. And they said in the last 3 months, those pieces are falling into place with a slightly different scenario, exactly where we are today.
So, I mean, the intelligence is that if you were to press ahead with this plan, then you would have some form of nuclear.
I think you
hope so, but then you don't get history.
And they've had we're waiting for a full Sumter moment. I think that's pretty clear.
Waiting for what?
Full Sumter. Do you remember the point that strikes? Everyone knew it was ending here until finally the South fight actually on an American
Not
Union.
for the first time, Gary. You are educating me, and you're doing so in a very kind way, as if you presume I'd know what you were talking about. Full Sumter rings a bell, but not on anything like the level or the scale that it should do, given the significance that you've just alluded with. So I mean, we'll never know, will we? Maybe memoirs will be written in the future, but of course, if they're written by Caroline Levitt and her colleagues, they won't be worth the paper that they're printed on in terms of honesty, in terms of accuracy, or indeed in terms of trustworthiness. Gary, take care. We'll speak soon, I hope. Coming up to 11 o'clock. Here is your 7 members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, at which Trump sits at the top, and he will stay at the top even after he ceases to be president, which is why it sticks out like a sore thumb. Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister. Jared Kushner married Donald Trump's daughter. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, dedicated sycophant. Ditto Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy to the Middle East. Then you've got CEO of a financial firm, Global Management, called Mark Rowan, the president of the World Bank Group, AJ Banga, and Robert Gabriel, the US Deputy National Security Advisor. So all of whom are loosely describable as unduly sympathetic to Donald Trump's cause. But Tony Blair is there, providing so much cover for so much awfulness. You look at the countries that are there, you look at the countries that have signed up, the leaders that are on that stage today, and you marvel at the presence of the former British Prime Minister. And you find yourself, I'm speaking in the second person, I'm not sure why, I find myself drawn back to that story when I shouldn't be. No one should be. Everybody should be talking about the climb down and the humiliation. Not even 24 hours has passed. I hesitate to lecture fellow journalists because most of them are a lot more experienced and a lot more intelligent than I am. But surely everyone can see this is what he wants us to do. Who have we got on the board of peace? No one really, mate. We've got a Saudi foreign minister, we've got a dictator from Egypt, and then leaders of a bunch of countries that you've never heard of. And if you have heard of them, you keep getting their names wrong, like Azerbaijan ban, or whatever you called it during your last speech. And Trump, of course, says, I don't care whether or not there's any important people there. Well, and you've got Netanyahu as well. Oh, Putin maybe, but he won't be on the stage. Because I don't think he's not allowed it. That means he would get arrested if he turned up to that. Wouldn't he? Would he? I don't know. Who knows anything anymore. But Donald Trump has been told we've got nothing impressive. It doesn't matter because we're going to do it and I'm the president, which means everyone will be talking about it and the cameras will be focused and the commentary will move on from yesterday's epic humiliation. And I don't know how you resist that. But I'm going to carry on trying. It's 11:01.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Hey, LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global Newsroom, President Trump has officially unveiled his so-called Board of Peace at a ceremony in Davos.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. The official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace.
The UK has opted not to take part in the signing because of concern about Vladimir Putin's possible involvement. It was originally set to oversee Gaza's future, but Mr. Trump has since suggested it had a much wider purpose. In the past hour, he said it would not work with the UN, despite repeatedly criticising the body.
I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential. It's not used it, but there's tremendous potential.
But the reason I got on this now was because you suggested that we shouldn't be talking about any of this stuff instead. And that was a silly thing to say, because how can you not talk about moments of such epic importance like the potential invasion? But you're right to say that an awful lot of this is clearly dedicated to distracting at least the American public from the continued failure to publish the contents of the episode. I think there's 2 million pages that I get to be published. Donald Trump's name pops up an unimaginable amount of time in the title bits that they have actually said about how often it features and how it made popular of the documents of the article. But we can't talk about this all. So we can sit here now and everyone else is going to do this and I'm not criticising them because I haven't worked out what the alternative is. But everybody else is going to let's have a photo about the significance of the Donald Trump should talk about really be on the board. He shouldn't get started on the board. Is it better to be inside the room where it happens than outside criticising him continually? Because we don't know what else to do. It's the size of the plane that determines the amount of recovery. And the planes don't become any bigger than the President of the United States of America. They're going to return with them to Davos to see. I'll wait to see what he says.
It's a big deal. It's very good. Listen to Jared and Steve, some of the other folks, including Larry Fink, and congratulations on the great success. The two of you have done fantastic. This is bigger and better than ever. We usurped so much your time for a very important reason, and you understand that better than anybody. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. Very much. But I said that, this is a great location. And all being a real estate person at heart, it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well.
Not to mention Kirsty also.
Location, it's a vision. You look out on the waters, and very few places are like it. So we put together a team that's outstanding, a team that's done it before, a team that I think has done tougher jobs, if you want to know the truth. Done some tough jobs.
Just checking that it was still as ridiculous and as unhinged and as demented as it was when he started all that time ago. So, as I was explaining, we don't know what to do any more than we did halfway through the first term. What do you do when everything is upside down, when everything is being changed? How do you do journalism when the White House press secretary lies through her teeth on camera, and nobody can call her a liar. Nothing's changed. So, anyway, for the avoidance of doubt, I would bet
Welcome to South
everything I own on the fact that this has been conceived in Donald Trump's warped brain as a way of distracting attention from what happened yesterday. I would bet everything I own on the fact that it is... Well, I would never be able to prove it, so you'd never be able to claim your winnings. John's written, get this demented clown off the radio. And who here is confident enough to say whether he's talking about Donald Trump or me? But the point is that a week from now, if I sat here, or a month from now, if I sat here and said to you... oh, do you remember the Board of Peace? It'd be a bit like Nigel Farage's boycott of the BBC. These people just say things, and they do things, and Donald Trump can do them on the world stage, and then they will move on to something else, and they will forget about it. The Board of Peace may be already over in all but name, because people may refuse to pony up $1 billion, or they may decide to carry on doing what was happening at the beginning of this week, and to bend the knee and we must try and keep him sweet. So here's $1 billion. Vladimir Putin's going to take it out of assets that were frozen as a punishment for illegally invading Ukraine. And you don't know what to do. So everybody else will be treating it like a normal event conducted by a normal president. And I'm not criticising them because I don't know what else to do, but I really feel the need to tell you that we shouldn't be treating this like a normal event conducted by a normal president. Having debates and guests and experts and even perhaps findings on whether or not the UK should join, or whether or not Tony Blair has disgraced himself beyond all redemption, or whether or not it's a good idea, or whether or not it's a bad idea. It'd be like having a phone in on whether or not Donald Trump was humiliated yesterday. Was it a good deal or a bad deal? Was it a deal or a no deal? It's such a ridiculous failure to recognise reality. But media doesn't know what to do. It's as if we've only got 10 tools in our toolbox. And Donald Trump presents us with a problem for which our tools are pointless, but we keep on trying to use the same tools. I don't know. Anyway, kudos to Frank describing it as the thief of peace. I like that. And I'll try and find the history of the bloke who just said get this demented clown off the radio, so we can take a view on whether or not he was talking about me or talking about Donald Trump. And the question we are trying to answer is what have we learned? How about adding to the mix? What should the media do? How much more proof do you need? How should this be reported? How should these moments be reported? These moments of dead category, these moments of distraction, these moments of disgrace. How should what are the tools that we need? We've got 10 tools in our toolbox and none of them are fit for purpose. Let's have a phone in about whether it's a good deal or a bad deal. Deal or no deal. Let's have a phone in about whether Tony Blair should be up. What do you do? How do the media do this? Stuart's in Edinburgh. Stuart, what have you learned?
I've learned, well, thanks for having me on, James. I love listening to you. It kind of feel like you help me get over the fact I'm living in like a Trump weather system where everything else is getting blown off course. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and I've thought about it. I consider myself a reasonably smart person, but I can't get to the core of what it is about Donald Trump that we can't get past. I kind of think about it.
Were you listening yesterday?
to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. And we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now?
And historically, English is incredible. Did you know Davos is a German-speaking town?
Yeah.
German is one of the official languages of Switzerland, right? Go on then, separate the little jump from that then.
So I think there are two things. I think that the fact that we always put it back into the ongoing conversation, and every single newspaper on the Saturday went into the store by myself this morning. Donald Trump was slapped on the front of it. His face, which is similar to that, and what he's saying.
The size of the player determines the amount of the company. It's just how it always was.
But another thing that's really interesting, you bring a lot of this in, and you laugh about it sometimes. But maybe what we're missing is a bit of trying to come a bit of humour back into this.
Laughing at him.
Yeah. Trying to laugh, but maybe we just need to laugh at it and go, oh come on, no.
I don't think the media can do that. Yeah, I can do that. We can point out that Davos is a German spit, and you can do it in a funny way. We'll have a look at windmills next. But I don't think that, you know, the very important newsreaders on the news at 10, I don't think Clive Myrie can start taking the mickey out of Donald Trump. I don't think that Chris Mason can. You know, I don't know. It's not an option.
Well, maybe then removing it from that narrative needs to be the way forward.
I mean, I'm putting it on my list, and I'm even drawing circles around it as well, because it would be a wonderful thing to do if we could somehow unite the media, the sensible media, not the Trump kid, not the Dick Littlejohns of this world, who would rather be led by a foreign dictator than by an elected British Prime Minister. But for the rest of the people whose brains are still functioning, if you could all agree to do that, maybe don't say Trump anymore, say the President of the United States, it might have an effect. If you could all agree to stop poking fun, it might, but you can't. That's the problem. You know, I was about to say my toolbox is tiny, but people might misread me. They're relatively small contribution to the conversation, pointing out that we are making a hideous mistake by talking about the board of peace when we should be talking about what happened hours ago that was humiliating for him, but he's already won this battle. We're all talking about the thing he wants us to talk about and not the thing he was desperate to do. And I don't know what the alternative is. That's why I'm taking Stuart's suggestions to debate.
This is LBC.
Apple delivers great deals on award-winning fruit and veg with Pick of the Week. Save up to 35% with cauliflower now just 99p each. And with Little Plus, get red grapefruit for only 29p. In store now. Lidl. More to value. Limited offer subject to availability. Selected stores only. Price to collect on 20th of the 1st. 18 plus to apply. See lidl.co.uk/LBTV.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site increases, and that was when more than your attic lost in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. Holiday Park Advice Centre.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Hi babe, what a day. Fancy staying in tonight instead? Mackie's calling my name and I saw you can get £5 off if you spend £20 on the app, so you in? Of course you are. Okay, bye.
Exclusively on your Dogs app. Save £5 when you spend £20 on food and drink via delivery. T's apply. 18 plus. Service and delivery fees apply. Valid once per week. 1st to the 31st of January. Participating restaurants and serving times apply.
How does a $20 golf gadget end up being used as a bomb detector in war zones worldwide? I'm Alice Levine, and this is Explosive Lies, the podcast exposing a scandal for governments and security services across the globe. Open our free global player app and search Explosive Lies to start listening today. It took me less than 30 seconds to request my repeat prescription on the NHS app. It's not even making this brew. And I save time by not bringing the GP practice. Win. Plus, with notifications turned on, I know as soon as I get a new message. Big win. So there's more time for this tea break. So did you go to that website? We're delivering an NHS fit for the future. Request repeat prescriptions and turn on notifications to never miss a message. Tap the NHS app.
James O'Brien on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
21 minutes after 11, David Joe's up next. Before that, a little quiz for you.
there's parroting NATO talking, parroting Kremlin talking points. Which British politician would be most likely to have soiled himself yesterday by coming out in favour of the plan that Donald Trump was about to abandon? I didn't realise it was
I have no doubt that the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland because of the geopolitics of the High North, because of the retreating ice caps, and because of the continued expansionism of Russian icebreakers, of Chinese investment. So yes, would America ending Greenland be better for the world in terms of safety and stronger for NATO? It would. However, if you believe in Brexit, and if you believe in celebrating America's 250th birthday, if you believe in the nation state and not globalist structures, you believe in sovereignty. If you believe in sovereignty, you believe in the principle of national self-determination. That's what you guys fought the British for. Your right of national self-determination. And you won. I agree strategically with the arguments that led.
There are, as we've already established, global politicians. And buyers the most. Dave's in Shepherd's Bush. Dave, come on then, what have you got?
Well, I'm just going to change it a little bit, James, because I've got to reflect. Never in my lifetime have I had the desire to put on a speech by that.
No, I thought about it.
Thank you so much. Just regarding the other individual issue, President of America, to me, most of it, not all of it, is irrelevant. So in the sense that the peace plan or the peace process, you don't
the FIFA. It's the FIFA borders.
You don't
you turn up because
very sure you will take tonight.
We're going to pay $1 billion. You do the signing on ceremony. You sit back and adore the great leader. It's the same with the treaties with the European Union. It's all a signing process. It's all a show. We've got deals with penguins on islands around the world. They're paying tariffs to us. It's amazing with the whole discussion. But most of it, if not all of it, is covering up for whatever he needs covering up for in that moment, in that time. And it's just his narrative. I'm amazing. Everything I do is amazing. But it's just a show or a sham. And sadly, it's gone beyond. I mean, I know you touched upon about we should laugh at him, but I think we've gone way past that. We tried that before in the early days. Yeah. When he came down the episodes, we looked, we laughed, and maybe the laugh is maybe for Jimmy Kimmel and Saturday Night Live.
Well, he obviously hates it. I mean, that proves how effective it is, doesn't it? It was Mark Twain, I think, that nobody can stand against laughter.
He does, but he's based. I don't want to, but he's based. They don't even acknowledge that. They just look at the dear leader, and I think we need to, like Mark Carney. I think he's doing an amazing job. Yes. We need to take the lead for this. Don't stop it.
Well, I think we should listen to a bit. I know people played it out this week, but I should play a few bits of Mark Carney's speech as well today. There's a mystery hour at 12 o'clock, thank God. Can't shut up before 12 noonday, so for that we can at least all be grateful. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Honestly, I'm not putting it on my list of predictions because, I'm a little wary of tainting the perfection of that list in recent years. But I would not be surprised if the Board of Peace deflates like a withered old balloon and we never hear of it again sooner rather than later.
But everything is part of deflates like an old withered balloon. Everything. And he just moves on to the next one. Yes. He just moves on and he keeps something's bigger and amazing. It's great. His casinos were amazing and great. His property empire. Everything he touches is amazing and great. But when you just scratch a little bit below the surface, there's nothing there. There's no substance. All of it is just whatever you want to call it. Imaginary scam or fake.
Keep moving forward. Keep blowing up new balloons. That balloon's withered. That balloon's popped. Blow up a new balloon. And what are we? 5 years in to 2 terms, and we still haven't got a clue. I remember getting despair when the New York Times and others would fail to call lies, and they'd call them untruths, and they defend it on the grounds that, well, maybe he didn't realise what he was saying was lying. So it doesn't matter, but we don't know what to do. The vocabulary, the toolbox is still inadequate. Do you want to put a date on it, Dave? Not a bet, just a date. When do you think we might reasonably report that we've heard no mention at all of the Board of Peace now for a month? When do you think? 26 minutes after 11, top of the class. top-ish of the class, because I think Frank's suggestion that we should call this the FIFA Board of Peace is vying at least for the top spot. Aggie Chambray has joined us because British politics is still going on, and this is potentially quite a significant story.
This is potentially...
Let me introduce you properly. LBC's Deputy Political Editor.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, James. This is potentially an absolutely massive story. So Andrew Gwynn, who used to be a Labour MP, he was a health minister, he had the whip.
Because look at the people he invited, Lukashenko from Belarus.
Vladimir Putin's invited. What about Tony Blair, Tony? Why is he involved in this, do you think?
First of all, I do believe UK did the right thing by keeping distance for now from this organization. And I do believe Tony Blair, even though he has his problems from past, because I remember in Iraq, if I'm not wrong, when it happened, Iraq or Afghanistan, I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah. Both. This is a man who brought war to two parts of the Middle East, rightly or wrongly, who has now got an important role, in fact a particularly important role, is in the executive board in bringing peace to a region where he is reviled and despised by quite a lot of people for the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war as well. Tony, thank you very much for the first time call. Great to have you with us. Another Tony's in Aylesford this evening. How are you, other Tony?
Lots of Tonys. Hello, Ben.
How are you, Tony?
No, I just say stop nicking my name. So, can I just say, congratulations on your lovely recent news. I saw it on Instagram. Yeah, no, it made me a bit emotional. I'm gay. It made me
very emotional, I'll tell you that.
Oh, bless you. No, but I'm being gay, and it's made me a bit broody. Trying to get a man pregnant has been quite difficult to
You can adopt. I've got gay friends that have adopted.
I'm not ready right now. But yeah,
thank you, Terry.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
This board of peace, then, is the UK right to be steering well clear, given the concerns that have been raised about Putin's involvement and Tony Blair's involvement and all the other people who are currently on? What do you think?
I do. I think it's which is just a joke as it is, but the only good thing I was happy about was to Tony Blair, because I do think he was the best Prime Minister I've ever had in my lifetime, without a shadow of a doubt. He was the best Prime Minister. But then again, he said a few things recently that make me feel like, hey, you know, he's not enough. But I think totally on June, I think with the justice was doing work for people within the Palestinians. I think
approach, isn't it, by the Labour government? And I would go further, they can, and say I don't have any trust or faith whatsoever that what Donald Trump is trying to achieve is in anybody other than his interest. Now, part of this is just ego. I think he genuinely wants to see himself as the man who brings peace to the Middle East. So, the previous caller Tony was right, there is self-interest there. But Trump sees global diplomacy. Trump sees the world as a potential property deal. Saw it with Greenland, we're seeing it with Gaza. He has got his eyes on that piece of land. He's spoken about it in public before. He's spoken about the belief, his belief, that it should be governed by the United States of America. He's talked in public and then wrote back, suggesting that the 2 million people who live there should all be forced to leave. This is not a man, is it, that we can trust to bring peace to that part of the world, at least not peace that works for the people who live there. What evidence do we have that Donald Trump has a single jot of concern or regard for the people of Gaza? I don't see any whatsoever. Do you? And if you don't, if you're with me, then isn't the UK right to be steering well clear of this ego, this farce? If he was serious about this, he could have done it through the United Nations. He could have done it through all the other international bodies that already exist. But no, he has to set up his own one. Should the UK get involved, are we right to be steering well clear of this board? And do you have more faith than me, or less, that this is a genuine attempt to rebuild Gaza to the benefit of the people? Give me a call, 03456060973. Text Kobo or say Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Next.
He has so many hurdles to clear if he wants to stand as the candidate in Gorton and Denton. That's Andrew Quinn's soon-to-be old seat.
Might there soon be a way back to Westminster for Brent Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, who is reported to be plotting a leadership challenge to Keir Starmer? There might well be today after one suspended Labour MP quits his Greater Manchester seat. Get the update from LBC Deputy Police Mayor afternoon at 10:31.
The number of police forces in England and Wales is set to be cut drastically, and a major reform is expected to be announced by the Home Secretary next week. It'll be the largest overhaul of policing in decades in an effort to tackle what government sources call an epidemic of everyday offences. Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukrainians are living like the film Groundhog Day, claiming nothing has changed since he last addressed Davos. Also revealed the first trilateral talks between Ukraine, Russia and the US will take place tomorrow. And suspended Labour MP Andrew Gwyn's confirmed he'll stand down from Parliament on health grounds. There are rumours potential leadership challenger Andy Burnham will fight for the vacant Greater Manchester seat. LBC weather, spells of rain pushing northwards tomorrow. Brighton for southern and central areas, staying wet in the northeast, a high of 9 degrees.
LBC.
He didn't used to leave his room. Now, we can't get him back in. And this won't need help. There's always an expert waiting.
Family mental health support.
All the kids covered for the price of one. That's why I'm with Bupa. Join before the 30th of March and get a free Group 5.0 band and 12-month membership. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. New Bupa by You customers 18+. Redeem after 3 months. One per policy. Only pay for the eldest child up to 20 years old. T's and C's apply. Pre-existing conditions not covered.
Another early morning gym session skipped. Some New Year's resolutions set you up to fail, but a new Mazda CX-30 is the one you will want to keep. Available with 0% APR and a £750 deposit contribution during the Mazda January sale. Order by the 31st of January. Search Mazda. Available on PCP when financed by the Mazda Financial Services by 31st of March 26. Indemnities and apply. Terms apply. Participating dealers. See website.
Always dreamt of running your own business? It might be easier to achieve than you think. With a franchise, you benefit from a tried and tested business model and ongoing support. Kickstart your journey to business ownership. Visit the British and International Franchise Exhibition on the 30th and 31st of January at Olympia, London. Meet exciting franchise brands, watch inspiring talks, and get free expert advice. Book your free tickets today at franchisetickets.co.uk.
Go on, leave the never-ending laundry pile. Quiet, flat, and
empty fridge at home. Hop on the train and go into the workplace zone with Southeastern. Whether you're heading in for a change of scene, to share ideas, or enjoy a lunchtime chat with your colleagues. With our great range of tickets, we've got the one to see.
Potential return to Westminster and what it might mean for Keir Starmer and his government with Aggie Chambray in a couple of minutes' time. First, let's switch to George, the first time caller, by the way, in Minneapolis, in the United States, Minnesota, the United States. Evening, George.
Yes, good evening. One thing that I was listening to, I just started listening, about the Board of Peace. I was looking at the charter for the Board of Peace, and it has some mention about Gaza at all. Just talks about the board being a peace-building function. And what it does talk about in that charter is that President Trump is the chairman of the board. And states can only join if they are invited by President Trump. He could also terminate any member just by his approval. And it was also saying in that thing that member states can, the President Trump can have jurisdiction over the member state only with their approval, but it doesn't say anything about states that are not members of the board.
So what's your assessment, George, having your right to contact all of those things, which suggests to me that this is an ego trip for Donald Trump and a power play, far more than it is a genuine attempt to rebuild Gaza?
It is a little more to do than just Gaza. I think this is just a parallel to the UN.
It's trying to rival the UN.
Correct, yes, because in the UN, because of the Security Council, they have the power of the other countries do, and really nothing much can get passed through the Security Council. But this Board of Peace, if Trump has basically jurisdiction and really power over the whole group, he can actually over the other parts of the country. I mean, if Russia does join and Ukraine does not, then does Russia and U.S. have power over Ukraine? Can they give power to Russia of the entire...
Why has Russia even been invited? Why has Vladimir Putin been invited to have any say whatsoever in the rebuilding of Gaza?
Well, that part I don't understand. I agree what you were saying about not sure why Putin was invited then. That I don't know either.
George, I just want to go off topic for a moment, if I could. And just given you are calling from Minneapolis, I've got to ask you about the ICE raids that are taking place in your city, including the arrest that has been reported today, and we're going to talk about it later in the show, of a 5-year-old boy wearing a Spider-Man rucksack. What's your sense of what's going on where you are, the city that you're in, and how people are feeling about it?
Well, there's a lot of dissolution. There's a lot of fear and anxiety among the people in Minneapolis, where this group was shot last week. It's about a mile away from George Floyd Square. That's the place where and they fear because right now I believe there are about
risk that if he comes back, he does challenge the Prime Minister. And as one Labour source said to me earlier, as soon as Andy Burnham becomes the candidate for Gorton and Denton, then effectively Keir Starmer becomes a lame duck Prime Minister. Now, that is obviously just their opinion, but their point, I think, was that they think Andy Burnham would then launch a leadership bid, then other people in the Labour Party would launch leadership bids as well. And essentially it would be a matter of time before the Prime Minister gets challenged and then potentially goes. We don't know whether those would be successful or not. But it's a moment of jeopardy for the Prime Minister and for the Labour government, really.
And what is Andy Burnham, or at least what are his team saying about this, Aggie? Because this sort of speculation has been running wild for months now. And they've been sort of doing what they can to say, look, you know, we're focused on the job in Greater Manchester and so on. What are they saying about this potential vacancy and a potential return to Westminster?
Very little, actually. So Andy Burnham has told a local democracy reporting service that earlier he was in the dark about the report because it was reported before it was actually confirmed, and he said he hadn't been in contact with Andrew Gwynn on the issue. Also saying people shouldn't rush to conclusions. So I think in that sense not really saying either way whether or not he was going for the seat.
That he, or at least his team, had no idea. There'd been no conversations at all. He found out just when the rest of us did. Is that credible?
That's what he says. I mean, you know, as I say, there have been these rumours and speculation for months and months and months now that some sort of deal between the two of them might be done. But I mean, Andrew Gwynn today, there was talk of maybe, you know, there was some sort of deal being done and Andrew Gwynn would be promised something, but Andrew Gwynn today, you know, has talked about the significant ill health he's suffered over the last 21 years, and actually shared a note from his GP to basically say that he wasn't able to work any longer as an MP. So it does seem plausible, entirely plausible, that Andrew Gwynn is genuinely just going because of that significant ill health. Of course, it is a seat in Greater Manchester, and it has always been thought by Andy Burnham, really, that if Andy Burnham went for a seat in that area, or indeed sort of some people say just in the north of England, then he would be likely to win it despite the polls. And, you know, the polls are pretty bad. Reform UK saying tonight that they will throw everything at this seat.
Aggie, thank you very much. That's Aggie Shombre, Deputy Political. In a moment, more of your calls on whether Britain is right to be avoided. For now, it's Donald Trump calls for peace. And we'll see what's leading tomorrow's newspaper. Ben Kentish here, this is LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
President Trump yesterday doing what he does best, making news at home.
President Trump standing before the world and putting it on notice. He's not backing off at all in terms of his ambition to take control of Greenland.
And away.
Well, let's get back to the breaking news now that Donald Trump says a framework deal has been reached over Greenland.
Look what he's achieved. He's possibly on the verge of doing a deal that will give it maybe a Cyprus-style deal for Greenland. In a world now where you have dictators like Putin, President Xi, Kim Jong-un and all the others just doing what the United Kingdom does, which is continue.
these sorts of things happen, you speak to any people or anyone, from my experience, Would you use it, Anna? Do you think you'd use it regularly? If you're getting on the tube or the train and you know that one carriage is a women-only carriage, do you think more often than not, if you're travelling by yourself or with other women, you would get on that carriage?
Yes, 100%. I would feel a lot safer if there was like a women-only carriage. I think many women as well, they would probably feel the same way. But yeah.
Let's talk about the practicalities of it. I don't see why, if there was a rule that the front carriage of every train and every tube or every metro service in this country was women only. The back carriage, there would probably have to be one end just for convenience sake. And there's signs all over that carriage saying women only, men don't enter. I don't see why that's not practical. I don't see why that could be implemented.
get such a...
So any man who just gets on a carriage full of women, who says women only carriage, if he can read English, you can assume is a wrong. He's not there for a good reason. I hear you. More guards, more police, absolutely. Nobody's going to dispute that. But I just wonder if, given how unlikely that seems to be in the current climate of police resource cuts and all the rest of it, whether women-only carriages is a step in the right direction. I'm not sure. I think a lot of people will be hesitant and maybe instinctively not convinced. But why? Let's give it a go, though. Lovely to have you with us today. Thank you very much for calling in. Tons of calls coming on this. If you want to join the conversation,
keep left. Welcome to Uganda.
Time now.
Weekdays from Sunday, they have fatal incompetence. Straight to the point.
What is the problem they've got over there?
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Countries going backwards, growth down, energy prices up.
Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app. Download it now from your app store. LBC.
Combining dental group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated local reviews. Keep on smiling. Proudly deliver great deals on award-winning fruit and veg with Pick of the Week. Save up to 35% with cauliflower now just 99p each. And with Little Plus, get red grapefruit for only 29p. In store now. Lidl, more to value. Limited offer subject to availability. Selected stores, GB only. Prices correct on 20th of the 1st. 18 plus terms apply. See Lidl.co.uk/LBTV.
solution.
I'm giving you a solution.
Solution puts all the burden and all the responsibility on the victims of the crime rather than
not to get hurt, and they get there to stand up for themselves. You imagine if a woman stands up for herself, knocks the man down, and hurts him, and she could do it. She'll chuck his piece of sometimes and run away.
You were right about John, are you? You did sell something?
No, one son teaches someone else doesn't teach anyone to do it.
Self-defense training.
Intimidated by other people's behaviour, but that's not something that I would, other women are, it's not a standard I would expect other women to have. But I totally wouldn't use it because I want that space to be available for somebody else.
Fair enough. Alison, great first call. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you very, very much indeed. Tons of calls coming on this. Are women-only carriages something you'd like to see? Is it really the way to stop violence against women and girls? Or are John and Alison in their very different ways going to say that the focus should be on something else instead? Better policing in the presence of Alison or self-defense? 345606897. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
I understand why this administration thinks stopping immigration is the single most important issue. Immigration has been a benefit to the United States.
Donald Trump's ICE agents arrested a young boy in Minnesota and transported him on 1,000 miles to detention facility in Texas in the latest sequence that is part of President Trump's Lighthearted crackdown. Well, speaking of foreign men in Minneapolis, it wasn't used that much, never really bothered to down dance. It's up to the governments to radically reduce the number of police forces in England and Wales, and Secretary Shabana is expected to announce police reform that significantly cut the number of forces from its global commitment to 3. The Kremlin said Russian President Vladimir Putin has started his meeting with Donald Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner discussing a plan to help Ukraine from Davos to Moscow after the President Zelensky. And Ukraine has announced he's standing down as an MP, paving a possible return to Westminster for Andy Burnham. The independent member for Gorton and Denton was sacked as Health Minister last year for offensive WhatsApp messages. LBC weather, spells of rain pushing northwards tomorrow, drives over southern and central areas but staying wet in the northeast, high of 9 degrees.
LBC, a sonic transpace we wind down fragile. A chance to let conversations flow and plans unfold. And swap doomscrolling for telling stories. Too good for the group chat. Make the journey part of the joy and save one third with off-peak group tickets at southernrailway.com. Terms apply.
Hi babe, what a day. Fancy staying in tonight instead. Maggie's calling my name and I saw you can get £5 off if you spend £20 on the app, so you in? Of course you are. Okay, bye.
Exclusively on McDonald's app. Save £5 when you spend £20 on food and drink via delivery. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Service and delivery fees apply. Valid once per week. 1st to 31st of January. Participating restaurants will set the time to apply.
At ulysprosperity.com, you buy the car and we pay you up to £600 per month in rental income. For conditions, visit ulysprosperity.com.
anything you learn when it comes to the arrests and the, as you said, the kind of abductions and conversations carrying out across the country, particularly in your city?
I mean, certainly it is a low. It's probably a new low. You know, there are many things they've been doing under cover of night that we will probably learn about later. But certainly it is a harbinger of great doom for America's democracy when you, without a warrant, you know, just based on someone's skin color, based on what you might think they might be about, they can be abducted away from their homes as adults or children.
J.D. Vance, you mentioned there, the Vice President, was asked about this earlier, and his response to the arrest of that 5-year-old, along with his dad, 5-year-old, picture wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a child, a young child. J.D. Vance says, well, those agents, what were they supposed to do? The Vice President's response.
What they were supposed to do is not arrest a 5-year-old, right? And having a debate about a 5-year-old is nonsensical in the context of an actual democracy. This doesn't happen in an actual democracy. But what Trump is doing in the city of Minneapolis is sending in an occupying force. This is what authoritarianism does. It picks one place at a time and goes from place to place, leaving people elsewhere confused. Well, it's not happening in my neighborhood. Is it happening at all? But if it's happening in one place in your country, it's happening in your whole country. But they didn't bank on the people of Minnesota. They did not bank on the people of Minneapolis who have met, you know, they know tyranny when it bashes in the door, when it's Jack Newton, no warrant. It knows what tyranny is, and it's responding with community and compassion and singing and coming together in unprecedented ways.
Tell us more about that. About the reaction of the people in Minneapolis and how they've responded to what's going on in the city.
You know, all the people that I talk to, they're exhausted, they're scared, but they're also taking great hope and great resolve from what's happening with each other and what's happening in their community. The beauty of how people are coming together. They're singing together at places where ICE is trying to do raids. They are coming together to pack groceries and supplies for families where it's not safe to leave their homes. This is Minneapolis. This is Minnesota. These are the people that I know and that I love. And they did not recognize. I think they just thought there would be some sort of submission or some sort of welcome. Donald Trump has this mythical majority he thinks he has, but the majority of Americans disagree with him. And this is what it looks like when he finds out.
Just lastly on that, where do you think this ends? In the raids on the one hand, the backlash against them on the other? Where do we go next? How does this come on?
Well, we are a city, and America gets to look ourselves in the eye and ask who we really are. And not even who we really are, because we have a history, you know, a very fraught history when it comes to communities of color, when it comes to all sorts of things. We get to look at each other and decide who we're going to choose to be moving forward. And do we want to live under a dictatorship? Do we want Trump to have occupying forces in America's cities and America's communities? Or do we want to take a good hard look at our Constitution and decide if we want to act within the major Constitution we have?
Betsy Hodges, 47th there in Minneapolis and a member of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labour Party. If you want to comment on that, please do. I am. There's lots of things going on in the US right now. And trouble. That is very, very high on the list. A 5-year-old boy being arrested and transported to a Tokyo pub. Different part of the country. Is it equal to the level of fear, confusion and angst that must have gone through that poor little boy's mind as he was seized by federal agents sent by Donald Trump? This is so crazy. 03456060973. As always, the number to comment on that. 11:40 tonight. Now, let's come back to the news. On women-only carriages, a model who was assaulted in London on a train today back to school, and they wrote for those to be introduced on public transport. But are they a good idea? And would they help stop violence against women? Chris is in Watford. Chris?
Hello. I guess there's quite a few thoughts I had, but just today I was back on public transport, just sort of now, and I think women generally have to, you know, they do have to think so much more about their safety coming home. of going to work. I think particularly when, well, either way actually, really, I think towards the end of the, towards late evening, I thought was much worse. So, there's 5 women travelling in different directions, and we've all got a WhatsApp group checking each other. Are you home? How far are you to
Welcome to
go?
Tanzania.
When you get off the train, what do you do then? Have you got a car?
Tanzania
And so
now.
none of us will really sleep until we've kind of made sure the other has got home. So I think men don't really have to really think like that at all, and just even things like, am I showing too much flesh, or, can I get an easy escape? And I had a really bad incident when I was on a train from one side of London to the other, and for some reason I ended up getting quite squished in by a man who was very mentally unwell. He was threatening and then licked my arm, and I didn't feel like he could do anything.
Licked your arm?
Licked my arm, and at the time he got on the train, he was acting odd and shouting, and I think most people, they just kind of put their head down and get into the newspaper. So I think in some ways, if you, I asked the group, how would you feel with women in carriages, and they all said they would be in favour. In Dubai, there are women, in Dubai there are women-only taxis. So I don't see why we couldn't see something here. It's okay to kids easily. What happens to the perpetrators? So yes, a person could get on the train where the women are and still kind of, insult somebody. But then what happens to them? Are the men being deterred from carrying out these things?
And you might be right that the sort of men that are intent on abusing, John, to be fair to you, might be right that the sort of men that are intent on abusing women might still get on the carriage, but I think a lot of men, I really do. And if your friend's representative is willing to have the reason is there for it not, as far as I see it. Thank you for the call, Chris. Susan the line in Dorking. So is it a good idea? Do you think it would work? Chris says her friends are on board with it. I wonder whether you are.
I really love to see this. Can I just give you a little tiny bit of background? I'm 58 years old, and when I was 13 or 14, a young boy, probably about the same age, grabbed me in my private places when I was coming off a tube. It was a Ballon tube station, and there were men there were people who could have done something, nobody did anything, and there was a lady about 50 who went and started reporting it, because it's at the time where you used to have people in the ticket offices, and she was saying, he's done this, and nothing happened. They didn't do anything, but this saved me, and I haven't been able to. I actually bunked off school for a couple of years because I couldn't get on the tube. It savage with me. It was horrible.
Sorry, so you used to get the tube to school, and that experience put you off it so much that you missed 2 years of school.
Yeah, and I was so lucky. I met a wonderful man who was brilliant, and I actually went on to become a head teacher myself. And I am so into safeguarding for children, and do whatever you can to keep children safe. Do whatever you can.
What about Chris's point, and other people raise it as well, that actually, how do you enforce it?
Way before you seal a deal, check if it's real and if a company's authorized by the FCA. Thanks. Search FCA Firm Checker.
There's so much more to enjoy when you fly in Emirates Economy. Spacious legroom, delicious regionally inspired meals, complimentary drinks, and with the latest movies, TV shows, music and live sport, some of the best entertainment in the skies. And our family services make your journey simple and fun. Plan your next trip and start the holiday early in Emirates Economy. Fly Emirates, fly better.
You want £1 million?
I'd love £1 million.
So you enter the birthday draw and you think of a way to spend £1 million.
I deposit regularly into a retirement fund that safely tracks the market.
It's a lucky day and you win the birthday draw.
I can't
and enter now. From Global and ITV, 18 plus UK only, no purchase necessary.
At Kia, we have an award-winning range of electric cars for you to discover. From the compact SUV, the Kia EV3, and our latest hatchback, the Kia EV4, to our stylish new Kia EV5, the all-electric family SUV. Discover what driving electric really means. And if you order any Kia electric car by March 31st, you'll enjoy your first 2 services free. Search Discover Your Kia EV to book your test drive today. Kia. Movement that inspires. Decency supply.
This is LBC. Message Sheila Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
I will get back to your calls in just a few moments, but I'm delighted to say I'm joined in the studio by fellow Scouser, Deborah Cohen. Deborah is a journalist you will have seen over the years when she was former science editor, she was former science editor at the time of ITV News, health correspondent for BBC Newsnight, and she's the author of a book out this week, out now, called Bad Influence, How the Internet Hijacks Our Health. I'm so glad that someone new has written this book, because I see so much on Instagram, which is
but you do what makes you happy.
I see so much what I call health and well-being claptrap on there. Then it infuriates me, and you have rather helpfully sifted through it for us, which is essentially what your book is doing, saying in this age where people are more likely to look at social media than go straight to their GP, we're going to need to know what we're looking at here. Absolutely. And if you think about what social media is, it's geared for entertainment, and there's a real commercial element there. So it's effectively what I thought was, what happens when you put health on a shopping platform and everybody's making a bit of money. And I sort of went on a journey when I started the book and actually started talking about being a Scouser. The inspiration of the book actually came from Alan. Look at my auntie's birthday party in Alan. One of the cousins came up to me and she said, just bought one of them AMH tests online. And I said, oh, hormone test, or anti-Valerian hormone, and it's marketed as testing for fertility. It doesn't test for fertility because there's so many different factors that affect a woman's fertility. But she'd been marketed it, and she'd spent, and she's smart, you know, she's smart, and she'd spent 160 quid on it. And I said to her, is it just for fertility? And she went, well, yeah, that's what, you know, the influencer said. And then I said, well, what are you going to do with the results if they show that it's low? She said, well, go see your GP. And I said, well, what are you going to do for the normal? And she looked at me and she went, I'm going to go and see my GP. And I went, we've just wasted 160 quid because they're not going to be able to use it, so it's not going to tell you what because your medical starting point is still going to be your GP. It's cheaper. And so we've got this mass market that's taking place online of marketing tests. You see it on the tube, you know, testosterone promotion towards men. It's women are one of the big targets. You know, we have contraception and menopause is everywhere. Fertility, there's some, I think, hilarious, but not hilarious if you take them seriously, hilarious stuff on Instagram about the menopause in my age group. And you just think, it's a big market. And, you know, and we've gone from a point where menopause possibly wasn't talked about enough and women struggled with symptoms to it being just an unadulterated marketplace. You know, coaches, supplements, obviously HRT, or it's now known as menopause hormone therapy, and the replacement does a lot of heavy lifting. And it's becoming, if you think about when menopause happens, it's a time of a woman's life where perhaps she's got younger kids, older parents, maybe a full-time job, potentially worried about their pension, maybe a rubbish partner, who knows, might have a wonderful partner, but to sort of, everything sort of gets blamed on a hormone, and there's a real trend on social media to become a dopamine, the oxytocin, and the serotonin, neurotransmitter or hormone. It's like there's a creatine's having a creative, isn't it? And it's also, you pick your hormone or your transmitter or your biomarker, and it has a moment, and if it can be measured, it can be solved. So there's all these tests for sort of different biomarkers, whether that's glucose, diabetes, they might be to track their glucose to tweak their exogenous. They fluctuate. You know, our body regulates itself. But there's a bigger market among people than there is people with diabetes. We used to talk about the worried world, didn't we? Yeah. And now the whole world is like, that's the market. Worried world. You're not worried about your health. I'm going to make you worried about your health.
That's exactly
because I know you spoke to over 200 people to get a sense of what was out there, what was being said, who was being affected. What did you find?
Well, I genuinely took quite a bit of mind to it because I didn't really know what I was going to find. You know what it's like when you do an investigation. No, it's not for people. There's a sense of community, there's people who listen, and there's lessons from health service there and doctors and that is that people turn there when they don't have their feeling, their symptoms validated or feelings validated, and they feel unheard or dismissed or their pains ignored. And there's been a big history of that in particular. So I sort of took an open mind. I spoke to content creators, I spoke to doctors, I spoke to academics, I spoke to marketing agencies, and I just sort of went on a journey for each chapter, just finding out what I could. And there's a whole trend in medical thinking, and it's too much medicine overdiagnosis. And I sort of felt that starting out that we might see ourselves being commodified and medicalised. I've sort of used the term commodified self. So if you can measure it, you can sell it. People are kind of commodifying their symptoms. So in one example, people with ADHD, for example, are changing their symptom descriptions, the symptoms they experience, because they want to chat with their audience and they want to go viral. And so you think, what's that further down the line going to do with our understanding of ADHD? If you look at ADHD from social media prism,
tidying up how you describe the symptoms.
Sometimes
it's not truthful. But also, and some of the studies that have been done on some of the claims, a lot of the people that were talking about the symptoms are also selling merch, or dope chasers and things like that for dope and making it funky. And making it funky. When you talk to people who work in the penal system, I talk to psychologists who work in the penal system, like 25% of people in the penal system have ADHD, or social media is sort of a superpower. But for people in the penal system, ADHD is not their superpower. So there's a real mixed bag out there, and some of it's controversial. But
and you're going to be speaking at the Festival of Data next week in Liverpool. That's the thing, isn't it? There's so much data out there, and so much pushing of that data to sell things. How do we, the ordinary Joe, I really think it will. How do we, ordinary Joe and Joanna, navigate it?
We have to stay sceptical. And I think one question you should always ask is, why should I believe you? And you might say that about me. Why should you believe me?
Well, you're not selling anything other than a book, maybe.
I am, because I don't have anyways.
Read them.
But if you read that with scepticism, you might like what
endorse stuff forever and a day. But I think what's different with social media is this idea of a parasocial relationship, where you have a different relationship with that. They respond to comments under their reels or their posts or even on the bottom of podcasts. So you feel involved in the dialogue, and that builds up the sense of relationship, even though it's a one-sided relationship. One of the areas that's quite hard for regulators to look at is what drops into people's DMs. So what you can see visually, is all those claims true? But then, and I know this is something that Marcus is really keen to get to, is people exchanging information through DMs because you can't see it. So that's one of the big changes. I mean, that you develop these relations, and the power of the algorithm. The algorithms are quite sticky.
Oh yeah, once you've looked at one thing, you get constant. Yeah, and it's important as well to say, and you did touch on it lightly at the beginning, that the internet for some years now has been brilliant in things like chat rooms. So for example, I've got a couple of friends who have kids with special needs, and when they were small and they were just getting to grips with that special need, they joined chat groups of families and parents who were going through the same thing, kind of Mumsnet-y type stuff, really, or part of what Mumsnet does. And again, you have to be careful. Who am I speaking to? But there's something in there, isn't there, that people have really benefited from, I think.
Yeah, and one breast surgeon who's had breast cancer herself said she found a real community online. When she was going through chemo and she was sick and lost her taste, people were offering her tips about food and sending her blankets. So she felt a real sense of community. Yeah. And that's really important to nurture. Not all internet is bad, but I think what's happened, and the first chapter I call it the confluence of change, is during the pandemic people shifted online. People removed to telemedicine very quickly, so you didn't go to face-to-face appointments with your doctor.
Well, there's a push to do that more anyway, isn't there? Yeah.
And then at the same time, you've got this rise of consumer health, of tests. We got used to shoving lateral flow tests up our nose during the pandemic, so people got used to self-testing. And so the market grew, so you had all these different, so you had struggles with the NHS at the same time as you have these burgeoning markets, and a drop in faith, bluntly, which pains me to say, but a drop in faith in the NHS and the health service.
So it's a timely book, if I may say.
Thank you.
Best of luck with it. Best of luck with the Festival of Data. Rock and roll.
All the best places.
Rock and roll. Thanks very much, Deborah. Just a reminder of the book title. It really is worth a while. Bad Influence, How the Internet Hijacked Our Health. Something tells me it's a guide we're all going to need. It's 3:46.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Tom Swarbrick.
There's a huge amount of anger locally and nationally about the fact 600 men housed in an army barracks in Crowborough will have an on-site GP. What other option did the government have, though?
Tom Swarbrick at 4. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Turn ordinary into the extraordinary every day with the Lexus LBX. Whilst most SUVs are big and brash, the LBX is quietly bold and confident. Refined luxury crafted into a compact SUV you'll enjoy your first 2 services free. Search Discover Your Kia EV to book your test drive today. Kia. Movement that inspires. T&Cs apply.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
What's prompted a conversation that we've been having about forced marriage, and specifically cousin marriage as well in part of the conversation, is the story of Anissa, a young woman. She's 35 now, but she's contributed, to a piece on LBC's app about her own
Conservative councillor has pleaded guilty to a string of sex offences against his ex-wife over more than a decade, including multiple counts of rape. He is still expected to go on trial in October for the offences he's pleaded not guilty to, and will appear alongside 5 other men who've today pleaded not guilty to sex offences against Joanne Young.
Thank you very much indeed, Thea Rickard, LBC's reporter at Winchester Crown Court. Horrendous story, and it does have so many parallels with the Pellicoat case. And in France, I know that since then there's been a big and ongoing campaign about chemical abuse, chemical sexual abuse in this way. I'm sure something more will emerge in this country in time. Helena has sent a text in on our conversation about forced marriage. She says, I ran away just like Dame Jasvinda. I was 17. My father had found me a nice lad to marry in Cyprus, like my elder sister. The only one of my 3 sisters that rebelled, Helena was. I'm Greek Cypriot. Eventually I married an English Jew. I was disowned, became a nurse, to get accommodation as I was sofa surfing with friends. Many years passed until reconciliation. So you did get your reconciliation, which is good. As a nurse, I would never generally advise it, says Helena. Shaz has called from Streatham. Hello, Shaz.
Hi, Sheila.
Hello. What did you want to say, Shaz?
I've been holding on for 40 minutes. I've got a lot to say, and we've only got 4 minutes for this show 10. Okay, there's 3 topics you touched, which was forced marriages, cousin marriages, and it's kind of going around the arranged marriage situation as well. All right, these 3 topics, I'm just going to quickly speak on them because I know you haven't got time. All right, first of all, Islam does not say that you can force anyone to marry. In fact, it invalidates the nikah, which is what is the religious ceremony, if it's forced. So I want the Muslim fathers and I want the daughters especially to hear this. Nobody can force you to marry anyone, and if they do force you, it is un-Islamic. It invalidates the nikah, it invalidates the wedding. So that's point number 1. Secondly, about the cousin marriages, this is coming up in the press as well. It's not just usual, it's coming up in the whole society. It's been going on.
They're paying it off despite earning good wages. How damaging is your student loan? And
everyone is very upset. The people are just not being listened to. We've demonstrated lawfully, peacefully, consistently.
Hundreds of male small boat migrants are bussed into the rebellious town of Crowborough as some locals rail at the idea that they get an on-site GP. Does that make any sense?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, a 49-year-old man has admitted drugging and raping his ex-wife over more than a decade. Philip Young from Enfield pleaded guilty to multiple offences on Joanne Young, who was 48, between 2010 and 2023. LBC's Thea Rickard is at Winchester Crown Court.
It took almost half an hour for the offences Philip Young has been charged with to be read out here at Winchester Crown Court. His ex-wife, Joanne Young, sat and listened as the ex-Swindon Borough Councillor admitted drugging, raping and filming her over a 13-year period. Now, we wouldn't usually know the victim's name in sexual offence cases, as under law they're automatically anonymous, but 48-year-old mother of 3, Joanne Young, has waived that anonymity and asked to be named.
The Defence Secretary John Healey has insisted that more than 450 British personnel who died in the Afghanistan conflict should be remembered as heroes. John Healey said NATO allies answered the US call in Afghanistan after Donald Trump claimed America had never needed them, and they stayed a little off the front lines. The coroners concluded there was a missed opportunity to help a 20-year-old footballer who died of sepsis a week after developing a sore throat. They've been unable to say if earlier treatment would have saved Luke Abrahams from Northampton, who also had a rare flesh-eating infection. An investigation has since found an ambulance crew failed to follow guidelines and take him to hospital. Here's Luke's brother, Jake.
We can never forgive the NHS for letting Luke down. He should still be here today. And we can never forgive them for the way they have treated us ever since. 3 years on, and the pain has not eased.
The UAE says the first trilateral talks on the Ukraine conflict between Ukrainian, Russian and US officials have started in Abu Dhabi. Volodymyr Zelensky says the future
and I've been paying a significant portion of every pay packet, and it to have actually gone up in value rather than decreased just seems crazy to me.
I'm reliably informed that because of rising debt interest and a freezing of the point at which you start paying back your student loan, you now have to earn above £60,000 to start paying back the capital. And the government is under pressure to reverse these changes. Was it fair to lumber young graduates with what is now effectively a tax? Plus,
after the last 7 days, there's no turning back. We have no friends in this White House. I'm Simon Marks. American Week is at 10 to 6.
WhatsApp message now. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Very good afternoon to you. This hour. For months, the people of the small town of Crowborough, a leafy part of East Sussex, have been protesting in big numbers about the arrival of 600 men who came here on small boats, being put into an old army training facility in the town. The facility is not guarded, not in the sense that people are stopped from coming and going. They have to sign in and out, but that is it. And folk in the town are extremely worried about this. They weren't consulted. They didn't vote on it. But of course, not many people, I suspect, would ask or vote for having 600 blokes pitch up at an army barracks near you. Reality is, they've got to go somewhere. part of the on-site initial health check process. But the suggestion that there is a GP on site probably isn't the case.
That would be my interpretation. Now, everyone listening can find the document that I'm referring to on Wealden District Council's website. There is a specific web page there where all of the communications that Wealden District Council has sent to the Home Office and has received from the Home Office, and that's wealden.gov.uk/Crowborough-Army-Camp. So, my understanding as a councillor on the ground in Crowborough is that asylum seekers, or illegal migrants as the Home Office is calling them, will be registered with a GP surgery in the town, and there aren't many GP surgeries in the town. They are overcrowded as it is, and it is very difficult to get an appointment. But I think this is symptomatic of just one of the things that's going to impact the community. There is a cottage hospital in Crowborough, recently had its birthing unit shut down. In short, health services are stressed in Sussex broadly, but in Crowborough specifically, there is expected to be more stress as a result of this Home Office imposition on the town.
One logistical question and then one obvious question. The logistical question is, who or what provides the transport from the barracks to the GP surgery should someone need to see a GP?
Well, if you look out elsewhere in the country where large numbers of asylum seekers or migrants have been held, and I can make reference to one site up in Essex called RAF Wethersfield. There's about 1,200 illegal migrants housed there. They are being transported around by buses, so like minibuses. I probably wouldn't put it past the Home Office to use a local taxi firm if they can find one willing to do it. But in short, it would be private transport hosted by the Home Office.
So the sort of principal question then, or the obvious question is, what else should have been provided? I mean, what else, in a set of circumstances where this kind of has to happen, or is happening, what are the government meant to do here?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question, and it is a Gordian knot of a problem. This immigration issue. I personally would like to see them detained in the camp until their asylum claim is.
I mean, they still. Listen, I agree with you on that. I don't think until their claim is processed, being able to have some kind of sort of free range, as it were, signing in and out, I see from this Home Office document, is going to be the one requirement. Seems to be unfair, but wouldn't you have to provide healthcare, given the government has a legal duty to support people who are making an asylum claim?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you would need to provide healthcare of some description. The document I referred to earlier says that they're likely to have more pressing health needs than the local population. But a lot of this comes down to money, and we know that the healthcare system in the entire country is stressed. But if the Home Office is going to impose things like this on the town, they need to find additional doctors so that the local doctors that exist in Crowborough today are not further stressed by the 540 migrants that are expected to be there. Now, as I said, that's not an easy thing to do. You can't magic a doctor out of thin air. I mean, if you spoke to the Deputy Leader of Wealden District Council, Rachel Millwood, I mean, she seemed to think that many of the people coming off the boats would be doctors and lawyers and engineers, so perhaps there would be some doctors in the cohort there who could help. But, the long and short of it is they're going to need healthcare of some description. The Home Office needs to fund this properly. But we're talking a lot, Tom, about what's provided for the migrants in the camp, and not really anything
opportunity like Great Britain. And if it is the case that the government here happen to have a legal requirement to support you as you make your asylum claim, vexatious or not, then why not try it? You would, I would. So my issue is not necessarily with the people who are arriving, certainly not the ones who don't go out and commit crime. This is all about the government management of a situation they cannot solve. So whether it is the GP or the healthcare professional on site there so that the local services aren't burdened, or indeed whether or not local services are going to be provided with a bit more cash in order to help them with extra CCTV or transport, whatever it might be, that doesn't seem to be happening, and I wonder why. You're just meant to put up with it. If you're in that part of the world, are you just meant to put up with this? And is your upset at having to put up with this unreasonable? Because they've got to go somewhere. 03456060973 comes your calls after this. Tom Swarbrick here, 416.
LBC travel line, Dave. Golf, there are severe delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. The left-hand Dartford tunnel is closed for emergency repairs, so it's down to 2 lanes. And the queue stop before junction 3 for the M20. There are also long delays on the M25 clockwise. It's taking about 45 minutes to queue from junction 29 for Romford to the QE2 bridge. In Borehamwood, there are queues on the A1 going out of town. There's one lane closed because of an accident around the Hilton Hotel turn-off. On the tube, there are severe delays on the Piccadilly line between Acton Town and Uxbridge after problems with the signals earlier. On London Overground, there are severe delays on the Windrush line between Cambridge Junction and Surrey Quays. That's after there was an investigation earlier. And Southern and Thames Link, they're running a reduced service at Peckham Rye also after the investigation earlier.
LBC.
Time's running out on your old assumptions.
But Argos is just for toys.
Right. Wrong. Sure. This Samsung Galaxy Watch tracks steps, sleep, and heart rate.
How's this through the roof point? There is more to Argos.
Get the latest tech and more on the Argos app today. Subject to availability in selected stores and argos.co.uk.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC. Train to Chichester. Flasks filled, snacks packed, all ready for Maisie's first stargazing adventure. Come on, Maisie! Follow everyone up to the top of that hill. Oh, look, that one's the plough. Shooting star! Wow! Made it. Last train back and feeling cosmic. And it seems we have an astronaut in the making. Download the Southern Railway app to book kids' tickets for £2 on off-peak journeys. Southern Railway, where every stop is a story.
Across the country, thousands of drivers are feeling electric about switching to an EV, and here's why. They can go from London to Sheffield on a single charge that could cost around £5. They're ecstatic about that and the exhilarating feeling behind the wheel. Plus, with charging bases at home, they're always ready for the drive ahead. I can see why they're into it. Switch to an EV and get that electric feeling. Cost and range dependent on tariffs, model and driving habits. With all details, visit gov.uk/clean energy.
And when teams feel supported, they can achieve anything.
Sorry, just heard even more of my team are off ill.
Have you tried Benenden Health? It's easy to set up. They've got a GP helpline you can book 24/7.
Where were we?
Coffee break, hopefully.
Press play on your people's health with a wide range of healthcare services for less than £16 per employee per month. Search Benenden for business. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
Idle money chills in your current account, parked in front of the telly, wanting a snack, yet too lazy to move. But thanks to Monzo, busy money got up early, automatically split your paycheck into pots, rounded up your purchases into savings, invested your interest into ISAs. Oh, and has already written itself a to-do list for tomorrow. Monzo, the bank that gets your money moving. UK residents aged 18 plus, Monzo personal account required, capital at risk, T's and C's and fees may apply.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
For all the time, Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. We're about to play As Soon As We Have It in full. The Prime Minister's words about Trump's suggestion that NATO troops, UK troops, did not really go near the front line in supporting the United States in their 20-year efforts in Afghanistan. A comment that is as disrespectful as it is ahistorical. The Prime Minister has in the last few moments given a statement on camera, and I haven't heard it yet, but I've seen the lines flowing from it. I wonder whether we are getting quite close to the moment that I know you really want from a British Prime Minister to this President of the United States. We have it now. Here's what he said.
Let me start by paying tribute to the 457 of our armed services who lost their lives in Afghanistan. I will never forget their courage, their bravery, and the sacrifice that they made for their country. And so I consider President Trump's remarks to be insulting and frankly appalling. And I'm not surprised they caused such hurt to the loved ones of those who were killed or injured, and in fact, across the country. I misspoke them in that way, was said those words. I would certainly apologise.
Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, calling the President of the United States words insulting, frankly appalling, and suggesting that Donald Trump should apologise for them. Well, I mean, are we nearly there?
We may be a small country, but we're a great one too. Country of Shakespeare, Churchill, Beatles, Sean Connery, Harry Potter, David Beckham's right foot, David Beckham's left foot, come on that. The friend who bullies us is no longer, and since bullies only respond to strength, now onward, I would be prepared to be much stronger.
Is that Keir Starmer or Hugh Grant? Hard to tell. The Prime Minister saying that Trump is insulting, frankly appalling, saying he should apologise for his comments around the UK not helping on the front line in the war in Afghanistan. I think he's dead right. Absolutely spot on. That is the furthest. I think it's probably the furthest in public any Prime Minister has gone to admonish President Trump. I'm trying to think something Boris Johnson but I don't think Trump would have done. I know that there was private admonishing of Donald Trump by a British Prime Minister. Say about it, but there were some pretty direct conversations that were had about some of the things that President Trump said around what the police did or did not know around various terrorists who attempted to commit appalling acts in this country, which the British Prime Minister at the time was really not very happy with because they were completely and utterly disingenuous, dishonest, and untrue. But that was done in private. Here we have the Prime Minister saying of Trump, insulting, frankly appalling, needs to apologise. I mean, who's going to disagree? Who among us is going to disagree? Particularly if you are someone who has served in Afghanistan, if you are the family of someone who has served in Afghanistan, as I am. The Prime Minister is absolutely spot on, and it needed saying. 03456060973 is the number. Martin is in Crowborough to come back to our conversation about this. The science team is now coming there. Hi, Martin.
Evening. Afternoon, Tom. How are you?
I'm very
well. Mixed, to be honest. There are a lot of Crowborough residents who have issues with this. There's an awful lot that don't. Essentially, there's a lot being stoked up by people trying to make political capital out of it. A lot of the people coming to the town to protest aren't from the town, they are coming to the town to protest. And the protests are becoming increasingly about Keir Starmer, the Labour government, etc., rather than the actual concerns of immigration and concerns of local residents. With regard to medical care, one of the concerns residents do have is the impact on local services. Now, if this is a solution to minimise the impact, then yeah, it's the most logical and straightforward solution.
I think that's right.
The question I have is obviously it is a former MOD site and will have as such a medical centre. Now, having served in the army as a medic, I know what those facilities are capable of and what they're able to do. It would be an ideal opportunity to provide training for MOD medics. To have MOD staff on an MOD site, provide so that you've already supplied your doctors and your medics whilst providing training to the MOD.
Well, it makes sense, Martin. I don't know whether it's the case or not, but it would make sense to me also that the person who is there or the people who are there providing this service are military.
Yeah.
Rather than civilian healthcare providers.
Yeah, I mean, with regard, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, we should just lock the gates and keep them in there. The problem is they haven't actually committed, they haven't broken a law. You are a legitimate asylum seeker until your asylum application is reviewed. So you can't detain people who haven't broken the law.
Martin, I think that is true. But I do think that unless it's very, very difficult to argue that it's the right thing to have people access a passport to get around, or whatever. They work, so someone will have presumably checked their details. Someone will check their details. So there is a way of finding out who they are pretty quickly. Because you're right, there are people whose names you don't know and I don't know, who might be hell-bent on causing misery and distress wherever they come from. So you can't know what someone else is going to do, whoever they are, but you can know who they are pretty quickly. Whereas some of the people who have come over, you can't.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the problem. The assumption seems to be at the moment that these people are all criminals and we should treat them as such, rather than actually a small minority might be and they need to be dealt with accordingly, but the rest should be treated like every other human being who deserves the right to asylum for a better life if they have left persecution. Now, until you can establish one way or the other, you need to assume the best. As I say, premise of English law, you are innocent until proven guilty.
Martin, just before I let you go, as a former serviceman yourself, I wonder what you make of what you just heard from the Prime Minister there about Trump's comments around your colleagues serving in Afghanistan. I don't know whether it was yourself, sir. Keir Starmer calling them insulting, frankly appalling, and that Trump should apologise.
Totally agree. 100%. I think Trump is absolutely... The problem with Trump, it's difficult to know whether he either A, genuinely didn't know, B, is too stupid to realise, or C, does it for effect and press. And it's difficult to know which is the option, but the comments are appalling. It's UK service personnel and NATO service personnel have always stepped up at any time, and also stepped up predominantly when the Americans were the only people to invoke Article 5.
Were you in Afghanistan yourself, sir?
I wasn't, no. My service ended just as the war started.
Well, listen, I think in that sense, Keir Starmer is, he's going to have a difficult couple of calls with the President of the United States possibly, but I think he's absolutely right in the eyes of 100% of British people, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, in that sense, he's had quite a good thing.
Yeah. I say, and that is the thing. There are an awful lots of politicians, both at a local council level and, unfortunately, also at the sort of party government level. Oh well, in this case, not government but opposition level, that are trying to make political gain out of this, and that is stoking up an awful lot of anger. The local Facebook groups, social media groups are absolutely rife with comments, and I say that's why,
Well, that's why I think, Martin, reasonable people will come to a reasonable conclusion about this, which is, of course, you need to provide some healthcare to people. It's just that there should be a better system in place than the one we've currently got, but I think, again, everybody agrees that that's the case. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the call. 03456060973. Whether it's on the problem that the government have, and that now residents of Croydon they have, with these asylum seekers and where they're going to have to go, and also what you've just heard from the Prime Minister, which I think is, in the context of who the President of the United States is, this is a pretty big deal that Keir Starmer has criticised so directly and so unapologetically the President of the United States for his comments about UK service personnel not being on the front line, being a bit further back in Afghanistan. Insulting, frankly appalling, and Trump should apologise. Good. 03456060973 is the number. Tom Swarbrick here, coming up.
A man has pleaded guilty to drugging, raping and filming his ex-wife over more than a decade. I'm Thea Rickard at Winchester Crown Court with the details.
A horrendous case. We'll bring you the details after the 4:31 news headlines. Now, Matt Hewitt.
The Prime Minister says comments by Donald Trump on Britain's troops being unnecessary in Afghanistan were insulting and frankly appalling. More than 450 British personnel died in the conflict, and NATO rallied to help America after 9/11. A former Tory councillor in Wiltshire has admitted 48 sexual offences against his ex-wife, including drugging and raping her. Philip Youngs also pleaded guilty to voyeurism and sexual assault. And Reform's Robert Jenrick shared messages appearing to show a whip from his old party, calling him a bloodsucker who has a really special place in hell. The Conservative leader earlier told LBC that he had moved on. LBC weather unsettled tonight with hill snow across eastern Scotland, particularly wet and windy in southwestern England. Lows of 3 to 6 Celsius.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Prime Minister, you talk about that relationship culture, Secretary. The Prime Minister is set great store by his relationship President Trump. What influence is he wielding right now?
He's one of the only people in the world who is able to pick up the
President of the United States.
Is there still a special relationship between us and countries?
At times we've had disagreements. We've not been shy about saying so when we have.
This is a man, Culture Secretary, who imposes tariffs on us for simply saying that he shouldn't invade Greenland, but currently has no tariffs whatsoever on Russia.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Okay, do emails. Burnt toast. Now I've got to sort my repeat prescription.
Or just tap the NHS app.
The one I've already got?
Yep, you can check test results, view your GP health record, and contribute to the normal function of digestive enzymes. For verification of UK's #1 to fear, see biotifulguthealth.com/radio.
Tom Smallbreak. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
4:34 the time. I have to say, nothing that has happened in the last... God, is it only a week? Jeez. Nothing that has happened in the last week detracts from my theory that I think Keir Starmer would be a much better Foreign Secretary than Prime Minister. Because I do think the way he has handled the last week has actually been very good. He has stayed on the right side of constructive negotiation with the President of the United States, and then when it has been necessary, absolutely necessary, as the end goal has deemed it such, to criticise him for his comments around UK involvement in Afghanistan. He was absolutely right to do it, and he's done it in a very, very strong way. In that sense, in a very good way. So it's just a slight shame about everything else, or a lot of other things that Keir Starmer as Prime Minister has to deal with. As Foreign Secretary, he's played an absolute blinder. 03456060973. Come to more of your calls than that in just a few moments. First,
I'd like to pay tribute to bravery throughout this process to reassure you she continues to be supported by specialist officers.
it's an absolutely horrendous case, this, which is redolent of the Giselle Pellico case in France. A husband has admitted drugging and raping his now ex-wife over a 13-year period. This is Philip Young, who has just pleaded guilty to multiple charges in front of his former spouse. Thea Rickard is LBC's reporter at Winchester Crown Court. Thea.
It took nearly half an hour for the offences Philip Young has been charged with to be read out here at Winchester Crown Court, and his ex-wife Joanne Young sat and listened as he pleaded guilty 48 times. Philip Young looked straight ahead as he admitted to the packed courtroom that he drugged, raped and filmed her for more than a decade. Now, we wouldn't usually know that Philip Young's victim was his ex-wife, as under law she has automatic anonymity, but 48-year-old mother of three, Joanne Young, has waived that anonymity and asked to be named. Today, here at Winchester Crown Court, her ex-husband looked at her just once after pleading guilty to a string of sex offences against her. 49-year-old Philip Young also pleaded not guilty to charges of making and possessing indecent photographs of children. But Tom, he wasn't alone in the dock. 5 other men have also appeared here in court today, charged with
you up, say, "Hi, Dad, I'm home," or "I'm back," then you put the phone down and you just flood with tears, you know.
Oh, Nick, I heard your voice go then.
Yeah, it's awful. But very proud. So on his last tour, we have family in America as well. So I was in America and on his last tour, and excuse me, someone just turned TV off. So we're 7 hours behind in the middle of Mississippi, and I get a phone call from my now daughter-in-law, as was then his fiancée. Oliver's been hurt, and he's in Bastion Hospital. And my first reaction was, do I need to come home? No. Do I need to come home? No, you don't. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I'll go on the flight tomorrow, I'll come back. But no, he was injured. Not badly, thank God. But the sacrifice was huge.
Well, that is the front line, Nick, isn't it? And that's what the President of the United States is currently saying didn't happen.
It did. Yeah. It happened for the guys and girls who were out there doing a fantastic job. But it also works for the families at home. Because you can never relax.
Well, Nick, can I ask you something? There you are, different generations of your family, you and your sons, serving as now is king and country.
Yeah.
Would it be a service to you if your king did not go to the United States on a planned state visit later this year?
As much as I really love what we can give in soft power to the world, and I've worked with so many American servicemen and women, and they're great people. I just think sometimes we just have to say no. No, we're not going to boost you anymore. We're not going to big you up anymore. In 2 years, 2.5 years, you'll be gone anyway.
Nick, I really appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed for it and for your family's service. 03456060973 is the number. Here's Jacko. Tom, regarding your last caller, the woman who rang in about the asylum seekers, he said, give her a medal. She's saying what we all think. For too long, the British public have had the mickey taken out of them. I understand we can't send them back. However, a tent on a camp locked in until the claim is processed with the basic 3 meals a day will do. Well, according to our previous caller, Jacko, that was too good. Lynn's in Rickmansworth. Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I'm a bit incensed about this. So the Ugandan nations in the early 70s had literally 30 days to leave. That's what the Ugandan president, Idi Amin, had told them to leave. Then 30 days, lock, stock and barrel. They came here as refugees. Men, women, children, elderly, disabled, they all lived in army barracks. Majority of them, that's where they lived. They had the services of the medical, education, health, they had that. And then as time went on, they were assimilated into society. Many of them were given council houses.
And successfully.
Places like Liverpool, Wales, Nottingham, Loughborough, Cornwall. So, and those refugees assimilated into British society. They took on jobs nobody wanted. Porters, cleaners. My parents were porters, cleaners.
So then what has incensed you?
That they're just kind of horrified that they should not be, anybody who's a genuine refugee or asylum seeker should not be entitled to be here. If we...
I agree, but Lynn, that is the case. Lynn, that is the case. The case is people who do not have any right to be here should not be here. The problem is the manner in which that is adjudged. It takes forever, and there are so many appeals that people can launch that it literally takes years. And then, for example, people have a child here, and that gives them entitlement to a family life. And that's terrible. That can't work. That's not good.
The point is, I accept, but not everybody is the same. There are genuine, earlier on, that's what you said, there are genuine people out there.
And that's the point. The point is, people need to be determined as genuine or not. PDQ, and then an assessment made about where we can send the people who have no right to be here to. you go. And thank you very much, Steve, for the call. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. In the next 60 minutes.
After the last 7 days, there's no turning back. We have no friends in this White House. I'm Simon Marks. American Week is at 10 to 6.
Also,
if they can come up with an approach that both Trump and Zelensky can agree on, but that would get the dialogue started.
Formal negotiations between Ukraine, Russia and America get underway in Abu Dhabi. We'll get an update on those peace talks. And
it is Labour that is cancelling these elections. Conservative Party policy is that those elections should go ahead.
Growing disquiet, actually not just from the Tories, Reform and the Lib Dems, about the cancelling of dozens of elections in May, disenfranchising some 5.6 million people in mostly Labour-run areas. After the news at 5, we'll give you the explanation and ask, well, is it good enough?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer suggested Donald Trump should apologise for saying British troops served a little off front lines in Afghanistan.
I consider President Trump's remarks to be insulting and frankly appalling. And I'm not surprised they've caused such hurt to the loved ones of those who were killed or injured, and in fact, across the country.
The US president made the comments in an interview when he again stated NATO wouldn't support America if asked. There's been widespread criticism from all parties and veterans' families, including Diane Durney, the mother of severely injured veteran Ben Parkinson.
That sacrifice and that pain utterly denigrated and dismissed by this man just because he's been criticised on another front, so his attitude is attack.
The man's admitted drugging and raping his ex-wife over a period of 13 years. Philip Young, who's 49 from Enfield, previously Swindon, pleaded guilty to multiple offences. LBC's Thea Rickard was in court.
It took almost half an hour for the offences Philip Young has been charged with to be read out here at Winchester Crown Court, and his ex-wife Joanne Young sat and listened as he pleaded guilty 48 times. Philip Young looked straight ahead as he admitted to the packed courtroom that he drugged, raped and filmed her for more than a decade. 5 other men have also appeared at Winchester Crown Court charged with sex offences against Joanne. 4 denied the charges and 1 will enter police next month.
Inquiry leaders claim the Glasgow hospital's early denial of infection problems has made their investigation into several deaths more difficult. NHS bosses say Queen Elizabeth Hospital opened too early and only later admitted contaminated water could have made patients sick. Kimberly Darrick's 10-year-old daughter Millie May died in 2017.
I think Michael Sturgeon's statement has questions to answer, but I also believe John Swinney and Angela Robinson have questions to answer as well. I think there's more to what they're letting on.
Scotland's First Minister denies pressuring the hospital to open. The Trust's apologised. A man's admitted killing a teenager in a car crash 3 months after the victim had been released from prison in Dubai. Marcus Fakano was a passenger in a BMW, was being pursued by police when it hit a lorry in North London in October. He'd served time in the UAE
simultaneously suggesting that the Tories will cease to be a national party by the end of it all. There are worries, of course, in Labour that a disastrous performance in May could see the removal of the Prime Minister. So the consequences of these elections are really vital, not just, of course, for your bin collections and for your schools and for the roads and social services. All politics is local after all, but also they could have massive national consequences. Alongside all this, councils are being reformed, that is to say, a change in how they are organised. A major shake-up of local government is underway, which will abolish some authorities. It will replace a two-tier system of district and county councils that exists in many parts of England. New unitary councils responsible for delivering all council services will be brought in too. Some of those councils argue, therefore, an election now may well be confusing and time-consuming. And to some extent, the government agrees. Steve Reid, the cabinet minister with responsibility for all of this, has decided to let some councils postpone elections for a year, 29 in total, with potentially more to come. Natasha Clark is LBC's political editor. What reason is being given?
Tom, they say this is all because of the local government reorganisation that you've just mentioned, so there will be a shake-up of those areas. Many of these roles, they say, are going to be eventually cancelled. Now, you are right. He has said that some of them will be held in 2027 instead. Labour's planned local government shake-up will see two-tier councils combined into single unitary authorities. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government says that streamlining these councils is going to eliminate confusion and duplication and will allow cash to be spent on things the public want. And it's fair to say there are lots of layers of local government, local councils, unitary authorities, borough councils, district councils. Nobody quite knows how they all work together. Labour's plan is that they're going to basically get rid of lots of these and essentially combine them into a much simpler way of working. 29 areas, as you say, including Basildon, Cannock Chase, Cheltenham, Lincoln, East Sussex, Preston, Worthing, Norfolk, many others. Around 5 million voters will have their elections cancelled. Opposition politicians have said repeatedly this is a denial of democracy and urged ministers to hold them anyway. And like you, they are arguing basically, is this just a reason that Labour are using to basically get away from an argument that Keir Starmer might be having after May about his political future? My personal take was 29 councils probably not going to make that much of a difference to Keir Starmer's future, but you are totally right in that it might just be that final kick that could push him over the line.
And the on-the-ground reason might be, well, if I vote for person X in these elections, or party X to do this in these elections, they might not exist in a few months' time because it's all washed away in these reforms.
Exactly. That's the argument. It's also a lot of money to hold these local elections as well for positions that will not be there in 12 months' time. We'll basically be having them again in a different form anyway. So the argument is, let's just postpone them, let's just do them again. And Steve Reid did point out yesterday that the Conservatives, when they were in government, did postpone some other elections for similar reasons. Reform have spoken out against this. They say that they want to launch, I think they have launched a legal challenge into this and say that this is not fair, because equally many of the polls say that these actual areas where they are facing are the areas that exactly reform are going to be primed to take if they were to take place.
And a sentence, if you would, on the new appointment to the steward and bailiff of the Manor of Northstead.
It's my favourite position within government, Tom. This essentially means Andrew Gwynn has formally resigned his seat in Parliament this afternoon. So that means that formal by-election procedure can now kick off. We'll be eagerly awaiting whether Mr. Andy Burnham will be standing for that seat.
That election. Natasha Clark, thank you very much indeed, LBC's political editor. 8 minutes past 5. Richard Tice is the deputy leader of Reform UK and MP for Boston and Skegness. Thank you for coming on the programme, Mr. Tice. It would be a bit weird, wouldn't it, to vote for somebody to do a job that doesn't exist 3 months later?
Well, it's not 3 months, is it? It's actually 2 years later. And yes, there is a price to democracy, but if you don't want to spend any money on democracy, you wouldn't have any elections. It's an absolute outrage that some 5 million people are having their right to vote denied by this dictatorial Prime Minister. And I would just gently remind your listeners, for a number of these councils, it's the second year running these elections have been cancelled, and we were promised by the then Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner a year ago that these delays would only be for a year. So all of those additional ones, some 23 or 4 of them, that are being cancelled this year, who's to say depending obviously on, in a sense, whoever the Labour Party choose as their candidate, whether it's Mr Burnham or someone else, time will tell.
Could I ask you about the comments of the Prime Minister this afternoon regarding the friend of your party leader, Nigel Farage, to Donald Trump? The Prime Minister saying that Trump's comments about British troops not being on the front line in Afghanistan are absolutely disgraceful and the President should apologise. Do you agree?
Yeah, the President was completely wrong. His comments are offensive, and I mentioned out earlier a picture of a number of coffins of our brave British troops who paid the ultimate price, the ultimate sacrifice, some 457, on the front line in Afghanistan and of course many others elsewhere. We responded to the call, as other NATO allies did, from the United States, and we should just always treasure the memory of those brave troops, and for the families of them, it must be utterly heartbreaking to hear.
He should apologise, the President.
Yes, he should. That would be the right thing to do. But the hurt is, I suspect the hurt is enduring from what's been said.
Sure. I note that in Reform's statement about this, they didn't initially suggest that the President should apologise, but you're saying that in your view, he should.
Statements have been made. We've all made various statements on social media. But I just think it would be in the circumstances, it would be the right thing to do. It's hard to imagine what was the reason to make such a comment.
And my final question to you is one that I tend to ask quite a lot when you come on the programme, which is about your bonfire of quangos, the thing that you have talked about for some time. Because I listened to a speech that you gave about pension reform, very exciting, in which you seem to take quite a lot of aim at the Financial Conduct Authority. Would the Financial Conduct Authority go were reform to be in charge?
Well, I've announced in my speech in Bloomberg back in November, we've got 4 working groups looking at a range of things around our financial services sector, and as part of that, the Financial Conduct Authority is it right that it stays in its current form? Should it, for example, operate under the auspices of the Bank of England? And how good a job is it doing? I don't think it's unreasonable to review the performance of any quango to make sure that they're doing a good job, and if not, should they be improved or should they be reviewed?
Do you think they're doing a good job?
Well, given that there have been some major scandals, the PPI scandal, the car loan scandal, the Neil Woodford scandal, the real estate open-ended unit trust scandal, to name but a few, and they've got 5,000 people working for them, I've got serious questions that they need to answer.
It sounds to me like a no. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Richard Tice is Deputy Leader of Reform UK and MP for Boston and Skegness. On the elections that are being postponed themselves, let me bring you the words of the Electoral Commission. Now they are, because a lot of you are going to come, I suspect, cantering on your high horse over to me to say, oh, I'm being nakedly political about this. This is just me taking aim at Keir Starmer because he's running scared from the voters in places where he may well take a bit of a hammering. So, just to ward you off from getting on your high horse, let me tell you what the Electoral Commission has said. They say delays, quote, risk damaging public confidence, and that the Electoral Commission doesn't think, I'm quoting now, capacity constraints are a legitimate reason for delaying long-planned election. That's quite, that's direct, isn't it, the Electoral Commission? Even though you've got a problem with capacity, even though you're doing lots of things, and yes, it's all very difficult, that is not, in their view, a legitimate reason for delaying long-planned, long-known about, I would thought, elections. So I get the impression that this is nudging the needle towards the decision to postpone them being slightly politically motivated, a little bit politically motivated, isn't it? Not entirely politically motivated, but there's more than a hint of that, isn't there? Do you think the government's explanation for why they are going to allow a pause to be pressed on these elections happening later on this year for 5.6 million people, do you think it's a reasonable explanation? Do you agree with it? Or do you think there's something else going on here? 03456060973. 5:15 headlines now, Matt Hewitt.
Sir Keir Starmer suggested Donald Trump should apologise for claims British and other NATO troops served a little off front lines in Afghanistan. A former Tory councillor has pleaded guilty to drugging and raping his former wife over more than a decade. And an inquiry says investigations have been made more difficult by Glasgow hospital boss's late admission, potentially linking dirty water to patient deaths. LBC weather, wet and windy for many tonight, especially in eastern Scotland, southwestern England and South Wales. Lows of 3 degrees.
LBC travel, I'm Dave. Gulf, there are severe delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. The left-hand Dartford tunnel is closed for emergency repairs, so it's down to 2 lanes and the queue starts around junction 4 for Orpington. It's slow on the M20 eastbound, there's 1 lane closed. Cars breaking down between junction 3 for the M26 and junction 4 for Leybourne. There are queues on the A13 going out of town. There's 1 lane closed at the Wennington interchange because the car has broken down. There are delays in Acton. The Vale is partly blocked both ways around at Larden Road because of an accident. On the tube, there are severe delays on the Piccadilly line between Acton Town and Uxbridge, and severe delays on the Metropolitan line between Harrow on the Hill and Uxbridge. And on London Overground, there are severe delays on the Windrush line after there was an investigation earlier.
LBC.
Quick question. Well, actually 3, but they are quick. 1. Do you have a car? 2. Are you looking to save on your car insurance? And 3. Do you have a Tesco Club card? Well, if you do, you could get exclusive club card prices when you take out or renew a policy. Tesco car insurance. And with 3 levels of cover available, you could choose the one that's right for you. Over 1 million club card members are already saving money. So just search online for Tesco car insurance.
This is LBC. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app. Download it now from your app store.
Search FCA Firm Checker.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £86 million.
That's enough to get your hands in the air. Wow, you really don't care. Get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. Play on now.
Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over. Potentially trade is a place where you can wind down. In actual chance to let conversations flow and plans unfold, and swap doom scrolling for telling stories too good for the group chat. Make the journey part of the joy and save 1/3 off being on tickets at thameslink.railway.com. Terms apply.
Hi, just leaving work now. Sorry it's a bit loud. Basically, so I was thinking we could get Mackey's tonight. Had a Big Mac on my mind all day, and delivery fee on the app is now from 99p. So, you in? Gosh, you are. Love you. Bye.
Exclusively on the McDonald's app. 18 plus, service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants, serving times and T's and C's apply.
Another early morning gym session skipped. Some New Year's resolutions set you up to fail, but a new Mazda CX-30 is the one you will want to keep. Available with 0% APR and a £750 deposit contribution during the Mazda January sale. Order by the 31st of January. Search Mazda. Available on PCP when financed by Mazda Financial Services by the 31st of March 26. Indemnities may be required. Terms apply. Participating dealers. See website.
Leading Britain's conversation. Tom Swarbrick. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
5:19 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC, picking up on the government's explanation of why it is 29 local authorities, with more to come potentially, have had their elections in May postponed for a year, certainly until 2027. The argument from the government is this would be a very costly thing to do, particularly when we probably have to have elections again because those councils are reforming to either be unitary authorities or something. So there's no point. The Electoral Commission says, hang on folks, capacity constraints are not a legitimate reason for delaying long-planned elections. So who's right here? Is there some politicking going on that allows the majority of these being current Labour-run areas, to say, a bit difficult right now, come back in a year, we'll see what's going on. So is there a little bit of political leaning on that? Steve's in Guildford. Steve?
Yeah, I don't know, Tom. Yeah, it's a sad what price to buy and see. you know. Your political correspondent said, "Oh, I don't think it really matters to Starmer." Well, out of the 63, that's nearly half the councils, and all but 5 of those councils are either Labour run or Labour majority on the council. So it is a big thing for Starmer. And you know, and another one of his great sayings is the working man. And I have not met anybody in my social work, any part of my spectrum when I go out, that has not sat down and has looked at me and said, "Yeah, of course, it's had a phone call from the central office, cancel them because of where we are." Now, democracy, if we have to go and have another election in 2 years,
so be it.
So be it.
I agree.
If it costs us a few £1 million, so be it. Because at the end of the day, that is what democracy is about. And a cynical man will say, "Well, really?" And it's diabolical. And the fact that there's nobody in these councils like me, in my council, have no recourse to say, "Oh, we want to vote." Somebody in central government has said, "Right, I'm going to tell all the councils, I've given you the option to opt out." Now, you've got all these other councillors, the leader of these councils saying, "Oh, yeah, we're going to opt out." Now, that is not democracy. And he keeps talking about fascism. Now, honestly, isn't that whole fascism?
Everyone reaches.
Preventing
yeah, I know, Steve, but it's not the first time this has happened. It won't be on this scale. But then they have never undertaken council reform on this scale before for a very, very long time. So look, I'm just resistant to reach for the fascism lever this early on. But I do think, Steve, and I suggested it yesterday, and normal backlash was assembled. But I do think it is true. If there were other leaders in this country who said, if they were in power, by the way, we are postponing quite a lot of 30 or so, 29 in total, but maybe more, of these local elections that are coming at a particularly difficult political moment for them, there would be absolute outrage, wouldn't there?
Well, because and rightly so. And to be honest, how can Keir Starmer sit in his number 10 Downing Street meant to be the most, on for international law, on for democracy, and he actually sits there and says, "You know what, let's just wipe out half the local elections in one foul swoop."
It's not half. Which way would you have voted? I don't know whether you can vote.
It's near enough half the local elections.
So there were 136 local elections across England that are scheduled for May. Of these, 63 were eligible to request a postponement due to the reorganisation of local government, and 29, with possibly a few more to come, have had that granted.
Well, it's just, and again, all he's doing, again, he's talking about reform. All Nigel Farage is just sat there and thinking, well, I just can't work out who in the Labour Party is sitting down and making these decisions and thinking the public will accept them.
Well, I don't know, Steve. I think people will accept it. They might harumph and hurrah about it, but I tell you what. I thank you very much, Steve, for the call. Maybe this is a decision that shouldn't be taken by a single politician, in the sense that the person who has decided to postpone this is a Labour Cabinet Minister, Steve Reid. He is in charge of this. He has ultimate power to do this, with those representations made to him. I think this might have to be a Parliament decision, might it not? A vote in Parliament to decide whether or not to postpone these elections based on the representations, because then at least there is much more democratic oversight of the reasons behind it, and maybe there's much less of a claim that there's some politicking going on. Tarek says this on WhatsApp: if elections were cancelled in a banana republic, the government here would be up in arms. Yeah, maybe, but does it not depend on the reason? If you work in a local authority that is having its election postponed, is it bedlam there to the point where you're not going to be able to get it off the ground, and who knows that in a year's time you'll have to come back to the polls anyway because things will have changed so much? But I think I'm with the Electoral Commission on that, So what? Okay, so you have to vote again in a year's time because it's all changed. The elections are slated for May in England, have not. I think you've got to do it. I think the price of it is important, but I think the price of not being able to vote at the point at which you were told that you were going to be able to vote, and have that vote postponed, in some cases twice actually, but to have that vote postponed for another year, and God knows where they'll be in a year, whether they'll be ready in a year, who knows. I don't think that's right. So I think the decision should be taken out of Steve Reed's hands and given to Parliament, and I'm not sure that we've got technocratic difficulties or bureaucratic constraints is a good enough reason here. 03456060973, but if no one's going to kick up a fuss about it, save little old me, then I guess it doesn't matter very much. I'll come back to your calls in a few moments. 5:27, let's get a business update. Ben Kumar is here from Seven Investment China. Well, maybe. Seven Investment Management. Because USA and China have finalised a deal to sell TikTok.
Well, not to sell it, but to do something very complicated with the corporate structure, which basically means the US version of TikTok will be largely run by US companies like Oracle, the big software company, will take responsibility for the data, the software, and so on. It is a bit weird. You don't often see this where it's like, well, people like using it, but we just need a company that we trust to run it. What you'd usually see is competition. A local company would start up and fight the battle, but that hasn't happened. So what they've done here is they've stripped it out. They've said, well, US TikTok will be different to global TikTok. So there will be different restrictions, different data, which interestingly, and maybe not ideally, means that US TikTok might have more US focused content. When I see kind of on the global scene, the US withdrawing more and more and more into its own isolationist model, I think, okay, so now social media is going to echo that and make it even more constrained, even less aware of the outside world. I'm not convinced that's necessarily a good thing. One interesting thing I did note that I hadn't seen elsewhere is that on global TikTok, there's sort of no real age restrictions, or at least they're not well enforced. There will be an under 13 restriction. If you're under the age of 13, you can only use approved content on TikTok in the US, which I think is quite interesting. Typically, the free speech stuff in the US is anyone can see anything. It's gone the other way there. We'll have to see whether that then filters out into the rest of the world.
It's been a very, very busy week, Ben, geopolitically, and money has moved around, sloshed around the system. At the end of this week, who's up, who's down, and why?
So, roughly, not entirely, but roughly everything is down a little bit. The FTSE 100, the UK market is down about 1% this week. The US market is going to be down a little bit. My take on it, what it's worth, is that Donald Trump has reminded everyone that regardless of what his actual policies are, he's got the ability to sow chaos wherever he goes. I liked the fact that today, in the middle of making a bid for Greenland and then retracting it, he's also suing JP Morgan for $5 billion because he said that they debanked him. There's an amazing story I will share with you before I go. He said Bank of America, another huge American bank, refused to take his deposit of $1 billion. Imagine having that as your problem. You turn up $1 billion and you go, nah, I'm not interested in your business. I mean, it is ludicrous, the numbers he throws around, the amount of lawsuits he issues, and the number of things that he just constantly seems angry about. And the market is, I think, just a little bit edgy that there might be a few more curveballs to come over the course of the next few months.
Well, it's been a heck of a long week in geopolitics, but it's the end of a very good week, I suspect, for one Mr. B. Kumar, who I note has been promoted, Ben.
Yes. I now get to talk not just about investments, but about policy in the UK as well. Investment policy, which means, Tom, pensions.
Yes,
which means we can do it. We can make pensions sexy. That's the promotion.
Listen, you can thank me for the work I did behind the scenes to grease the wheels to make sure that the promotion. Congratulations, buddy. Well done. Ben Kumar from Seven Investment Management. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up,
too often Europeans turn against each other instead of standing together to stop Russia.
Formal negotiations between Ukraine, Russia and America get underway in Dubai. We'll get an update on those peace talks after the 5:30 news headlines now on LBC. Matt Hewitt.
Sir Keir Starmer says Donald Trump should apologise for claims British and other NATO troops served a little off front lines in Afghanistan. Over 1,000 non-US NATO troops Glasgow's Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Bosses admit the hospital opened too early in 2015, but insist it's safe. LBC weather. Unsettled tonight with rain and hill snow across eastern Scotland. Wet and windy in southwestern England and South Wales particularly. Lows of 3 to 6 Celsius.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Prime Minister, you talk about the relationship culture secretary. The Prime Minister is set great store by his relationship with President Trump. What influence is he wielding right now?
He's one of the only people in the world who is able to pick up the phone to the President of the United States.
Is there still a special relationship between our two countries?
At times we've had disagreements and we've not been shy about saying so when we have.
This is a man culture secretary who imposes tariffs on us for simply saying that he shouldn't invade Greenland, but currently has no tariffs whatsoever on Russia.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC app.
Experience. It's knowing the difference between a good deal and, well, a great deal. Right now, get 3 months free when you take up Saga Health Insurance. You get 24/7 GP access whenever you want it, and the freedom to choose your preferred private hospital with your own room, should you need it. Search Saga Health Insurance for a quote today. New customers starting a policy before the 19th of February pay by monthly direct debit for the first year. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
Right, who's ordering for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life? Sunday Leaguers, dog lovers, makeupers, vapor dancers, baby ravers, potters. Whether you walk it, jog it, or run it, go all in against cancer. All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends January 31st, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Chase is the digital bank you can count on.
How so?
Because you get 1% cash back on your grocery shop.
Like on prosciutto?
Yeah, prosciutto.
And seaweed crackers?
Sure, those two.
Well, hang on. What about rotisserie chickens?
If it's in your grocery shop, Chase has got your cash back. Join today and get 1% cash back on debit card spending on groceries, fuel and everyday transport. Chase, see what your money can do. 18 plus UK residents. Eligibility applies. 1% cash back for your first year. Maximum £15 per month. Exceptions apply.
When you're smiling, banning dental group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Hello, I'm a National Lottery scratch card. Over 5 people a second win with me. That's like 30 winners since I started talking. What? 12 more? 14? 21!
Is there a win in store for you? Play a National Lottery scratch card today. Winners is an average. Search Dream Big, play small. Rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
5:34, as discussed with Ben Kumar. It's been a hell of a week. Simon Marks is here to wrap it up in his style in about 10 minutes' time. Sam's a new caller in Norwich on the elections. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Tom. The point I wanted to make was I am obviously in Norwich Council, who are Labour run, and I'm really shocked and appalled by the quality of service we get, that we pay a lot of council tax in the house we live in, and the service does not meet my expectations whatsoever. But what opportunity do I have now that the local authority elections have been cancelled? And the point I was trying to make... Postponed, you know, it's happened once, it's the same thing happened again. But who do I go to? You know, what opportunities do I have? Other than jumping on social media and saying, I'm really unhappy about this, who else follows me in this unhappiness? What other opportunities do we have to actually appeal?
Let me put this to you, Sam, because it's a point well made by Emma. Emma says, I have SEND children with special educational needs, disability, whose needs are not being met at school. I have a child on the waiting list for open heart surgery, blimey. They shouldn't be wasting money on elections, which could be delayed for a year, rather than repeated at a cost of millions. Spend the money on children that are future taxpayers.
Well, ironically, I am a teacher, and I can tell you that it's no better in school, you know, and so given the fact that we're in a Labour council, where I teach, I think that actually that's another string to the bow of, well, actually, this is not the right way of doing things. We need to have a change of council.
Well, you are getting a change of council in the sense that it is possibly resolved some way, that feels like it's the end of the discussion.
Well, I think obviously Volodymyr Zelensky wants to put on a positive face. He said that the talks have been, for example, he spoke with Trump last night or yesterday at Davos. He said that talks have been meaningful and they're nearly done. The peace plan is nearly done. It's just down to this one sticking point. But ultimately, as you say, if he won't budge on that, and he's budged on a lot of things for Russia, Russia's not going to make any compromise either. So it doesn't look likely that peace will be going ahead at this point.
And then there's this sort of reluctance on the face of it of Trump to be involved in this. So as much as Kyiv's patience can snap, Russia's patience can snap, I wonder whether or not the President of the United States' patience might snap on all of this.
Well, I think it's been quite clear. He's been very impatient about it. I mean, he took office, he said he was going to solve it in 24 hours, and it's a year on from that. I think, whilst Zelensky has criticised Europe for being slow in this, in another sense, Trump is completely the opposite. He sees it as, one would say, a business deal that he just wants to get done now. He's even said that they'd be, quote, stupid to not get it sorted at this point. So I think he's probably the least patient of all.
Lily, really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Lily Shanahan is a foreign reporter at The Telegraph. I get this from Adam. Tom, your racist rant about these councils is unreadable. I love the fact that a postponement has happened, that new right-wing moaners didn't pipe up when the Tories insisted on voter ID to vote based on their American cheating conspiracies. It is time the left also gerrymandered with elections. Oh, man. Either way, I totally agree with voter ID. I'm sorry. I totally agree with it. Bring some ID to be able to do the thing that you need to do as your right for being in a democracy, which is to vote. But you have to show who you are. Sorry. That's like part of it. But this really important thing that you're doing, deciding on really important matters, we value it, we give it the due deference it deserves by asking you, please, if you wouldn't mind showing a form of ID, driving license, passport will do. If you don't have any of those, you can literally download a free ID thing that you can show at the election. Right, well, on you go then. What's the problem? Ben's in Clacton. Ben.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Nobody said how much money this thing is going to cost. And if the money could be used for a year, then why not use it on public services and the actual services that are struggling at the moment, which most services are struggling within councils? Use the money it would be spent on the election to help the public, their voters in the local area that's affected by it.
Well, two things. Firstly, that could be an argument used at any moment for any elections ever. Well, this is going to cost a bit of money. Let's spend that money on services that will benefit people. And two, there might be lots of people who do not like the way the current council is spending their money and would like to be able to exercise their democratic right in changing it.
Yes, but I think that it's vital that public services come first, because people are struggling. They're not being able to keep up with the cost of living, and council services can help. And that money should be used. If it's only going to be a short period of time before they're totally reorganised, well, nobody said that either. If I'm making up my mind about something, I need to have
2027 at the earliest.
Well, if it's a 4-year period and you're going to have half of that, then how much money would be spent on re-electing a different person even? It's going to cost a lot of money, but nobody said how much. And that's the problem. I like to make up my mind.
We're going to cancel the midterms. What would the UK be saying about that?
Well, the problem is, Tom, we haven't got a mentally retarded Prime Minister.
Right.
And we've got a mentally retarded President. I mean, most people are, a lot of people are actually saying that, but the way he rambles on, forgets things and goes to sleep during meetings. You know, Sleepy Joe's catching up. You know, this is the private thing, and this fella has got his finger on the button.
I appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. Words that some people choose to News headlines, Matt Hewitt.
Insulting and frankly, civil staff described Donald Trump's claims about NATO troops serving in Afghanistan. Former Tory councillor Swindon to be repeated to Trump when it was for a decade. And Andrew Gwynn has formally resigned as an MP, confirming the by-election in his Denton constituency. LBC and windy for many tonight, especially in eastern Scotland, southwestern England and South Wales. Lows of 3 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There are severe delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. The left-hand Dartford tunnel stays closed. It's for emergency repairs, so it's down to 2 lanes, and there are queues from junction 4 for Orpington. It is slow on the M20 eastbound. There's a lane closed. A car has broken down between the M26 and junction 4 for Leybourne. In Loughton, Chigwell Lane is partly blocked in both directions because of an accident around Oakwood Hill, so there are queues. There are delays in Acton. The Vale is partly blocked both ways around Lardon Road because of an accident. On the tube, there are severe delays on the Piccadilly line between Acton Town and Uxbridge, and severe delays on the Metropolitan line between Harrow on the Hill and Uxbridge. And on London Overground, there are severe delays on the Windrush line between Clapham Junction and Surrey Quays. That's after there was an investigation earlier.
This is LBC.
Dogs and cats, sure, they need a lot, but they're worth every penny. Still, it'd be good if you could save a few pennies, right? Well, if you've got a Tesco Club Card, you'll get a Club Card discount on Tesco Pet Insurance. And all policies include vet phone for peace of mind 24/7. Just search online for Tesco Pet Insurance. Pets aged 8 weeks or over, vet phone provided by Vets Direct Limited. Monetary limits, excesses and exclusions apply. Arranged by Pinnacle Insurance Limited.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Entered the Omaze £1 million house draw and won a £4 million house.
House, an actual house!
House 2.
That's insane.
Now you could be next when you enter by this Sunday at omaze.co.uk, because one person is guaranteed to win £5 million house in London with all the furniture and £250,000 just to help you settle in. Roger recently opened the door to a brand new future.
It's just a dream.
And this time, it could be you.
And here's the best part. You'll be supporting Alzheimer's Society.
So for your chance to win a luxury house in London worth £5 million, you must enter by this Sunday at omaze.co.uk. Over 18 purchase necessary, conditions apply. £1 million charity donation.
At Lidl, get great deals on award-winning fruit and veg with Pick of the Week. Save 35% with cauliflower now just 99p each. With Lidl Plus, get red grapefruit for only 29p. In store now. Lidl, more to value. Subject to availability. Selected stores, GB only. Prices currently first. 18 plus terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
And when teams feel supported, they can achieve it.
Sorry. Just added more of my team. Have you tried Benenden Health? It's easy to set up. They've got a GP helpline you can book 24/7.
Where were we?
Coffee break, hopefully. Press play on your people's health with a wide range of healthcare services for less than £16 per employee per month. Search Benenden for business. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Periods apply for some services. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
Things are really heating up in the country's smallest house. Dad! Squealed me a mouse. We could save around £100 by setting the boiler flow temperature to 60 degrees.
How turning radiators down in rooms we don't use?
Interrupted Mo. Yes, Mo. Turn them down, not off, said Mia.
Plus finding and blocking drafts,
said Mo. Should save enough to increase our allowance. A little saves a lot. You could save around £100 a year off your energy bills with 3 tips at gov.uk/clean energy.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
10 to 6 the time, Friday evening, Tom Swarbrick here on LBC means, as you know, one thing. This one's a biggie. We've never seen anything like this past week before. Dizzying, insulting, confusing, unedifying. Pin your ears back for Simon Marks, American Whig.
Tom, finally we can say it. The transatlantic alliance between the United States and Europe is over. Whatever the outcome of the very dubious compromise that may or may not be in the works over Greenland, and we will get to that, the week's events have dealt a mortal blow to any kind of future comity between America's allies and the Trump administration. Take a listen to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney.
For decades, countries like Canada
especially when America's focus shifts elsewhere. Europe looks lost, trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change.
Trump himself made that clear all week long as America and the world marked only the first anniversary of his turbulent, exhausting return to office. At Davos, he made a devastating speech littered with lies, completely misrepresenting the history of Greenland, even suggesting entirely falsely that America owned it at the end of World War II, handed it over to Denmark, and now wants it back.
We want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
It's part of North America, it's our territory, he insisted. He said he won't use force to seize Greenland, but we already know that whatever he says on any given day cannot be trusted. This is the same man, after all, who claimed last year that he backed the UK's decision to transfer the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, but this week blasted Number 10's plan as an act of great stupidity. He engaged in a litany of lies about climate change and efforts to combat it, about the health of the American economy, and he flayed Europe, claiming that because of mass immigration and particularly the Prime Minister's refusal to drill for more North Sea oil, the UK, along with its neighbours, will soon, in his words, be dead.
Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction.
It is important to underscore that disdain and open hostility towards everything that the UK, Europe and Canada stand for lies at the heart of this second Trump term. It was on open display in Davos, not only by the president, but by many of his top lieutenants. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent spent the week loudly complaining about Swiss food and pretended not to understand why the UK and 7 of its NATO allies were so furious over now shelved threats of tariffs because they oppose American ownership of Greenland.
Have an open mind that, why this rapid response in terms of, this is a no.
And while he was ordering European leaders to cut the histrionics and calling Denmark irrelevant, Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was causing consternation all over the Alpine resort as he chucked his weight around. Here he is in a panel discussion on Tuesday, sitting right next to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
Go. television networks loyal to him as well. Listen to what happened last night on Fox News. The host, Jesse Waters, anchoring, and I cannot stress this enough, the most watched primetime news program in America.
The Europeans threw a tantrum and finally Daddy came home. The deal right now, and it's still being hashed out, will give the United States pockets of sovereignty. Basically, huge chunks of territory run like American embassies all over the island. Right now, we just have one military base there. We'll be adding dozens more. If Greenland keeps behaving, we might let him have a hockey team. And maybe we'll film some movies up there. Open up a Walmart. See that, Europe? That's good parenting. You behave, you get a treat.
Absolutely disgusting. 3 million people watching that on TV. Trump has now pinned it to his social media account, where millions more are consuming it. I haven't got time this week to get into the Board of Peace, Trump's Dr. Evil effort to replace the UN Security Council and coin it in the process. But he disinvited Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney from joining last night, which must surely be a badge of honour to which we all aspire. It's been an awful week, Tom, and even at number 10, they must now know the party is over.
From Washington, D.C., Simon Marks, American Week. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. In the next 60 minutes...
I misspoken in that way or said those words. I would certainly apologise.
Keir Starmer says Donald Trump should apologise for his ahistorical, disrespectful nonsense that UK and NATO troops did not serve on the front line in Afghanistan. Prince Harry, who did, says the sacrifices of British soldiers who served and died there deserve to be spoken about truthfully and with respect. You'll hear from the Armed Forces Minister. Also,
when young people were in school, lots of them were told that this is the best loan that you'll ever get, yet people are making hundreds of pounds in repayments.
I'm reliably informed that because of rising debt interest and a freezing of the point at which you have to start paying back your student loan, you will now have to earn above £60,000 to start paying back the capital. Changes in the budget have seen recent graduates left furious about the increasing cost of their debt. Is it fair to lumber them with it?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock. In the last few minutes, the Duke of Sussex, who served in Afghanistan, has said the sacrifices of British soldiers who served and died there deserve to be spoken about truthfully and with respect. Sir Keir Starmer's suggested Donald Trump should apologise for saying they served a little off front lines.
I consider President Trump's remarks to be insulting and frankly appalling.
The US President made the comments in a TV interview.
They'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
The Prime Minister's paid tribute to the more than 450 UK service personnel killed supporting America on the front line of the conflict. Reform UK's Richard Tice says the hurt Mr Trump has caused is enduring.
The President was completely wrong. His comments are offensive, and I mentioned out earlier a picture of a number of coffins of our brave British troops who paid the ultimate price. For the families of them, it must be utterly heartbreaking to hear that.
A former Tory councillor has admitted drugging and raping his ex-wife 11 times. 49-year-old Philip Youngs also pleaded guilty to crimes including voyeurism and sexual assault over a 13-year period. Joanne Young has waived her rights to anonymity. Detective Superintendent Jeff Smith is from Wiltshire Police.
Today's hearing is a significant landmark, which has seen Philip Young admit to dozens of serious sexual offences against
proportion of head teachers.
A third of our head teachers are leaving within 5 years. It's getting worse. It's not getting any better, that, and we're losing some really valuable experience.
The union says half needed mental health support over the past year. And the FA Cup could be getting its own anthem. Reports say the FA has commissioned a music company to come up with music to be played in stadia during the players' handshakes. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed down 6 points at 10,143. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.15. LBC weather. Bands of rain moving north across much of the country, more hill snow for eastern Scotland, and frequent blustery showers later in the southwest of England. Lows tonight of 3 to 6 Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Matt Hewitt.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Good evening to you, 4 minutes past 6 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. If you just put the radio on, got in the car, beginning your Friday evening, then you're very welcome to the programme. Let me bring you the breaking news from the last couple of hours, which is a very strongly worded performance in front of cameras by the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, aimed directly at the President of the United States, describing his comments, that's the President of the United States comments, that UK troops did not really serve on the front line in Afghanistan as utterly appalling and wrong, and that the President of the United States should apologise. In the last few moments, we have also heard from one of the people who served in Afghanistan. We've heard from lots throughout the show, but perhaps a famous person who served in Afghanistan, in that Prince Harry has just put out a statement. And it says this: I served there, I made lifelong friends there, and I lost friends there. The United Kingdom alone had 457 service personnel killed. Thousands of lives were changed forever. Mothers and fathers buried sons and daughters. Children were left without a parent. Families are left carrying the cost. Those sacrifices, says Prince Harry, deserve to be spoken about truthfully and with respect, as we all remain united and loyal to the defence of diplomacy and peace. The Duke of Sussex in the last few moments with that statement. We're getting reaction to this all the time. I suspect they really won't want to. They really won't want to. But I suspect there is going to be some pressure on something to be said by the King. If maybe Prince Harry is getting involved, if Keir Starmer, maybe this can be just left to the politicians and others who can choose to say what they want to say at any given moment to speak about this. But I wonder, given it is in the name of King and country that you, for whom you served, I wonder whether there might be some pressure on the King to do or say something, or a palace to do or say something. We will speak to the Armed Forces Minister a little bit later on this hour about this too, but I'm very keen and very aware that this is news breaking around us this evening, and keen to get your thoughts on it, what you make of what the Prime Minister has had to say, Prince Harry has had to say, about what indeed Simon Marks was telling us Trump has had to say about all this. Utterly disgraceful. Prime Minister completely right to say that Trump should apologise. Willie calls it down low. 03456060973. Also this hour,
it's fair for students. They don't, like they would do with other debts, have their payments impacted by interest payments.
I do want to pick up on what I think has been a largely under-discussed element of the budget last November. We talked a lot, of course, about the freezing of income tax thresholds, a massive U-turn. We talked about the business rates revaluation disaster that is going to have to be U-turned on to some extent. But I also want to pick up on the changes to student loan payments. Have a listen to this recent graduate on the old TikTok.
Guys, I'm never paying that back. I'm genuinely never paying it back. £63,597.56. From who? Me? Do you know how much that is? And you know what the real kicker is? The interest rate is 8% for this. By year 4, it's going to be at £70,000. I'm literally not going to be able to pay that back.
So there you have a graduate who will pay a monthly fee from their least 67% of the total. That was up from 2.64 million the other tax year. This has come from Times Money through a Freedom of Information request to the student loan company. Last year, £15.2 billion worth of interest was added to student loans, while only £5 billion was repaid. Upshot of all of that, the government views graduates as a cash cow. You are a cash cow ready to be milked, for the next 30 years minimum, because you are now just paying from your salary a fee to service the interest rate on a debt that you will never ever pay back. You just won't earn enough money in those 30 years, the government is betting, the majority won't anyway, to pay off that debt. And so it is, in that sense, a tax, isn't it? It's unlike other taxes, because you will one day not pay it. But it is a tax on the next 30 years of your employment for having the temerity to have gone to university. And I think there are millions of recent graduates staring at their student loan, watching it go up in cost rather than down, even though they're paying it, and thinking this is all grotesquely unfair and possibly requires a U-turn. 03456060973. I would like to know about your student loan payments, please, and whether you think this system that has been sort of metastasising over the last 10 or 20 years has ended up being completely about-face, completely regressive, in that if you are wealthy when you start university, you've got rich parents or whatever, and they pay the fees up front, you don't have this debt. So if you're wealthy enough not to require a student loan, you won't be paying any of this. I'm sure that's right. Claire Barrett is the consumer editor of the Financial Times. Thank you for coming on the programme, Claire. I know that you have an interest in this too, your readers do. Tell us what you make of the numbers.
Okay, well, let's start with the number we should all be focusing on, which is the 9%. Now, that's that extra tax you were talking about. Once your pay as a graduate, you would hope to earn more, having been to university, get a good job. Once your pay goes past the repayment threshold, it's just under £29,000 at the moment, 9% of your pay above that level goes to repaying your student loan. So that's the number that people need to focus on. I know it's dispiriting when people look at the balance and see it's going up, look at the interest rates, but ultimately the way the maths works on student loans, unless you have, a really high-paying job from the moment you graduate, so I'm talking about sort of like more than £60,000 a year, you will be repaying your student loan for 30 years, and of course the loan is income contingent, so if you never earn more than £27,000, a little bit more than that, you're not going to pay anything back per month. If you were to have a baby, have an accident, become ill, and your income drop below that threshold, that's what we mean by income contingent. You don't have to pay, so it doesn't work like other forms of debt, but the reality is, as you say, Tom, 9% is a lot, and I tell you who it's a lot for: people, professional workers who've got good jobs as graduates, who are just on the cusp of those frozen tax thresholds that all workers are increasingly being affected by. And graduates I've spoken to this week for my FTE piece, which comes out tomorrow, they say we feel like we're being fiscally dragged in two ways, because we might be coming up to those thresholds, the £50,000 one where you suddenly have to pay 40% tax above that, £100,000 where you can pay 60% tax because you lose your personal allowance. If you're paying 49 or 69, it's a double squeeze, and pity the poor people who've done postgraduate degrees. There are some jobs where you need a postgraduate degree, other people did one because they thought it was a good idea, realised actually you could have done the job you're doing now without it. You could be repaying 15% because you've got an extra payment to repay that. So people have been really, really squeezed by this, and freezing that repayment threshold, which they're going to do for people on Plan 2 loans
What's the maths behind why the interest rate is the interest rate on student loans?
So the maximum interest rate that you can pay on a Plan 2 student loan is RPI plus 3%, so that's currently 6.2%, which when you think about the average mortgage rate being more in the region of 4% makes it really unfair. But also the fact they use RPI inflation,
no one uses that.
Price index, which hasn't been used, for such a long time. CPI is the main measure used by the government. Interestingly enough, whenever the government increases the amount that they pay out in things like benefits, they use CPI. So why are they using this higher rate, slightly higher by about 1% compared to CPI to determine interest rates on student loans? That doesn't really feel fair.
That's because you're a cash cow.
Yeah, well, it's called the politics of least resistance, right? Young people, I think, have become probably disenfranchised with politics, given that they've grown up in the last sort of 15 years in the UK, and therefore maybe they have decided that it might not be the most entertaining thing to do to engage. But I think that's what our campaign is trying to do. It's really trying to say, look, we cannot just sit on our hands on this. This is going to impact, how much people's pensions are going to be, whether they will ever own a property, whether they're going to have a family. This is really, really crucial to the UK economy.
Particularly in those early years as you're building a career, building a start, trying to put some away for later on in life. Ollie, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on. Ollie Gardner is the founder of the campaign group Rethink Repayment. It's Friday evening and I want to talk to you about your student loan. 03456060973 is the number. Tom Swarbrick here, 617.
This is LBC.
Right then, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life? Anglers, ramblers, climbers, five-a-siders, surfers, gamers, bikers, hang gliders. Book clubbers, are we up for it? Let's go all in against cancer, all in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends January 31st, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Bring your pensions together into one easy-to-manage online plan with PensionBee. Because when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. When investing, your capital is at risk.
Train to Cambridge and then all aboard the paddleboards. A little bit different, should be fun. Or wobbly, or wet. Oh, it seems a good look on you, Steve. Oh, actually, this is very relaxed. George is up the river cam without a paddle. Train home, that was such a laugh. I think I might even have a new hobby. Download the Thameslink Railway app to book tickets and save a third off route travel on off-peak journeys. Thameslink Railway, where every stop is a story.
It's me, again, to remind you that tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £86 million. Which means it's time to play the song. Again. Get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Tom Swarbrick.
6:19 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. You've heard the numbers, but I'd like your experience of looking at your own numbers when it comes to your student loan and the repayments that you are making, and the fact that the debt pile just keeps going up and up and up, and what that does to you psychologically as well as financially, but also whether there is some comfort in that, oh, don't worry, 30, I'll just keep paying it, and then 30 years later it will just write itself off because I'll never be able to pay this thing down. That's not a loan, that's a tax, so let's call it what it is. And as CW points out, and you're absolutely right to point this out, Tom, the irony is that in 25, 30 years it's the taxpayer who will be paying off the rest of the debt. CW asks, who's that going to be? And the answer is, it's going to be the student, isn't it, or the graduate. Sandy's a new caller in Hinckley. Sandy.
Hi, thanks for having me on, Tom. So I wanted to share that I felt this quite significantly in my role, and especially if you get paid a bonus, it can be a huge, huge hit. So I went to the length of just taking off a loan with the bank, where I know that the interest rate's going to be fixed, and I will actually be able to get that loan down, and there will be an end in sight, and pay it off that way.
So you didn't even bother going through the student loans company?
No, I had an initial student loan, but every time I would get my wage slip, the amount that would be assigned to the loan was enormous. And so what everyone's just said in your research is you pay so much in interest and the amount's not coming down. So I got my own loan from the bank.
Oh, I see. So So you got a loan to pay off your student loan?
Yeah, because I know in 6 terms there's going to be a number of years to it. No one's going to charge me insane interest rates, and it's going to be done and dusted soon.
Wow. Oh, well, Sandy, that's brilliant, but depressing.
I agree, and I also said to your researcher, I'll be so gutted but happy for everybody if it was to get wiped one day, but also thinking, oh, I should never have done that with the bank.
Well, you shouldn't have had to do that with the bank, given that this was meant to be a loan and not a tax. But the rate of interest, obviously, you're getting from the bank loan is far less than the 6.2% you might be getting from the student loans company.
Exactly, and it's fixed.
Yes. So, do you mind me asking, terribly impolite question, how much did you borrow?
I think at the time it was about £45,000.
So that's a hit, and that's £45,000 that could have gone to so much to improve your circumstances, improve your life, do loads of things with staff, whatever. But it's just going to service a debt that you needed to get a loan to service because the loan that you'd originally got was too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, to get your student loan statement and see that you paid, 5 figures that year towards your loan, but 5 figures were added in interest, I just couldn't put up with it anymore.
Sandy, I think that's genius. Through necessity comes the genius, but it's a necessity you shouldn't have to bear, I don't think. And listen, Sandy, thank you so much, brother. I do think that you should have to pay something for university. Either we go back to the system that my parents took advantage of, which was that 7% of the school leavers went to university and their university was free because it was paid for by taxpayers, but it was only a small percentage of the population that went, so it was largely affordable. If you have 50% of school leavers go to university, that is not affordable, nor is it right, for taxpayers to cover the bill for that, so you're going to have to pay in order to go to university, and it keeps universities open. But there are too many people... Well, no, there aren't too many people going to university. I think there are too many universities, and employers now have monopolised the need to have any degree, so young people feel that in order to get a job they have to go to university, which is crazy. Charlotte's a new caller in Wigan. Charlotte.
Hi, Paul. So I was just saying when I rang up, had my statement up while I was on the call. So last year, my statement from April 24 to April 25, it started at £68,112.54. I paid £1,622 back to them, and I ended the year on £736.45. I earn about £47,000 a year, and my monthly student loan payment is £136 a month. That's a lot of money to lose every month to student loan when I'm already, paying quite a lot of tax and things like that. If my pay I lose each month, I start off with £388.67 and I finish with £2,663.27. I'm not sure where I was supposed to be squeezed with it, really.
And you said you're earning £47,000 a year?
Just short, yeah.
Which is much higher than the average salary in this country.
It's the top of NHS band 6. People that work in the NHS will understand that that's quite a high paying salary within the NHS, so the job that I do on the social group is not the sort of job that you can do without a degree. So yeah, I'm just and all the things that you had on the board we think me and my partner were thinking about what do we do about having a family, because I'm just not sure with nursery fees on top of that, how we even pay the mortgage, and we're looking to have a mortgage. We live in the north of England. If we were elsewhere, that just wouldn't be possible. I just don't know, I just feel as a 32-year-old is what I'm done for. I don't think it was.
Do you think, the problem is, as you say, you probably needed a degree in order to get your job, didn't you?
Yeah, and I appreciate someone's got to pay for that.
Yeah.
But I was the first year group that went to uni on the 9,000 fees when that changed. And I just feel very much that the college I was in, they wanted us to go to muscle group unis, they were interested in league tables, they pushed us to that. Anyone that wanted to do apprenticeships, if they weren't interested decided it was all very much, let's get you to apply to Oxford, let's get you to Russell Group University. You know, you'll never notice these repayments, it'll be written off, and obviously that's a lot of money to lose at my age if the climate every month, and I'm not even paying the net off. It's going up every year. I mean, it's 70,000 now. It started off 40,000-50,000.
Yes, exactly. So you're just accruing much more debt on it, which you are servicing by an increasing amount of tax per month in effect, particularly if you start to earn more, Charlotte. If you go up the lower band, you've got a decision to make about whether the additional responsibility is worth losing.
To be honest, Tom, it's not. I was thinking this before, it's not even just that. Obviously, every year the NHS peer review body puts the wages up a little bit. I'm going to be pushed into this whether I like it or not. So then I think, do I just go and get a job doing something else entirely?
And see, that's terrible. That can't be right. Because we need people like you.
No, I know, but I mean, it's such a stressful job, and there's a personal cost to people to do the kind of work that I do, like nurses, social workers, and I don't know, I just think sometimes would it be easy to earn a lot less stressful job.
Charlotte, that there is it. Charlotte, thank you so much for the call. That is the ambition that is being squeezed out of a young person who's got a good job and is paid pretty well and is doing a really tough gig that we need people to do. Is it worth it? I could have a happier life, more peaceful life, earning less, working not as hard. Terrible, terrible, terrible situation to put people in a country with an already big productivity problem. What the hell is going on? Lizzie's in Newcore in Sheffield. Lizzie.
Hi there, Chris. Thank you. I think I agree with everything Ollie said. I think his campaign is brilliant. Massive cheerleader for recent repayment. Personally, I was, again, similar to your previous caller, I was in the first cohort of students to pay the higher fees. I went to a comprehensive sixth form in Sheffield. I was told, quote, it's the cheapest money you'll ever borrow.
Yes, I was told that too.
Yeah, and maybe that was the career service that we had, just hadn't, we with the time hadn't clocked that the plan was changing and the terms of that loan was changing. I've written to my MP, I've lost count of how many times I've moved around the country. I've written to my MP each time I've lived in a new place and flagged the unfairness of the system. I've complained every time we've made retrospective changes to our plan, which has just basically effectively increased the cost for every single Plan 2 graduate. I've made repayments now, I'm 10 years into work. I made a difficult decision 10 years in, with 20 years to go. I'm a high earner. I use my sort of economics degree to forecast that I'm likely to be repaying for another 11 or 12 years, 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 so that's 22 years of having an effective higher tax rate of 9% higher than my peers. Interestingly, I was a team. I worked in a team where everyone has a degree. Everyone is older than me. We all earn exactly the same amount, which is, a good amount of money. And I take home £350, £400 less than each of them because of when I went to uni and the plan that I'm on and the deductions that means for my salary. Most of them didn't pay for their degree. They did. They paid a few £1,000s and it was repaid very quickly. So there's intergenerational unfairness issue. There's a class issue. There's lots of politicians on interviews will say this very irritating phrase of, you need to pay for your degree. Well, not every graduate is paying for their degree. People with wealthy parents who pay their fees up front.
Yes.
They're just paying tax. They're paying income tax. If they go on to have a good job, they're paying taxes. They aren't paying the graduate surplus tax, which is what the rest of us are.
Well, I think if it's going to be a tax, then the principle is that those with the broadest shoulders do their bit. But this isn't it, because actually it's the reverse. It's the people who can't pay up front who are paying forever and a day in a way that doesn't get the loan down.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very depressing. I think Ollie's made that really well. It's very demoralising for the average person. The average person isn't earning anywhere near 60k, which is what you need to be doing to sort of chip away at the capital. And you just think, and I think I'm at the age of 33. A lot of my friends and my peers started to have their first child, and lots of them
put his name forward to run in Gorton and Denton as Andrew Gwynn formally resigned as MP this afternoon. LBC weather, bands of rain moving north across much of the country, more hill snow for eastern Scotland, frequent blustery showers later in the southwest of England, lows of 3 to 6 Celsius.
This is LBC.
Mummy, please can you tell me a bedtime story?
Well, once upon a time there was a very tired mummy who'd been busy all day, and basically she was too knackered to cook, so she ordered herself sweet and sour chicken, special fried rice and some prawn crackers on Uber Eats instead.
That's not a very good story, Mummy.
Uber Eats and get your favourite restaurants delivered. Check out the terms and restrictions.
You want £1 million?
I'd love £1 million.
So you enter the birthday draw and you think of a way to spend £1 million.
I'd buy a really nice suit.
It's a lucky day and you win the birthday draw. I'm rich! But instead of a suit, you buy a jetpack. And ruin your sister's wedding. So sorry, Is it your lucky day? For your chance to win £1 million, just search the birthday draw and enter now. From Global and ITV, 18 plus UK only, no purchase necessary.
Alright, resistance up. Let's clash.
Okay, here we go. Oh, my knee's playing up again.
Have you ever had it looked at?
No, but I've been doing a few stretches.
When my shoulder went, Benenden Health got me expert help. Showed me exactly where I was going wrong.
30 seconds, people.
Press play on your health with physiotherapy and much more. All for less than £16 per person per month. Search Benenden Health. Fee review periodically. T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services, including physio. UK only. Visit benenden.co.uk.
Tom Swarbrick. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
6:34 at the time. Sam, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. I do want to pick up, though, on what you've heard from the Prime Minister this afternoon and indeed from Prince Harry. The Prime Minister saying that Donald Trump's comments that UK troops were not on the front line in NATO, that they were a bit way back from the front line, were insulting, and that the President of the United States should apologise for them. Al Kars is the Armed Forces Minister and Labour MP for Birmingham Selly-Oak, who is a former Royal Marine himself, and I think, am I right, Minister, you served in Afghanistan too?
Yeah, it's 5 tours in Afghanistan, yeah.
So these comments are personal to you. I wonder what you made of them when you heard the President say them.
Absolutely. I mean, the reality is, I fought in Afghanistan, lots of people know that, but this is actually about all of us who were there. There were thousands of veterans and individuals that served in Afghanistan, but it's not just about them, it's about the families that also supported them when they were serving. They were absolutely at the front line. A huge sacrifice in the personal level. Many people injured, 457 killed. And we all have those memories. You'll have them as well of Royal Wood Bassett and the coffins coming home. And that was certainly serving at the personal level, the community level, important. Internationally, when September 11th happened, those attacks on the Twin Towers took place, every country rallied to the US's side, shoulder to shoulder, military, politicians, our intelligence agencies. if that was struck down, you need to then flip straight into a system that allows not just veterans, but those that lost loved ones.
But if it wasn't, you had protection
and all of the cases.
You had immunity
to move
for
forward
those veterans.
And get to. But the gap between now and then, there is going to be no prosecutions. So when the bill goes through, we've got to ensure that the protections are in place. So let's just be really clear on this. My role in this is to ensure the protections for veterans are in place. This discussion started off with President Trump's comments about those served in Afghanistan. My role is to ensure that we remember and never forget the sacrifice of those individuals in Afghanistan. That includes in every other conflict that we've served. My role in the legislation that we're moving forward is to put in place the protections and ensure that the process doesn't come to punishment. Really importantly, that no one rewrites history. 90% of all casualties in Northern Ireland or in the mainland were caused by terrorists, and we must never forget that.
So to the 9 senior generals,
have said,
just finally,
as veterans have said, so I've spoken to some of the generals that you've mentioned. We've talked through the process. We've engaged with CDSs, ex-CDSs and others to work to a common solution where we can ensure that the process isn't the punishment, and importantly, that no one can rewrite history.
I understand.
There is work to do. We've got to get forward. We've got to get it done.
So finally, a word to the 9 senior generals who are quoted as saying, as a result of these changes, every British soldier must consider not only the enemy in front, but the lawyers behind them.
So what I would say to those 9 generals, and I've spoken to some of them, is come and talk to us about the specific legislation, and remember that as we move forward, we have the Operations Act, we have the whole system supporting our armed forces as we move forward. I've served in all these conflicts since 1998. Some of those regulations came in place. And, we've accepted, all British forces have accepted. None of us are above the law. We just want to be treated fairly. We don't want the process to be a punishment. And we don't want anyone or any group to rewrite history, pointing to the state as the oppressor, which is absolutely unacceptable.
Really appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for coming on. Al Carnes is the Armed Forces Minister, Labour MP for Birmingham, Selly Oak, former Royal Marine, served in Afghanistan, Northern Ireland, Bosnia, you name it. Will's a new caller in Newcastle. You just want to pick up on what this row with Donald Trump. Will, hi.
Hi, Tom, how are you doing? So basically, I've been listening on and off this afternoon. And Trump's comments, they're disgusting. Simple as that. I can't imagine. I've been having it myself in my bro circle, so I can't imagine someone's out there having lost a loved one and hearing that. That said, I'm actually not that surprised. And I think it's a great opportunity now for us to stand firm and just basically say, if he doesn't come out with a legit apology and acknowledge what our lads and lasses have done, then I think we do need to stand firm and all these types of towers, do it. Look, post-World War II, the country was smashed, but people just put together, go on a tariff, do it, 10%, make it 20%. We need to pull together as Europe and stand firm. This has to stop.
Yeah, listen, sorry to talk over you, sir, but I think you're right that this is now the line in the sand, isn't it? After this awful week of back and forth, and he says one thing one day and then changes his mind the next, and Greenland this and whatever, all that nonsense that's been going on. This has really cut to the quick for us as a nation to be introduced.
There's nothing worse he could have said. No acknowledgement of what's happened. It's when's he going further?
We didn't do our bit, is what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just actually it's offensive. And I think if there's not a real apology and a change in behaviour, I think honestly, we need to that through. Back in Thatcher or Churchill during this now. I'm not a massive fan of Stormont, but I think what he did was
do you think the King should go on the state visits to the US in April?
The King? Yeah. Sorry, Tom, but what King? No. I don't feel I just don't think anything's happening. Obviously, I was listening a little bit there before, and I talked about veterans. There's nothing to veterans. I'm in my flat now, no flooring, no curtains. I've been here for 9 months. I'm on benefits. I'm not working at the moment. I'm trying to get back into work. There's nothing. It's just ruthless. I lost my mother too.
No, I think we need to revisit tonight's dinner plans. Busy day, a lot of KPIs, Gonna need you to order some spaghetti, tomatoes, a bottle of white, and 2 sticky toffee puddings. Let's circle back after you've ordered an Uber Eats.
Sure.
When you've officed enough, Uber Eats, and get all your groceries delivered. Check out
Find yours online or at your local Audi centre. Audi. Vorsprung der Technik. Terms and conditions apply. Selected models, retail customers at participating Audi centres only.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060973.
6:48 is the time. Hugh has got in touch regarding Will's call. Thank you for this, Hugh. Will, if you're listening, my friend, Hugh says, look at the We Served job board. I presume the website is called We Served, or one word, We Served. There are 1,200 vacancies on there, Hugh says. Will, I hope that is of some help to you. I couldn't offer much help, I'm afraid. But Hugh is suggesting that if you go to the We Served job board, there are vacancies there specifically, I would have thought, for veterans. Dan's a new caller in Canada. Let's come back to the conversation about student loans. Dan, hi.
Hi, that's good.
Yeah, good, sir. You're a teacher?
I am a primary school teacher. I also work in competitive swimming as well.
And how have you seen these student loan payments impact your job?
Well, in terms of like the management, I'm at a level, I'm a couple of years off paying my loan. My parents kind of forced me to go to university before there's a basic £3,000, and then I did my postgraduate PGC certificate before up to 9,000. So I was quite fortunate in the timing of my. So, but then there's a generation above me, my managers at work, that were paid to go to uni and had grants, and then the generation 10 years below, but having their disposable income. I'm quite fortunate that my fees will, well, my debt will soon be gone within the next 2.5 years. But I signed off recently on like a recommendation for a private school, and it just made me think. I didn't realise how much private schools were, and this particular one was £42,000 a year for day study. Compared to university fees, like the fact that a family that can afford £42,000 a year perhaps could then take on like a means-tested fee for their studies, because university would be a bargain to a family that has been paying private school fees.
Well, it'd be in the long term, absolutely would, because you just pay it up front and you wouldn't have to worry about accruing all that debt.
Yeah, I mean,
which is why the system doesn't work, does it? It's not sold as a tax, although it acts like one, and it's a loan that is absolutely acting like a tax.
So I was first from my family to go to university. I remember ticking the boxes to get like means-tested support and fees that were added onto my loan and my tuition grant, stuff like that. So I just wanted to give a system where if you paid so much to go to school, should your fees be higher? There's the argument there, well, hang on, well, it doesn't matter because it's only a loan, it's not going to be.
Well, then I guess and if you don't pay it off for whatever reason in the end, then the taxpayer will do it anyway, which seems a little bit unfair. Dan, appreciate the call, thank you. Peter's got in touch. Tom, you're a big fan of compound interest, lol. I'm a big fan of compound interest, just not in this way. Thus, says Peter, who I think has done the maths because he knows how to live on a Friday. A typical student debt of £50,000 compounded at 9% ends after 30 years with no repayments is upwards of £650,000, more than 12 times the initial loan. Well, just to be clear, the 9% is the repayment rate rather than the interest. The interest is 6.2%, which is still unbelievably high. You wouldn't, if you were going for a 30-year mortgage, you would be insane to get a mortgage at 6.2% when the offers are around 4% or a bit higher than 4% in some places. You would be mad to choose that. So the ratcheting up behind your back on the interest rates on these student loans is, if that were a bank that did that, you would have what's left of the Financial Conduct Authority involved, because that would be a misselling. Jack's in Southampton. Jack.
Hi Tom, big fan, appreciate listening to you every evening. Thank you.
Good thoughts.
So I'm 32. I've literally just had a pay increase at my job, and they've informed me that I'm now at the point where I need to actually start paying back my student loan. And it's one of those things where I've started looking into it and started to figure out how much it's going to cost me. And when I really think back to it, especially listening to your other callers, when I was 16, 17 in college and hearing about this, wow, it's a student loan. You don't have to pay it back. You don't really end up paying it back after 30 years because it gets written off. But they don't ever really explain to you what the interest rates are going to be like and the additional things on top of it. And I'll be honest, as a 16, 17-year-old, about a year, I'm like, I can't see myself earning that much for a very long time until I work myself up the ladder. So if she's in the position where she's going to be struggling, I don't have a lot of ambition that I'm going to be paying this off at all in any decent amount of time. But also on top of that, it compounds into the issues that you were mentioning as well, where people of my age, I don't want to have kids, and unfortunately the financial aspect of it is a huge part of that, the reason why, and this just compounds into all of that.
Jack, I think it's listen, you have nothing but sympathy from me. It's always difficult starting out. Every generation has the same thing. It is always difficult starting out. So don't ring me, older listeners, to complain that I think it was easy for you to buy a house. I know it wasn't easy for you to buy a house, but my God, it was easier. It was just so much easier. And if you're being honest with your grandchildren, you'll admit it. It's much, much harder now being young, having to do the things that young people need to do in order to get a foothold in the jobs ladder, because you pretty much have to have a degree, and the servicing of it, the funding of it, and then everything else on top is such a nightmare. It's just much, much harder. Here's VS on WhatsApp. Tom, I earn £60,000 a year. I have a £250 a month on Plan 2 loan. Thankfully, I'm good with money. I bought my first property last year. The loans need to be interest-free. I don't really want to wait 30 years, earn more money with work, but then pay more on my student loan. Logged in the other day to see how much I owe, and it was £50,000. I graduated in 2015 with my undergrad. For my friend who did his masters, he owes £71,000. It needs to go. Joe's a new caller in Middlewich. You want to talk about Trump? Joe, hi.
I do. Hi, Tom. Good evening. Hi, yes. So I just wanted to tell you that I was part of the IT team that trained the medics, the UK English medics and the American medics on an IT system which tracked the patients around the hospital in Camp Bastion.
Wow.
And I just feel that Trump really needs to look at the bigger picture. It wasn't just the boots on the ground that helped out. It was the bigger picture, and I'm sure you will get lots of other callers coming through and telling you of their experiences and what they did for what happened.
How would you feel towards the president if he didn't apologise? Or if he said, "Oh, silly Starmer, I'm not apologising, I'm right," blah blah blah?
It's just disappointing. It really is.
That, Joe. I can't speak for you, of course, and I wouldn't.
No, but I don't know what he's trying to achieve.
I think it is actually disgusting that any president of the United States would seek to undermine the sacrifice of so many British lives to pursue what was at the time a US aim.
Yeah, totally agree. It's just horrendous.
It's despicable. Of course he should apologise, but he's just not got the character of someone who will ever back down even when he's catastrophically wrong.
Yeah, and Starmer was quite right standing up for this today.
I completely agree. Joe, thank you very much indeed. Let's send this evening Jack in Massachusetts, appropriately. Hi, Jack.